Welcome to the entire plot of Tower of Dawn from Sarah J Maas's Throne of Glass. This is a compilation of everything that happens in this book from cover to cover. Now, this is usually the part of the video where I would tell you how to access the smaller and more bite-sized versions of this video. However, I originally did all the entire plot breakdowns in the tandem read. So if you're interested in seeing how everything lines up in this book and Empire of Storms, you should definitely check out my entire plot playlist and watch my breakdown of everything that happens in those books in chronological order. However, if you do just want to focus on Tower of Dawn itself, then this is the perfect place to be. Whether you're watching this on YouTube or listening on Spotify, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting me on this 9-month-long tandem journey. Let's start off strong with Tower of Dawn Chapter 1. This is actually going to be in Chaol's POV as he is adjusting to life in a wheelchair, although I will say not very well. Because of the nature of what Chaol's going through in this book, obviously we're going to be hitting on some hard and heavy topics throughout the entirety of Tower of Dawn, but all you need to know right now is that he is not adjusting very well to recently becoming disabled. As we know, at the end of Queen of Shadows, we found out that he did shatter a part of his spine that left him paralyzed from the waist down. In this exact moment, however, he is off of his 3-week voyage at sea and he is officially in the southern continent. They are about to go see the Khaganate. Now, there are lots of different ways that you can pronounce a lot of the words that come out of Tower of Dawn, and I'm just going to do my best and say them how I say them. A lot of the pronunciations that I use are actually from the audiobooks, but not all of them. Some of them I definitely have my own way of saying them, so please forgive me if I end up pronouncing a word completely different from the way that you pronounce it. We are actually going to primarily be getting a lot of culture information about the Khagan and the entire southern continent and how their governing dynasty works in these 3 chapters. So prepare yourself for a bit of an info dump. The first thing that you need to know visually about the Khagan, because we are officially like in their, I guess you could use the word temple, but it's basically the castle, okay? It's where the Khaganate lives, and the Khaganate is their version of a king. And this place is very ornate. In their culture, everything is very much colorful. It is detailed. Everything is luxury. So he is scooching himself in his wheelchair to the throne room area, and obviously Nesryn is with him. And we do get a bit of Nesryn's thoughts in this moment and basically how she feels at home here in the southern continent, specifically in Antica, which is where the Khaganate and his family lives. I will remind you that her father is from the southern continent. He made sure to raise her so that not only did she have a full understanding of their culture, but also their traditions and even some lore. And in this moment, we find out that Nesryn actually, the second she's on the southern continent, she considers this place to be home. She's visited a couple times, although she has lived her entire life in Aderlin. So the fact that she's already so comfortable with this place that she's referring to as home goes to show how like deep rooted that culture is within her. So as Nesryn and Chaol are on their way, and this is like literally a chapter of all of Chaol and Nesryn's thoughts, like going to the throne room basically. Obviously, like a lot of stuff lies on how well this meeting goes. So they're really nervous to meet the Khaganate and his 6 heirs. More on them later. And just as a reminder, we have 2 main goals for being here in the southern continent. 1, Chaol is going to beg the Khaganate to help Aelin and Dorian win this war against Parrington. And 2, Chaol wants to see a healer from the Torre. So we finally get to this moment and we get there and we see the Khaganate. His wife, the Empress, is not there though. And instead of seeing 6 heirs, we only see 5. Chapter 2, and this one is a lot of info dumping. I did my best to organize it as much as possible because it's really all over the place. So we're going to start in Nesryn's POV because she's feeling conflicted. Obviously, she will fight to the death for Aderlin, but she also knows that the southern continent is her home. And through this inner conflict, she talks a lot about what she knows about the southern continent and Khaganate culture. So that is where we get a lot of our information about the Khaganate and how the whole Khagan dynasty works. So just a little info dumping for you about about the culture here in the southern continent. They recognize 36 different gods, and each god has multiple temples in their name, as well as previous cognates. So cognates are considered divine. They're not gods, though. Maybe they explain it further in the book, and I can dive deeper into it in a future episode for you guys. I don't want to fill in any blanks that Sarah J Maas has not filled in herself, but to my understanding, they're basically like the cognate is like that in between mortal human man and the 36 different gods that the southern continent recognizes. Like, there's even this little aside mention that the cognate doesn't even wear a crown because that associates him with like mortal kings, but he's greater than mortal kings. He's like a divine being, but he's not a god necessarily. So I'm not going to pretend like I fully understand that differentiation, but that is helpful for you to know. All that to say, the Khagans live in Antica, which is also referred to as the God City because that is where all the temples are. And obviously, the Khagan family. So she and Chaol are now in front of the cognate, and he sits on this really ornate gold throne in this throne room, and he has his 5 of his 6 heirs behind him. Nesryn grew up hearing so many stories from her dad, not only about the cognate, but about all of his children. So she literally, just looking at these 5 heirs, she can tell you which one is which is how we find out so much about them. But she, like Chaol, does also realize like there's only 5 there. So like there's definitely one missing, and it's the youngest daughter, Tumaloon. Also, we're about to find out where Tumaloon is in literally half a second, but this, I think, is a great example to call out. Whenever Sarah J Maas, she mentioned twice in 2 chapters that there are supposed to be 6 heirs, but only 5 are there. Like, if Sarah J Maas mentioned something more than once, you bet your butt it's going to be so important, so pay really close attention. So let's keep reading and see if we find out where Tumaloon is. So Nesryn is looking at all these heirs, identifying them based off looks alone, and we'll deep dive into each individual heir in just a second while they're standing there. And yes, they are just standing here in silence because Yrene is the cognate's name, so the current cognate. In their culture, he needs to have the first word. So they just have to stand there awkwardly in silence until Yrene addresses them. So they're all just standing there. And while they're standing there, Nesryn is looking around and she notices that there are white silks hanging everywhere. She noticed this in the city when they were walking up to the cognate's home, and she also was seeing them all over inside the palace as well. Traditionally, in the southern continent, whenever you see white silks, it means that the city is in mourning. So she realizes in this moment that the cognate and his family are mourning someone. She doesn't have time to think about this for long though, because the cognate finally speaks, and Yrene basically says that it is an honor to be seen by the hand of the king of a kingdom. He usually just gets ambassadors and representatives from kingdoms, but the hand of the king is actually like a pretty high up position to just come visit. And he also mentions how pleased he is to see that the captain of the guard of Dorian's kingdom is actually an Antican woman. He then just decides to jump right to business, and he's like, so you are here to ask me to join your war, aren't you? And Chaol's like, yeah, that's exactly why we're here. But not only that, we're hoping that this will just bring about a really great friendship between our 2 kingdoms, and yada yada yada. And he starts to, he's just flattering the cognate, okay, because he really needs help with this war, when he notices that 2 of the siblings make a face, okay? It's described as a wary look to each other. Nesryn knows these to be Sartok and Hasar. So this is the 2nd and 3rd oldest. Now I'm just going to take this time to work through all the siblings, although they're definitely like, you get to meet them scattered throughout Chaol and the cognate's conversation. But let's start with oldest to youngest. First of all, we have Argun. You'll learn very quickly that a lot of the cognate's children are warriors, but Argun is more of a scholar and a politician. Argun actually oversees all 36 of the cognate's advisors as well. He also has a reputation of being the prince of spies. So basically, if anything happens, Argun is the first to hear about it. Next up, we have Sartok. Sartok is a warrior, and he actually leads the aerial army for the cognate of Rux, or technically Rukin, or Ruckin. I need to really find the pronunciation of that, but they're called Rux for short, so I'll probably just call them Rux. I will say these are not giant ostriches like I originally imagined them when I first read the book. Here's some art of what these Rux are supposed to look like, but they basically fly these Rux around as part of their aerial army. So he is a commander. Next is Hussar. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of things I want to say about Hussar, but rest assured, we will learn a lot about her in later chapters from a POV that we have not yet explored. I might be mixing the order, but then there's Duva, okay? Duva, she recently was married and she is now pregnant. The fact that she is pregnant is crazy to Nesryn because of what it means to truly be one of the Khaganate's children. Then last but not least, we have Khagan. Khagan is also a warrior like Sartok, but less polished, less refined, and he's not like a commander. He's just one of the Ruck Riders. Then, of course, we have Tumaloon, and she is the youngest, but she is not here right now, and we are not quite sure why. Now, let's jump into Nesryn's mind, actually, for a little bit and talk about the fate of the Khaganates, because Nesryn knows all about this because of how she was raised, but basically, how the next Khaganate is decided is that the current Khaganate chooses from his children or her children. Khaganates can be male or female, and whether or not one of their heirs is male or female does not give them an advantage in becoming the next Khaganate. So how this works is that the Khaganate, through raising their children, they personally decide which of their children they feel should be the next Khaganate. The Khaganate then, whichever child they have chosen to become the next Khaganate, they write it on some piece of paper that is locked away somewhere, and then once the Khaganate dies and the next Khaganate is ready to take their place, they reveal who the Khaganate chose to be their heir. Now here's the issue. It's very political, it's also very tense, and very competitive. Historically, Khaganates always kill the other heirs after they become the Khaganate. So that's one reason why Nesryn really spends a lot of time expressing internally her shock to Duva being pregnant, basically saying why would Duva bring a baby into this world knowing that her and her baby would be killed by whoever becomes the next Khaganate, unless, of course, she's confident it would be her. But it seems, and it's not outright stated, but it seems in this moment that Nesryn is pretty convinced that the Khaganate is most likely going to be Argun, Hussar, or Sartok, because they're the three oldest, but they're also the three with the most power and influence. We'll also talk about their power and influence later. Oh my word, there's so much good stuff in Tower of Dawn. I know some people really like to hate it because they don't love Kale and they don't like Kale's storyline, but honestly, culture of the southern continent is just so interesting and I love reading about it. I could read a whole spin-off series just about the southern continent. All that to say, Nesryn is looking at all of the heirs and she's very much analyzing them and observing them, and she's also realizing that obviously Sartok and Hussar do have this relationship because they definitely keep looking at each other, and Eurus, the Khaganate, also keeps looking at Argus whenever Kale says something, almost as if he's fact-checking Kale with Argun. So let's jump to a scenario where that actually happens. Nesryn is realizing all these relationship dynamics when she accidentally makes some crazy eye contact with Sartok, who she does feel the need to let us know that Sartok is a looker, okay? He's a handsome fella. If that matters to you, now you know. But she snapped back to reality when she hears Kale mention that they brought gifts, okay? Sometime in the end of Queen of Shadows, when they were all together after they obliterated the glass castle and before everyone went their separate ways, apparently Dorian and Aelin got together to whip up a very impressive gift for the Khaganate so that Kale could present it when he went over there. And Dorian found that the royal coffers have actually been quite drained by his father. But luckily for them, Aelin still had absolute treasure troves full of basically blood jewels from her time as an assassin. Anywho, so Kale presents, I think it's 2 chests full. It's a very impressive treasure, but Kale informs them that it is a gift from both King Dorian and Queen Aelin Galathynius. All of the heirs seem startled by the mention of Aelin, except for, of course, Argun, who he has this moment with his father, the Khaganate, where they make some eye contact, and Chaol and Nesryn are like, haha, what's up? What's going on? Basically, the Khaganate turns to Chaol and Nesryn and informs him that Argun has a lot of spies in Ardalan who were very much able to inform them of who Celaena Sardothian was and how Celaena and Aelin are one and the same, and basically says, like, I'm assuming this gift you brought to us is blood jewels from her not so glamorous history, which embarrasses Chaol. And Chaol actually has this moment, and it's very telling, okay? I actually remember the first time I read this, I was like, oh, so we're back on this train again. Because if you remember in Queen of Shadows, Chaol and Celaena started it off like really, really fighting it out. Or Chaol and Aelin, my bad. Chaol and Aelin really started off Queen of Shadows on a rough foot. They were fighting each other all the time, and Chaol was so angry with her, right? And then towards the end of Queen of Shadows, he basically says, like, I'm happy for you. And clearly, like, this was meant to happen. You clearly are here to help, like, whatever. They're not, like, fully okay, but they definitely get to a good place, okay? In this moment, Chaol, internally, in his inner monologue, hates Aelin. And basically is like, if we don't get help from them, it's her fault. Crazy, okay? So that just goes to show the only big thing that has happened since then is Chaol's injury. Okay, so I think you can pick up what I'm putting down. Those events are very closely related, okay? Chaol was becoming okay with Aelin, and he was getting in a good place in his relationship with Aelin, or lack thereof of a relationship with Aelin. But then the second he became disabled and his spine broke and he became paralyzed from the waist down, he decided in that moment that everything is Aelin's fault again and he hates her again. Very interesting, okay? He even kind of briefly hints that, like, him being paralyzed is Aelin's fault. Actually, the Khaganate kind of mentions it, because he's like, hey, so what actually happened at the Glass Castle? Because obviously, like, we've heard a lot of things, but we'd love for you to confirm what did and did not happen that day, because obviously it looks kind of bad that Dorian killed his dad to take the throne. Like, that's usually kind of frowned upon when the prince kills the king so that he can become the king, okay? Like, historically, that's just not a very honorable and noble thing. So they tell Chaol, like, they're very interested in hearing what happened that day. And the Khaganate makes a comment, or maybe it's Argun. They find it very interesting that Aelin was able to protect the entire kingdom from the glass, but not Chaol. Which is crazy to me that Chaol actually hears that and has a moment of like, yeah, it is kind of Aelin's fault that I'm paralyzed, when he was actually hit by the king's magic. Like, the king was coming at him with his magic. He did not get paralyzed when the glass castle shattered. And technically, even if he did, Dorian shattered the glass castle, not Aelin. So I find it very interesting, okay, that Chaol is very determined to see Aelin as the enemy here, okay? So that just kind of sets the tone for Chaol's attitude. And I think the reason a lot of people really hate on this book, when Chaol was being a crybaby in Queen of Shadows, it was really annoying and it was really hard to get through. It's like that on steroids in this book, but I would encourage you to have patience and really put yourself in a situation where you can recognize that Chaol is in the wrong, okay? But you also have a bit of empathy, because we'll do a deep dive on Chaol, okay? I'm definitely not like pro Chaol by any means, but I'm not anti Chaol. Anyways, that's besides the point. The Khaganate then says that he's really interested and surprised that they want to present him with this really elaborate gift now when they need his help in the war. However, Duva got married like a year ago, and many kingdoms sent gifts as like engagement and wedding presents, but they got nothing from Adarlan. Obviously, that's the king of Adarlan's fault, because Dorian wasn't even king yet. Like, he was still a prince, but they definitely probably should have thought that through before coming. And Chaol is very embarrassed in that moment because he realizes how bad that looks. Then the Khaganate basically says he believes this war is a lost cause and they would do better to stay out of the war entirely. Because in all reality, Dorian is going to offer him many, many things. But there is nothing that Dorian can offer the Khaganate that he does not already have or that he couldn't easily take by force. But I'll think about helping you in the war. However, we will allow you to stay and see the healers at the Torre to be healed. He does say, however, only if the healers at the Torre agree to heal you, because as the Khaganate, although he is considered divine, he is not considered one of the 36 gods. Silba, however, is the goddess of healing, and all of the healers of the Torah are Silba's healers, so they can technically still refuse Chaol and refuse to help Chaol, and the Khaganate can't tell them to do otherwise. So he says, like, you can stay here while you undergo healing if they heal you, and in the meantime I will consider your proposition about helping you in the war. And Chaol asks why, like, why would you not want to help us in the war, but you're willing to take me in so that I can be healed, at what it seems like is no advantage to you. While he's asking that question, Nesryn is finally putting 2 and 2 together, and she realizes there is a missing heir. Only 5 of the 6 are there. There are white silks all over the Khaganate's home. Why else other than the fact that the entire Khagan family and the entire city of Antika are in mourning because of the death of an heir. So Nesryn and Chaol came begging for help in the war, begging for healing, begging for so many favors and huge favors, and didn't even acknowledge the fact that the youngest heir, Tumaloon, has died. Chaol and Nesryn immediately jump into apologizing, saying that they didn't know. They've been at sea for 3 weeks and they had not heard anything. They came immediately to the Khaganate, so they had no time to hear. And the Khaganate says, clearly you guys have been uninformed for the past 3 weeks because you don't seem aware of the fact that Duke Parrington has sent a whole legion of armed witches on wyverns to Aderlin, and they sacked the entire city, and your king fled like a coward in the night and left his city to burn. Obviously, this news is an insane shock to both Chaol and Nesryn, and as they're both like slipping into this state of shock, Sartok, the warrior of the older heirs, basically says, let's show them to their rooms and give them time to process this news, and we will see them for dinner. So he has maids and servants take them to their room. Chapter 3, Nesryn, in this moment, it's not that she has like a gut feeling that she knows her family is dead, but she's accepted the fact that her family is dead, and she's immediately going into shock. Chaol, however, he doesn't really have a family to worry about in Aderlin because his father is the Lord of Aniel. He is, however, very concerned about Dorian. He knows that it's not like Dorian to just run away like a coward and let Aderlin burn. So he knows there's something missing. There's information he does not have. But really, all he wants to know right now is whether or not Dorian is okay and whether or not he's safe, and where in the world is he if he's not in Aderlin? Nesryn goes off to her rooms without saying a word to Chaol. Chaol goes into his rooms and he needs to be assisted by a maid. Nesryn has been the one helping him kind of learn how to adapt with his newfound disability, and so this maid is like awkwardly, trying to help him get from like his wheelchair to the bath and stuff like that, and so he's a little humiliated by how awkward things are, and basically he's just dealing with shock, but he's also seething in anger. He then decides that he's going to use his time while he is here and while he's waiting for the Khaganate to make a decision to get as much information from Argun as he possibly can, because Argun is the Prince of Spies, okay? So if anyone's going to know Prince Dorian's whereabouts, or maybe some of the other rumors, other than the fact that he ran away as a coward, that might indicate where Dorian went and why he left. Then someone knocks on Chaol's door, and when he goes to answer, it is Caution. Now, I'll remind you, Caution is the now youngest of the heirs now that Tumaloon has passed, and he comes to tell Chaol that he and Nesryn have been invited to join the Khaganate for dinner tonight, but also every single night while they are there. But then Caution also warns Chaol that he firmly believes that there is a spy that has infiltrated the Khagan family, someone who wishes ill on King Dorian and Queen Aelin and doesn't want them to get the support of the Khaganate. But his main reason for thinking this is because of the Death of Tumaloon. Everyone was told that Tumaloon jumped from her balcony of her own will to end her life. However, Khagan was very close to Tumaloon, and he believes that it was foul play and that Tumaloon was actually pushed. And he believes that whoever this spy is the reason that Tumaloon is now dead. Khagan also reveals that he wants to join Chaol and he wants to fight with King Dorian and Queen Aelin. However, that ultimately is in the hands of the Khaganate. However, the Khaganate does listen to his 3 oldest children. Remember how I said earlier they definitely have the most power and they're most likely going to be the Khaganate in the future, one of those 3. So he tells Chaol, your best bet is to befriend and convince Argun, Hussar, or Sartok to join this war. Chaol thanks him for his advice and Khagan leaves. And while Chaol is getting ready for dinner that night, he's an angry man. He's an angry man. We really get to see how bitter and angry he is in this moment. Not only does he hate his disability because he feels like it's stripped his identity as a warrior, but he also hates how far he is from Dorian and how he doesn't know where he is or how he can help him. And then on top of that, he hates that a war is in full effect and he is here in the southern continent playing politics. Chaol has never been one to play politics, although he has always been surrounded by it as captain of the guard. He's never had to actually be a politician, and he realizes now that he really has no choice. Tower of Dawn Chapter 4 with a brand new POV of Yrene Towers. And I know a lot of people like to call her Yrene, but I'm telling you right now, if it was supposed to be Yrene, it would be spelled with an I. It is not. It is Yrene Towers. If y'all want to fight me on that, too bad. We learn very quickly that she is a healer in the Torre, and she's actually one of the best. And she is currently learning under Hafitsia. Hafitsia is the healer on high. So basically she is like the Dumbledore of the Torre. We learned that Yrene came here 2 years ago, and I'll tell you right now, you might already know exactly who Yrene is because I'll give you a hint. You've actually seen Yrene before and heard her name before, but I will wait to dramatically reveal that to you when Yrene decides to dramatically reveal to you her identity. So she is assisting Hafitsia in some things when she decides to confront Yrene and basically says, hey, there are some rumors going around that you plan to leave the Torre. Turns out Yrene loves the Torre. She's actually learned a ton here, and like I said, she is one of the best. So she learned a crazy ton over 2 years, and she came to the Torre during the hardest and lowest part of her life, and she came offering every single penny and piece of gold and every piece of jewelry that she had on hand. We'll talk about where she got that stuff in just a moment. And she presents everything that she had, and they said that they would train her without taking any sort of payment. Now, this is not because she's special. None of the healers had to pay in order to get their education. They just had to be gifted by Silba. And so the whole thing there, the Torre believes that if Silba gifts you with the power of healing, we have no right to tell you whether or not you should learn. Silba has already decided that you need to learn the art of healing. So that is why she didn't pay. But all that to say, she was going through the hardest point in her life working as a barmaid in a tavern for a very horrible, slimy, crusty man. And then she was able to make her way to the southern continent. If any of this is ringing bells, let me know. But she made her way over to the Torre, and now it's become a safe haven and a home for her. However, she does plan to leave because a war is brewing in the northern continent, and she knows that she can use her ability to help people. This is crazy coming from her because we learned very quickly that she did not have a pleasant life in the northern continent. So it's like, why would you go back and serve a country that never served you? And even went as far as the king of Adarlan was actively killing people who had magical powers, and healers were considered. So a lot of healers were unalived by the king of Adarlan and his men. We learned that Yrene's mother was killed by the king of Adarlan and his men. So she quite literally owes the northern continent nothing, but something that has really been, I guess, convicting her and giving her guilt is the fact that because of that, there will be no healers during this war. All of the healers were either killed or they pretended not to be healers and they hid their healing abilities, and so none of them have actually been trained and most likely do not know how to use their healing magic. So that is why Yrene wants to go and fight in the northern continent. Very admirable, very noble. I love Yrene. She is one of my favorite characters. and I hope you fall in love with her as much as I do. Hafizia tries to reason with her, but Yrene is not being swayed, and Hafizia even goes as far as to bring up Prince Khagan. Apparently, Prince Khagan has the hots for our girl Yrene over here. There's like this funny backstory where one of his servants was injured and Yrene, well, injured or sick, it goes either way, but she was healing one of his servants basically, and he fell in love with her instantly, and he was crazy about her, and she very much friend-zoned him off the bat. She's not interested. I guess I should have started there. This is an unrequited love, okay? Khagan is crazy about Yrene, but Yrene is just like, no thank you, I'm good. But they developed this kind of friendship, and through that she met Hasar, and Hasar and her very quickly became very close friends. So there's this funny joke about them being like this really odd friend group where it's literally just Yrene, Hasar, Khagan, and Reyna. We haven't met Reyna yet, and honestly, we don't learn that much about Reyna, but Reyna is Hasar's girlfriend. So the four of them hang out often, and honestly, once you guys get to know Hasar more, it's kind of funny that she didn't bring up Hasar, because Hasar would definitely take more of an offense to Yrene leaving than Khagan would. But Hafizia decides to use Khagan here. However, when that bargaining chip does not work, Hafizia then says, okay, you can leave. That's fine. I won't stop you. However, there is one more person I need you to heal before you go. And Yrene's like, okay, that's fine. Let me know who it is. Because you'll learn later in the book that sometimes it's literally just like one house visit and the person's fine. Sometimes it's a couple and then they're fine, but like for the most part, unless it's like a crazy serious injury, it's just a couple visits and they're good to go. However, Hafizia tells her that there is a guest of the Khagan, and Yrene just needs to heal that guest and then she can go. It's a healthy young man who's been paralyzed from the waist down, and it will be a very complicated and gruesome healing process. Now, Yrene was asked to do this for a couple reasons, but the reason that Hafizia is sharing with her is that Yrene has actually healed someone in the past. It wasn't as serious as what Chaol has, because keep in mind, there's like a magical element to what happened to Chaol, because his spine was shattered by the King of Adarlan's magic. And the man that she healed, I think he was like a ruck rider who fell off his ruck, or a warrior who fell off his horse. I don't remember exactly, but like there was another guy who fell off of a creature and broke his spine, and Yrene was able to heal him. It's not really that important, but it goes to show why like Yrene is being selected for this. And Yrene's, like she has this moment of being like, of course, it's a very complicated thing, so it's probably going to prolong me going, but Hafizia reminds her that wars don't happen overnight and wars happen over a long period of time, so she has the time to heal this guest. And Yrene starts asking more questions when Hafizia name drops that the guest is none other than Chaol Westfall. Obviously, I think you were able to pick up that that's who we were talking about. However, Yrene instantly says no hesitation. She knows exactly who Chaol Westfall is, because he was the captain of the guard to the King of Adarlan, and the captain of the guard oversaw all the soldiers who were responsible for killing her mother. Then on top of that, the King of Adarlan had her entire town that she grew up in, called Fenharrow, wiped from the map. Now, here's the crazy thing, and Hafizia does tell her, like, well, now his son is king, maybe his son is different, and she's like, I doubt it, I don't know. He at least, like, he stood by while his father did all those things, but I will remind you, like, a little detail here that's not brought up in the book. Dorian fell in love with Sorsha, who was a non-magical healer, right? Sorsha was from Fenharrow. Okay, so in my brain, I like to think that these girls were like childhood best friends because they're about the same age, but that's not what I'm drawing attention to. I'm drawing attention to the fact that Dorian put Fenharrow back on the map because of Sorsha. So I think this is kind of Sarah J Maas alluding to the fact that, yes, Dorian is going to repeatedly break down every misconception about who he is going to be because of who his father was. And this is just one of those moments. Like, Dorian put a town back on the map against his father's wishes when his father was still king. But Dorian's rebellion against his father was always so subtle, and it was always these less flashy things. So naturally, these people from all over the globe are not going to know that Dorian was rebelling against his father, but we, as the readers in Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight, got to see all the ways that Dorian was constantly pushing up against his father's rule. So I just think that says a lot of amazing things about Dorian, and it also just goes to show like how Sarah J Maas can really like create a world. Like she doesn't have to spell out everything for the reader. There's so much subplots and undertones, and okay, sorry. I could geek out about that. This is what I mean when I say Sarah J Maas is a very artistic writer in the way that she has literally created worlds. She's not just writing one plot, she's writing an entire world. Yrene says no, she's very adamant not to treat Chaol because whether or not he was like directly or indirectly involved in her mother's death, he was very complacent and he did in some way or another play a part in it to her knowledge. So Hafizia takes a minute to remind her about the oath she took as a healer. Now, if you know anything about I think there's a more official name for it, but it's like the do no harm vow that all like doctors and surgeons and nurses have to take. It's basically the concept of no matter who is on the table or who is in the bed or who is in the hospital, whatever, no matter who you're treating, no matter how you feel about them, or even no matter how horrible they are, you have to treat them and do good and do no harm. So when she became one of Silba's healers at the Torre, she also did have to make a vow of do no harm. It's funny that Hafizia feels the need to say this, but also not funny because it goes to show like Yrene, who is such a sweet and tender and kind person, like it's going to highlight how much she hates Chaol Westfall. And that's going to be very important, as you can guess, for the entire theme of this book. Anyways, so Yrene is angry and conflicted when Hafizia feels to just throw another nail into the coffin. Is that the saying? I don't, that didn't sound right. But I think you get the idea. She decides to throw another little tidbit of information in there to help with Yrene's inability to make a decision right now, and basically says like, I actually was planning on making you the heir, my heir. But if you're leaving, I can't make you the heir. I mean, technically you could come back, and that is kind of like briefly discussed. But she's like, I was going to make you the heir to be the next healer on high and like take my place. That's crazy. So I think that serves a couple things. One, it goes to show Hafizia and Yrene's relationship, but then on top of that, it goes to show us how good at her job Yrene actually is. But then if you have not yet guessed who Yrene is, there's this moment where Yrene's attention is drawn to this little brooch in her pocket, and in this brooch she keeps a note that was written to her long, long ago. It says, "For wherever you need to go and then some, the world needs more healers." And you have heard that before in Assassin's Blade. If you remember the short story, The Assassin and the Healer, Selena, on her way to the desert in the Silent Assassin's Keep, she stays in a tavern and she runs into a barmaid who is almost attacked, and Selena saves her life. She then proceeds to teach her self-defense and hear this girl's story. And this girl's story is that she is from Fenharo, and all she wants to do is go to the southern continent and become a healer and learn the art of Silba's healing. And Aelin leaves her a bunch of gold and jewelry and this brooch and this note so that Yrene can go to the southern continent and learn healing magic at the Torre. So, guys, this is so crazy, and I don't want to get emotional about this, although I definitely kind of am. We get to see Selena in that moment was so devastated, and she was so angry, and she was in such a low place, but she felt that tug, right? She has the string on a tapestry tug feeling that she always gets, and it said that she needed to, like, be there for Yrene. She saves Yrene's life. In a whole nother way, saves Yrene's life again by giving her the life that she's always wanted. And this is also us getting confirmation that not only did Yrene get to the southern continent and get to the Torre, but she received the training and became the best. If that isn't a full circle moment, I don't know what is. Only after remembering Selena and what Selena told her, she decides that she will at least see Chaol for an evaluation. And as she's leaving Hafizia's office, Hafizia then gives her one final warning and says, I just wanted to let you know that Chaol's injury is not just a physical wound, it is a soul wound. Very interesting statement, especially coming from Hafizia, who has not actually seen Chaol, but she just knows. And that's very interesting, and I guess we'll learn later what it means to have a soul wound. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 5 in Chaol's POV, because he has a meeting later today with a healer. It is his official evaluation. But of course, you're probably like, wait, I thought the last time we saw Chaol, he was about to go to a dinner. Yes, we don't actually get to see the dinner, but he does kind of talk about it briefly. What we do know is that Argoon was asking lots of questions about the King of Adarlan's actions. And remember, Chaol hates playing politics, but he unfortunately has to have all these like politically correct answers where he is talking about the atrocities that the King of Adarlan committed, but he wants to give off the fact that Dorian's not like that, and Dorian knows those things were wrong and he wouldn't do them, but he also can't really talk smack about his kingdom and its history either, because he's supposed to be encouraging these people to want to ally with them in a war. So it's kind of like this weird like dancing around the topic thing that he has to do. And then of course, because of Caution's warning, Chaol is looking around at all the 36 advisors. Okay, so this is a big dinner. Okay, so we have the whole Khaganate family as well as all 36 advisors. And sure enough, he's looking for those Blackstone rings after Caution's warning that he thinks there might be a spy of Erewhon's in the southern continent, but he doesn't see anything. What he does see, however, is Nesryn being present in body only. She is still kind of in shock by the time this dinner rolls around. She's not really talking, she's not really making eye contact with anyone, and she's hardly eating anything. And I'll remind you, she still has no news about her family, so this is all pretty understandable. After all bajillion courses, and that's something that like repeatedly comes up every single time we're at one of these dinners, and mind you, there are a lot of these dinners, okay? So prepare yourself. There's multiple courses, and these dinners, like, they always last hours. So they finally finish like whatever number dessert they were on, and they can all be dismissed. And Chaol is like wheelchairing Nesryn back to her room, and he just asks her like, hey, do you want some company? Like, he's just looking out for her, and then she slams the door in his face without saying a word. So that kind of goes to show where they are at romantically. And now they're standing in a room together waiting for the healer, and the healer's actually late, and Nesryn is very mad about that. She goes on this rant about like every day we're here is a day we're not helping, and like I get where she's coming from because she really wants to see her family. However, Chaol has no control over the fact that he's now disabled, and so like that kind of gives him guilt that the only reason they're there right now is because of him. So it's this whole thing. Thankfully, Yrene shows up because it was not a very pleasant conversation between Chaol and Nesryn, and Chaol immediately clocks the fact that not only is she the most beautiful woman that he's most likely ever seen, but she hates him. Like, he can just tell off the bat. He's like, she walks into the room, they make eye contact, and he's like, wow, she's beautiful. But for some reason, she hates my guts. He's trying to be pleasant because he wants things to get off to a good foot. If you think about it, like, his health and future is entirely in this girl's hands, and she hates his guts, and he's like, oh, okay, let's try to get you to like me. So he's trying to be pleasant. He picks up on her Fenharo accent, well, lack thereof of an accent to him, and then he kind of like, through looking at her and hearing how she talks and knowing that she's a healer, he's like, oh, you were from Fenharo, and she just gives him like a nasty stank eye for even bringing it up. But anyways, they're continuing with this kind of like a interview part of the evaluation. Like, you know, when you go to a doctor, they're going to ask you a bunch of questions about your health. It's basically one of those. And then they move on to the physical part of the examination. Then Hasar bursts into the room. Okay, wild. It's a really short interaction, but basically I think it's really just for the sole purpose of Chaol and Nesryn being aware of the dynamic between Yrene and Hasar, and then something to really just emphasize the fact that the Khaganate family really doesn't rule over the Silba healers. Like, they're kind of their own entity. Yrene basically kicks her out of the room. This is kind of like a shock to Chaol because, like, he knew, of course, that like the healers are not subject to the Khaganate family, really, but it was just weird to see someone standing up to the Princess Hasar like that. Yeah, we'll learn more about their friendship later, but that really just serves the purpose for Chaol to be aware of their friendship, and then also just to kind of give away the dynamic of what it looks like. Another tiny note here is that while they're doing the physical part of this examination, Yrene is like using her magic to kind of like scan the area, if you will, like basically a little magic MRI with her brain. But Chaol has this little moment where he realizes that she's using her magic to scan the area, and he used to be terrified of magic. Like, there was a time where the love of his life and his best friend both came out to be magical beings, and he was so terrified of them, and he didn't know what to do, and he didn't know how to function, and he was just afraid. And now his hands is in the life of magic, and he's almost kind of relieved that this girl has magic. So there's that little moment there. So although Chaol has a long way to go and he's got a lot of issues, that is at least a semblance of growth, I think, for Chaol. And I think sometimes we like to overlook these little moments of growth because we're just so mad at him for being where he is now. I think that is something really noteworthy. Nesryn then shares with Yrene, and it's really the first time we hear about it. It was kind of hinted at in Queen of Shadows, but not really confirmed. But Chaol's initial injury was actually at his neck, and he was paralyzed from the neck down. However, Rowan, with the little bit of healing magic that he has, was able to heal the top part of his spine. However, the worst blow was to his lower back, which is why he's paralyzed from the waist down. So they're gathering all this information. She's looking at the injury and then basically just says like, okay, I need to speak to the healer on high, Hafizia, and you'll hear back from me soon. And once she leaves, Chaol kind of puts two and two and two and two together, and he basically realizes like, okay, she is from Fenharrow. She is a healer. I know what happened to the healers and what happened to Fenharrow. She's not coming back. Like, he knows in that moment he's not going to get healed. Tower of Dawn, chapter 6. This is going to be in Yrene's POV after she leaves Chaol's rooms. She is mortified by how bad her bedside manner was. She's usually praised for being really kind and very sweet to all the people she's treating, but she just could not find it in herself to be nice to Chaol because she just genuinely does not understand how she can treat him. Like, she knows she can. Like, after looking at his injury, she's like, all right, like, it's gonna be hard, it's not gonna be easy, but I can definitely treat him. However, do I actually want to? Like, do I actually have the heart to do this? So she goes all the way back to the Torre to meet with Hafizia to kind of talk about everything that she learned and how she feels about treating Chaol. And while she's waiting in Hafizia's office, she makes this tiny little side comment to the reader, and it's such a small thing. It's literally like 2 sentences, but I really want you to like put a pin in this information, okay? And then we're gonna not revisit this for a hot minute, but I'm just begging you to remember it. She basically says that there are owls all over Hafizia's office because the owl, the bird owl, is a symbol of Silba. It's Silba's symbol. Wow, say that 5 times fast. It's Silba's symbol. Anywho, so she goes and she tells Hafizia exactly that. She's like, I can treat it, technically, but can I actually treat Chaol himself? Hafizia then mentioned, she's like, well, did you notice that the captain of the guard is not only a woman, she's from the southern continent, so she's a woman and a foreigner. Do you really think that Dorian would let that happen if Dorian wasn't a different kind of king? And it's not enough to change Yrene's mind entirely because she also is like, well, Dorian's not Chaol and Chaol's not Dorian, but Chaol is the hand of the king to Dorian and Dorian's a different person. Like maybe there's something I'm not thinking about here, or maybe Chaol didn't play as big of a part as I thought. So although she still hates his guts, and she's still very wary about doing this, and still looking at him reminds her of her mother's brutal murder, she does decide, however, that she's going to at least try. Now let's jump to Chaol and Nesryn's POV, because Chaol is begging her to see her aunt and uncle. She has been, here's the thing, I say she's being insufferable. She has every right to be, okay? She doesn't know if her family is dead or alive. So she has every right to be as on edge as she is. I'm not saying that to say that she's being a horrible person. But Chaol is just like, okay, every time we talk to each other, we fight, and it's because you're on edge and you want to know how your family's doing. So just go visit your family. Like, you have an aunt and uncle in town. We've been here like over 24 hours at this point, or 48 hours, whatever. He's like, you need to go see your family. So Nesryn doesn't like the idea of leaving his side, but she's like, okay, fine, I'll go. So Nesryn leaves, and before she does, she promises Chaol that she will be back by dinner time. You'd be surprised how important that is later. So she's making her way to the front gates when she runs into the handsome heir, or one of the potential heirs, Sartok. Sartok offers to walk her all the way to the gates because I guess it's a long path. And she cannot resist this man. And she's like, okay, fine, I guess you can walk me to the gate. So while they're walking together to this gate, he asks about how the evaluation went, and Nesryn says, great, yeah, he's being seen by a healer named Yrene. Have you heard of her? And Sartok just lets out this laugh, and he's like, yeah, not only do we call her the Golden Lady, but my little brother Khagan, he's very much in love with Yrene. And he also tells her that Yrene is the best one for the job. Also reiterates the story to her that we've already heard, that Yrene has healed someone who's been paralyzed before due to an injury. So he's like, yeah, she's your best bet. She's one of the best ones in the Torre. Nesryn then changes topics and she asks him what it's like to be a ruck rider. A lot of the cool, fun stories and tales that her father growing up had to do with rucks and ruck riders, and who better to hear these stories from than the mouth of one of the most famous modern day ruck riders. So she's asking him lots of questions, and they finally get to the gate, and he just tells her, he's like, hey, if you're ever interested, I would love to take you on a ride on my ruck. And she basically is just like, okay, yeah, I'll have to take you up on that. So then they go their separate ways. Tower of Dawn to chapter 7. This is going to be in Chaol's POV just moment after he sent Nesryn to visit her family. He calls for his servant that was assigned to him, basically. Her name is Kaja, or at least I think that's how you say it. He summons Kaja and basically asks her to do him 2 favors, okay? 1, go to the docks and bring back any information you can find out about the attacks on Aderlin. And 2, Sarah J Maas actually doesn't tell us what the second one is until much later, so we're actually just going to move on. After Chaol sends off Kaja and Nesryn is well on her way, he starts heading to Argun's chambers, because if anyone's going to know anything about what happened in Aderlin, it is going to be Argun. So he gets to Argun's chambers, and I'll just tell you right now, instead of like really relaying this to you, Argun is a total narcissist. Like, I am self-diagnosing Argun as a narcissist because it's so sick. Like, he loves the fact that Chaol is in a wheelchair, and he loves the fact that Chaol is so insecure about his newfound disability, and like he's constantly rubbing that in his face and dangling his power in front of him to be like having extra good posture and walking circles around him and encouraging his servants to like push his wheelchair out of the room. Like, it's this whole thing, and it's so slimy crusty, and I hate it. Chaol decides to put aside his pride and basically say, hi, please just tell me what you know about what's happening in Aderlin. And Argun's like, sorry, can't do that. Also, I feel like being seen with you sends a message that I don't care to send. So, never come seek me out again, and has him removed from his chambers. Flash forward to later that night at dinner, Nesryn is still not there. So Chaol's like, okay, she said she'd be back by dinner. Maybe she's running a little bit late, whatever. I'm not going to freak out too much yet. However, he is very much going to be on edge for the entirety of dinner. Kaja also returned from the docks right before Chaol went off to dinner with no more information than he's already gotten. So he's also very on edge because of that as well. He doesn't know why Nesryn's running late, and he has no idea where his king is. On his way to dinner, Chaol starts realizing that it's kind of dumb to send off Nesryn alone. If there is a spy like Khagan is suggesting there is, then there's already kind of a target on his back and her back. So he's like, great, I just sent her into a foreign city unattended. And it's not a foreign city to her, but it is to him. And also, they're technically foreigners there because they represent the King of Aderlin. So even though Nesryn is from the southern continent, the fact that she is the captain of the guard to the King of Aderlin puts her a little bit at risk. So they're halfway through the meal when someone walks in, and he gets really excited thinking it's Nesryn finally showing up, but it's actually Yrene. So he sees Khagan light up immediately when Yrene comes in, and Yrene totally ignores Khagan and actually goes to sit with Hussar. Because of Yrene's arrival, topics then turn to healing and what that's like, and Chaol really doesn't like talking about his injuries, because keep in mind, like, he's still very insecure. He's very much like lost his identity, and this family just is very casually discussing it. And he's also in this really weird position where he's supposed to be representing Dorian here, and when they talk about his injury, he feels kind of weak. So he's like, I need to be presenting myself as a potential strong and powerful ally, but instead they're just seeing me as like this weak guy in a wheelchair. So I don't like that. But unfortunately, the Khagan family talks about whatever they want, so he has to just sit back and take it and let them talk about it like he's not there. There's also this really weird, awkward, kind of funny and cringy moment where Caution starts to get really possessive of Yrene, and he starts just like randomly dropping all the information he knows about Yrene to Kale, like in front of everyone, in a way that Kale is like, okay, he's trying to communicate to me. He knows a lot about Yrene. He has a friendship and your relationship with Yrene, and he's like, okay, dude, like I'm picking up what you're putting down, like don't worry about it. Like it's just kind of this weird thing where like Caution's being like really possessive of Yrene, but Kale already picked up very quickly that Yrene is not giving any of it back to Caution. Like if anything, she's like pretending like he doesn't exist right now. So he definitely finds the dynamic interesting, to say the least. Kale then just decides to take the opportunity of Caution talking to him directly to ask what it's like being a part of the terrestrial armies for the southern continent, and Caution starts talking about things openly when Argun like cuts off the conversation because he's like, hey, so we're not actually allies yet, so maybe we shouldn't be giving them information, insider information, if you will, about our armies. Another side note of like something that Kale mentally takes note of, which might be helpful for you to take note of too, just because we talk about how all of them are possibly going to become heirs. In this moment, we rule out Caution as a consideration for heir, mostly because Kale notices that certain potential heirs do demand respect even from their own sibling, and unfortunately, Caution just seems to be one of the ones that's taken for granted, okay? He's just there. He's just vibing. He's just living his life. He is chasing after Yrene, he's riding horses and training to be a soldier, and that's it. Like, that's his job. This Ken's job is obsessing over Yrene and riding horses, okay? And he's fine with that. But Kale notices that. So if this is like for you, your first time reading, and you kind of want to pick up on who you think the heir is going to be, this is just like Sarah J Maas's way of giving you one less person to have to consider. Caution is out. So after Argun shuts down that conversation, they start talking about other things that have nothing to do with Kale, and the lack of conversation makes him start worrying about Nesryn again. Now remember what I said earlier about these dinners taking hours. They're officially coming on the dessert course, and Nesryn is still not back, so he's starting to really get nervous. Now, something that Sarah J Maas doesn't explain how this happens exactly, but we just know that it does happen. Yrene and Kale have like this really intense conversation, a very detailed conversation, if you will, just using their eyes. They don't talk at all, but somehow they both communicate this to each other perfectly. But Yrene picks up on the fact that Kale is nervous that Nesryn is gone and not back, and Yrene, with her eyes, maybe they're blinking in Morse code, I don't know, but she communicates to Kale, hey, don't let them know how anxious you are about Nesryn not being here, because that will be used against you. So he's trying to act super chill and not like he's terrified. After dinner, he ends up going back to his room and waiting up. It is 1 a.m. when Nesryn gets back. And off the bat, he is so mad at her. He's like, you have no idea how worried I was. And she's like, hey, I'm sorry. Like, I was having a great time with my family and they invited me to stay for dinner. And I would have sent you a note, but I just lost track of time. And he's like so mad at her. And she's like, well, my family's alive, if you care. Since you're so determined to be mad at me right now, my father sent my uncle a letter and he said they're fine. They got out and they're in hiding, but they're fine. They survived. And he's happy for her, but she's annoyed with him for being annoyed at her. So she just slams the door again and goes back into her room. Lots of door slamming going on between these two, okay? They're not doing great romantically. Tower of Dawn, chapter 8, and this is in Yrene's POV as she's going into her first real appointment with Kale. So before it was more like an evaluation, kind of like feeling out the scenario. Now they're officially starting off the actual like healing part of the process. So she is walking to Kale and she's making a point to be on time this time because she feels horrible that she was late the first time because she was really conflicted, and now she's like, okay, I can't afford to be late. So she's on her way. I will warn you, however, that she is exhausted because she stayed out late with Hussar last night. Remember they had a dinner the night before and she's good friends with Hussar, and I guess she hung out with Hussar. There's this whole thing about like Hussar offered for her to just spend the night at the castle because she was just going to see Kale the next morning anyways, but she said no. She's has this conflict where she does not like to accept the generosity of Hussar. They have a very interesting dynamic, and I think this is where we first start to see that play out. Not even just like the fact that Yrene isn't exactly subject to Hussar as a princess like most civilians would be, but something about their friendship dynamic just feels off. And this is another sign of that. I think it's also briefly mentioned here that Hussar often tries to buy Yrene nice things, like nice dresses and stuff, because Yrene only owns 3 dresses. And she literally just like wears them on a loop, and she's fine with that. We love a minimalist. But Hussar is always trying to buy her these really nice fancy dresses, and Yrene doesn't want to take them. And the way it is written in this book seems like Yrene just doesn't want to be indebted to Hussar, and I think that's actually really smart, because remember, Hafizia was trying to use caution as a reason to keep Yrene here, and Yrene was shocked that she didn't try to use Hussar against her, because in all reality, like, if Hussar had been buying all those nice things for Yrene, I wouldn't put it past Hussar to guilt trip Yrene into staying because she's given her so many things, and why would she abandon her? Okay, that's kind of the person Hussar is. We haven't deep dived into Hussar's personality yet. I definitely have hinted at it here and there, but if you were reading the book word for word and not just watching these, or if you've read the books, you know Hussar has a very entitled personality, kind of what you would expect from a spoiled rotten princess who actually has a shot at being the next heir. Like, she just feels really entitled, and frankly and unfortunately she feels entitled to Yrene, and Yrene can sense that, and she can enjoy her friendship with Hussar, but she is not going to bend over backwards to give Hussar reasons to feel entitled to her. That was a really long explanation for the tiniest detail that Hussar invited her to stay over. Yrene said no. Hussar offers to buy her more dresses. Yrene says no. Another thing that Yrene is conflicted about on this walk is actually caution related. She feels kind of bad for the night before, like totally just like pretending he didn't exist, but at the same time, she knows that she needs to make it so clear that she is not seeking out a relationship with him. But then she's also conflicted because he was really close with Tumaloon, and he is mourning Tumaloon, and she knows that he is not that close with his other siblings. So she's like, I know that I'm the only person who can really like comfort him right now, but also like if I comfort him while he's in mourning, he's gonna take that as like encouragement. So that's more of a caution problem than a Yrene problem, if we're being so for real. If you cannot handle a girl being nice to you without assuming that she wants to marry you, that's a personal problem. Oh, my puppy fell asleep. She's so cute. Anyways, so she's been thinking about all these things on her way to Chaol's chambers. So Yrene is setting up all of her stuff for this appointment, and she notices that Nesryn has returned, and she can also sense that there's some crazy tension between Nesryn and Chaol, and she's like, that seems like a touchy subject, so I will not be, giving them a reason to make that tension come up in this appointment. This is also when she tells them, because she hasn't told them this yet, she just says, okay, I will heal you. Like, I'm gonna do my best. No promises, but I'll do my best. So Nesryn and Chaol are very, very relieved to hear this, because remember, Chaol knew that Yrene hated him, so he kind of assumed that she was not going to actually heal him. So they're both relieved by this, and then Yrene basically tells Nesryn, like, hey, this is gonna be a really long appointment, so if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time to do it. And Nesryn makes some snarky comment. Okay, this actually really bothers me. Nesryn makes some snarky comment about how, like, Yrene's gonna need someone to basically move Chaol around. That's a wild thing to say, knowing how Chaol is so insecure about being dependent on the people around him. And also, just, like, the language she uses is so insensitive to Chaol's situation. Like, basically referring to him as some rag doll that needs someone to help him, like, move his limbs. And Yrene corrects her language. That's what I love. And then also says, like, and I think Chaol is more capable than you're giving him credit for. Chaol is appreciative of Yrene stepping in, but he's still really embarrassed by what Nesryn had said. And Nesryn also realizes in this moment that, like, she let her anger get the better of her, and she should not have said that. And she's like, you know what? Actually, there are some things that I could definitely be doing today, so I'll leave you to it. And Nesryn excuses herself. Yrene also takes this moment, and remember they had like that lovely, in-depth, super detailed conversation just with their eyes over dinner. I guess it's like a continuation of that conversation, but now they're actually in person and alone, so she's speaking to him this time. But she just informs him, like, hey, this is not a place where you're gonna be safe a lot to just speak your mind and expose your weaknesses. Basically, she says, like, not only were you smart to not indicate that Nesryn is super valuable to you at the dinner table, but you also need to be careful of Kaja. So remember, Kaja is the servant that's been assigned to Chaol to take care of him while he's a guest at the Khaganate home. And basically, Yrene reveals that all of the servants, like without a doubt, all of the servants have been paid off by one of the potential heirs, and they basically use them as spies. So literally all of the servants are paid off. It's just a matter of who is paying off who. Chaol then asks a little bit more about these servants. He's basically trying to feel out, like, are they more like slaves or are they actually like compensated workers? And Yrene actually reveals that being a servant is actually like a desirable position and a competitive position. They are paid well, they're treated very well, and they have rights. So they're by no means anything close to a slave. It's just like a job. And if anything, it's actually a very desirable job that a lot of people really want, to the point where it's almost kind of like a royal family line in the way that, like, you kind of have to be born into it, because it's really hard to just become a servant. Like, you have to be born into it for the most part. There are ways, but like it's a little different than how you would typically see servants depicted in other books. She then takes this as an opening to ask him about these slave camps in Aderlin and Aderlin's history with slaves, and he immediately shuts her down, basically saying that he's never owned one and he never will own one. And the first thing that Dorian did when he became king was he basically banned slavery, and he shut down all the slave camps and let all those slaves free. Yrene is immediately shocked by this, and she's like, oh, like, maybe my presuppositions are wrong here, like, maybe Dorian is different. But then she realizes, like, okay, so if Dorian's so different, then how did you serve both Dorian and his dad with a clear conscience? Like, you're just playing both sides, so, like, how can we know who you are truly at your core? Then Chaol responds, there are choices in my past that I have come to regret, but I can only move on and attempt to fix them. Fight to make sure they do not occur again, which I cannot do while in this chair. Yrene immediately is like, just because you're paralyzed doesn't mean you can't help make the world a better place. It's just gonna look different than what you originally wanted it to look like. Like, maybe you're not gonna do it as a warrior, maybe you're just gonna do it as the hand to the king. This is too touchy of a topic for Chaol, and he really doesn't want to talk about it. He's in this point now where he doesn't want to look on his disability in a positive light. He just wants to be angry. And I do think, like, you know, there's stages to mourning, and I do think he is, like, mourning the future he saw for himself. This is why, like, I do sympathize with Chaol to an extent, is because in these moments, I think people want to get mad at him for being mad, but in all reality, like, everything he thought he was going to have and everything he's ever wanted has been ripped away from him, and something that he thought he was never going to lose, which is just his sense of identity, has now been stripped from him. Anyone who's gone through something that traumatic has a right to go through a mourning phase of anger. Now, it's not okay when the anger starts lashing out and hurting other people, but it's okay for him to be upset and just not want to see it in a positive light right now. Like, he just wants to be upset, and that's okay. She also sees this, and she's a healer, and she has healed more than just physical, okay? She knows, like we said earlier, soul wound on top of physical wound for Chaol and his injury here. So she's like, you know what? You're right. Why don't you just lay down on the couch and we can get started? So she is letting Chaol do it on his own because he wants to. So she is waiting for him. And as he is getting from his wheelchair to the couch, he asks her about caution. And now what she says here is wild, but honestly, like, so true. Like, it's one of those things where, like, no one wants to say it out loud, but everyone is thinking it. He basically says, like, so why aren't you giving Caution a chance? Because he could tell from the dinner, like, she clearly is not even considering it. And she basically just says, like, why would I subject myself to falling in love and marrying someone and potentially having children with someone who is destined to die? This is her basically just outright saying that she knows he's not going to be the heir. And even if she could find it in herself to love him, why would she do that if it meant the death of her and her future children? Like, better not to even entertain those feelings at all. So that's a crazy thing to say, but in all reality, like, there are so many options for heirs, And Caution's probably on the bottom of that list. Like, we don't know if like Tourmaline was like more likely than him or not. She was also really young and it's not really discussed. Often we hear about the top three, so like Argun, Hussar, and Sartok are kind of the assumed potential heirs. But also, Nesryn did mention that because Duva got married and got pregnant, it seems like Duva also has a strong reason to believe that she could also be the heir. Caution, however, no one is questioning it. They're just like, well, how do I even put that into words? People know Caution doesn't stand a chance, and it's sad, but it's true. Anyway, so there are so many pages here just covering the appointment, so we are just going to summarize it in some quick bullet points. Basically, she gives him homework to work out even his limbs that he cannot really use right now because of his spinal cord injury, basically to avoid atrophy. And for those of you who have not heard of atrophy before, it's basically, in the most non-medical way to explain this possible, when you don't use your muscles, the muscles start to break down. So even if she does end up healing his legs or healing his spine so that he can use his legs, if he hasn't been using them for weeks and weeks and weeks and potentially even months, he will have no muscles to really work with once he can walk again. So she walks him through a couple workouts that he can do that are going to keep those muscles active, but also make sure that he's working out the parts of him that are still fully operational so that he can keep blood flow going and all that stuff. Also, something I think is worth noting here, kind of in tandem, get it? In tandem to the conversation that they just had with Nesryn about using more positive language around Chaol, around his injury. She is changing her language from "let me help you" to "let me oversee you." And Chaol notices this and he's very appreciative of it. So I think that's a really good indicator of the dynamic between them, because although Yrene is very conflicted on her feelings towards Chaol, she does not wish ill or harm or hurt on him. So anyways, he is finally laying down on the couch when she puts a hand on the injury, and cold, dark anger and agony lash back out at her. And mind you, this is just her touching it. This wasn't her trying to like shoot healing magic at his spine. She just touched his spine with her healing hand or whatever. And that happened. So she was like, how exactly did you break your spine again? And he was basically like, oh, I just got hit with some magic. And she reveals that the magic is actually still there in his spine, and that's what lashed back out at her. Chaol is not wanting to explain Valg magic to her, but Yrene is starting to really freak out, and she keeps repeatedly asking him to tell her what in the world happened to him the day that the castle shattered. So he then, in whispered tones, of course, because Kaja is standing outside the door, and we know that she's a paid spy, we just don't know what heir she's paid by, and Chaol whispers to her everything about Valg magic. She does a good job presenting as a calm, cool, and collected girly pop, however, she is internally absolutely freaking out. So she finally asks him the question that is on her mind, which is this magic what the army we are fighting against has? And he says yes. So she has a couple thoughts here. One, if the southern continent helps or not, this is the kind of magical army that is coming for them. Two, she wants to go to the northern continent to help aid in this war, and she originally thought it was going to be like healing arrow wounds or healing sword injuries, you know, like basic physical fighting wood and steel type injuries. And she's like, so you mean to tell me that like what's in your spine? This thing that I barely touched and it just like spazzed out and lashed out at me. That is the kind of injury that I'm going to be healing if I go up to help heal. And there's going to be a couple other healers up there that I can maybe wrangle in to help me heal these people, but they're not trained in the magical aspects of healing in the slightest. Okay, so she has every right to start freaking out right about now. She then says, before I tried to actually like go full-blown healing mode on this thing, I want to do more research. So she starts packing up her things when Chaol asks her how much this treatment is going to cost now that she's actually planning to treat him, and she basically just says she could accept donations, but they would go towards the Torre's upkeep basically. But what she says is, I was given this gift by Silba. It is not right to charge for what has been granted for free. So kind of like what they told her when she asked to come be trained in the art of Silba's healing. As she's leaving, all the kind feelings she had towards him and wanting to make him feel more comfortable and adapting her language and all that, it all starts to fizzle away. after he asks how much it would cost. Because, you know, if you think about it, like, any money that he has as the Hand of the King is Aderlin's money, which was most likely from the King of Aderlin. So in her mind, like, all that money is like bloodstained. So she makes a snarky comment while she's leaving about what she can assume about his character, basically based off who he served in the past, the King of Aderlin. And his response in summary is that he did it all for Dorian. He never carried out or ordered any soldiers to do the stuff that was done under the King of Aderlin. The king honestly went over his head most of the time, and he only stuck around and suffered through all of that because he knew that Dorian was a better person, and he wanted to protect the goodness that he saw in Dorian. So you may look at me with resentment, Yrene Towers, and I will not blame you for it, but believe me when I say that there is no one in Irelia who loathes me more than I loathe myself. She thinks on this for a minute, but then she asks him, like, so what path are you gonna take? So King Dorian's now the king, and obviously nothing that you thought was going to happen has happened, and now there's this war. So, like, what path are you gonna take for a better world that you claim that you want? He says, I'm still learning, still deciding, but it begins with wiping Parrington and the Valg from our homeland. And she decides, like, you know what, this is an acceptable answer. Not only am I gonna go research Valg magic, but I'm also gonna think on all the information you just gave me and see how I feel about it. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go to Hefizia and see what I can find out about Valg magic. And as she's walking out, she just lets him know that facing the emotional consequences of your injury will be a major part of this process. So she now, like, has a full grasp on what Hefizia meant when she said that this is not only a physical wound, but also a soul wound, and she can sense that from, like, the absolute hate just seething from Chaol. And she informs him of that. Chaol is like, I don't like that. She's like, too bad. We're gonna have to work on both sides. Tower of Dawn chapter 9. We are gonna jump to Yrene's POV as she is in the womb. And yes, you heard that right. That is a name for a very unique and interesting place in the Torah. So the womb is basically a bunch of hot springs in a cave underneath the Torah. Hanging from the ceiling in the womb are a bunch of bells, and basically every single healer, when she starts learning at the Torah, she writes her name, and I think, like, when she started as a healer at the Torah, they write it on this bell and then they hang it from the ceiling. So as you can imagine, there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of these bells hanging from the ceiling. And because they're in hot springs and they're in a cave, the condensation, like, goes up and clings to the ceiling, and then once so much condensation gathers, it drops in like a little raindrop. So obviously you don't need me to explain that process to you. I think we all learned that in 8th grade science class, how that works. But because of that, all the droplets fall onto the bells, and so there's like this constant hum of these bells just being slightly rung. It honestly reminds me of like those sound baths for like sound therapy where they like rub the stick on the bowl and it makes that big ringing noise. So like imagine a dark room and you're in like basically a nature's hot tub and you just hear like that constant soothing ringing sound. Okay, so that's the womb, and healers basically go there when they need to think or they want to be alone, or, well, obviously you're not alone. There's a lot of hot springs, so there's a lot of healers in there. Yrene is alone in there right now, but a lot of people go there to either decompress after a long day of healing, or, you know, if they just need to think. And Yrene is down there right now thinking about not only what Chaol told her today, but on top of that, she is also thinking about how in the world she is going to heal Chaol. So she's sitting here for honestly a really long time. There's a point where she realizes that she's been in there a lot longer than she thought, but she's just sitting in there relaxing when she feels like the darkness speaks to her. Interesting. She hears the darkness saying, "You must enter where you fear to tread." And it says this multiple times, and she like basically begs into the darkness for them to like explain what that means, because that is definitely a riddle, but it just keeps saying, "You must enter where you fear to tread." So she's like, okay, I'll unpack that later. Now the part that honestly freaks me out, like whenever this turns into a TV show or movie, I know that like some of these parts are gonna be so spooky and so creepy to watch, but she hears a bell being struck. like I said, like the little raindrops, they're just kind of making the bells vibrate a little. She hears like a definite, like someone, knocked on a bell. Like one rings out louder than the rest, and it's very sudden. So she looks around, and this place is like really low lit because it's like underground. So she can't really see anything. But then she does see, however, off in the distance that there is another healer kind of slipping into one of the hot springs. And she just decides like, oh shoot, I've been here for a really long time. I should really start researching this Valg magic and let this healer have some alone time. So she is starting to leave when she notices that the healer's shoulders are shaking and she is crying. So Yrene decides to go over to her. She also recognizes her as a younger healer, and Yrene remembers when she first started as a healer that it's really hard sometimes to, lose patience or not make it in time, not be able to heal someone. Like, there's a lot of emotional aspects to this job. So Yrene recognizes that this is a young healer who is experiencing this really for the first time, and so she goes over to comfort her. When the young healer says, she was 3 years old, sometimes I wish this gift had never been given to me. And Yrene in this moment can really sympathize with her because she realizes like, yeah, like losing a 3-year-old patient, that must be so hard. But then she also has this moment where she's like, although being a healer is hard, never for a single moment in my life have I ever wished I hadn't been given the gift of healing. That tells us a lot about Yrene, and that might be foreshadowing, maybe, potentially, but we're just gonna have to find out about that later because we're gonna jump to Chaol's POV. Chaol is at dinner being asked by Hussar how healing with Yrene is going, and he basically just says it will be a long process, but Yrene is determined to heal him. Hussar actually seems really disappointed by this news, like she wants Nesryn and Chaol to leave. Interesting. I wonder why that might be. Chaol, like his first dinner here, is using it to basically try to sniff out if any one of the advisors have been influenced by a Valg. So he's looking for the rings, he's looking for like that gleam in their eye, like he's looking for the signs, and still he doesn't see any signs of Valg influence. While he's looking at all these advisors, he sees the Khaganate at the end of the table, and then he decides that he is going to be a very gutsy young man, and so he speaks up to the Khaganate and says, hi, I would like the honors of a private audience with you. And the Khagan just stares at him, and Nesryn, oh my word, it's the funniest thing. She just absolutely dies inside, and she practically like elbows this guy in the gut because no one speaks up to the Khaganate. Remember, when they first met him, they had to stand in front of him in silence until he said the first word. Like, the Khaganate speaks to you. You do not speak to the Khaganate. And here Chaol is demanding a private audience. Like, no matter how respectfully he asks for it, like, you just don't do that. The Khagan actually very respectfully shuts him down, basically saying, like, if you would like to meet with me, you can try to arrange something with one of my advisors. However, I would like to comfort my wife while she is in mourning right now, and I'm not really entertaining many private audiences. So Chaol sees it as like the shutdown that it is, and then he turns to Sartok and starts asking him about Kadara. Not to be confused with Kaja, Chaol's servant. No, Kadara is Sartok's ruck, and he is a world-renowned ruck rider. He is, world-renowned. There's only rucks in the southern continent, but you know what I mean. Like, when you think ruck rider, people think of Sartok. Like, he is the greatest ruck rider of the modern day. And so Chaol just starts asking him about Kadara, and Sartok, I guess, is quite the storyteller because he's, telling of his adventures, and he's very animated storyteller, and Chaol notices that for the first time since they've arrived there, that even the heirs, like everyone just seems to be happy and enjoying the conversation. So I think that goes to show like Sartok's personality. Like, he just seems like a really well-beloved sibling by all of his siblings. We didn't get to see the moment this happened, but I guess Nesryn had told Chaol in the past that she had a conversation with Sartok on her walk to the gate, and he mentioned potentially taking her on a spin on Kadara. And so Chaol, after dinner, basically turns to Nesryn and says, like, if I can't get a private audience with the Khagan, I'm gonna need you to take Sartok up on that ruck ride and see if you can feel out where he stands with this war, because he seems to have a lot of influence with his siblings and potentially even his father. Tower of Dawn, chapter 10. This is going to be in Yrene's POV as she is researching what she can about this dark magic, similar to the Valg magic in Chaol's spine, and she is in the Torre's library to do so. So there's this sweet librarian named Nusha, and basically Yrene tells her what she's looking for and basically explains what she can about the dark magic without giving too much information because Chaol did confide in her. And Nusha pulls out a bunch of books and some scrolls. Now, one of these scrolls is absolutely ancient, at least centuries years old, and it's covered in odd symbols. Where have we heard that before? Okay. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? If you're not, think hard about Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight, okay? This ancient scroll is covered in odd symbols that neither of them recognize. So she decides she's going to keep that scroll on her and see what she can find out about these interesting symbols. And for now, she's just going to look through some of the other books. So she's looking through these books when she hears a noise in the distance, and she just assumes it's a bast cat. Now, a bast cat are basically these 36 female cats that live in the library in the Tor. And they're lovely little beings. They're well respected, and the healers love them, and they're like magic cats. I don't know how else to describe it. They're honestly, I think they're mostly just here for vibes. They're really great. The rumor is that they can also read, and like sometimes if you walk into an empty hallway in the library, you might catch a bast cat reading a book. So I don't know, that's a funny little tidbit. And one of the things about the southern continent that I really love is the bast cats. But she hears a noise in the distance and she's like, okay, that's probably one of the bast cats. But it makes her jump because she's really in the zone, and she was like, oh, bast cat, got it. So she continues reading. She's working through all the books when she gets to a book in Ylwe. For the sake of connections, Nehemia was the princess of Ylwe. So that's what we're looking at right now. This is also where we learn that Yrene never met her father. He was just a traveler who had a one-night stand with her mother. He was Ylwe. And her mother could speak fluent Ylwe, so Yrene is half Ylwe. And she's not fluent like her mother was, but because of her mother, she knows a good bit. So she decides to look into this book. She translates the title to be The Song of the Beginning. Interesting, okay? So she opens it and she's like struggling to translate stuff, but there's a lot of illustrations in this book. So we're gonna look at 3 different illustrations. The first one depicts a black gate or a portal. It's just like hovering. It's kind of weird, right? It's this big black portal that kind of looks like a gate on top of a crag, which is basically just a fancy way of saying a cliff's edge, okay? Like, don't look too deep into that. It's a cliff. And there's an army bowing at this black portal or gate. This army was part human and part twisted creature. So it's in this moment that Yrene realizes, like, she thinks that this is the Valg army that Chaol is referring to as like what they're up against. So she decides to flip through the book until she sees another illustration, and it shows 3 figures standing in front of the same black portal gate looking thing, and it's captioned with 3 names: Orcus, Mantix, and Erewhon, okay? And so in this moment, because Chaol mentioned King Erewhon, she knows that these are the Valg kings. Then she turns to a third and final illustration, and it shows a transition of a civilian from an innocent bystander to Valg infested. So it's almost like a comic strip, okay? She's seeing like the play-by-play of steps of how to turn an innocent, sweet old person into this twisted, disgusting creature. Yrene hears another noise that makes her jump that she assumes is a bast cat, but then she realizes the sound got closer, and when she looked towards the sound, she did not see or sense a bast cat. If anything, she feels like she is not safe, so she decides she's going to trust that instinct, and she throws some of her books and the scrolls that she wants to keep looking into in her bag. She decides that she's going to make a run for it when she remembers the girl that she met in the White Pig 2 years ago. We know that's Selena Sardothian, okay? So she's remembering all the self-defense stuff that she taught her, basically all the things that you should do and not do when you feel like you're in danger. So she's remembering all of these things, and she decides, like, the best thing I can do right now is pick up my pace, not run, and I don't want them to know that I know that I'm in danger. So she sees a couple other healers gathered together, walking towards the exit of the library, so she basically picks up her distance to catch up with them when she trips over something. It is a body. The body of the girl who was crying in the womb. Okay, remember, she was in the womb. She saw another healer who was crying. She went to comfort her. She was crying because she had just lost a 3-year-old patient, and then Yrene went up to the library. Okay, so that girl is now dead. So Yrene quickly tries to recover herself and pretend like she did not see and trip over the body of another healer, and she catches up with the girls as fast as possible as they're exiting the library. On her way out, she tells the librarian a healer has been gravely attacked in the stacks of the main hall. Get everyone out and call the royal guard now. So then the librarian Nusha rings a bell 3 times, and this is basically a secret code for there is danger and you need to get out right now. So all of the healers that were currently in the library start filing out, and then seconds later a bunch of guards swarm and flood the library looking to see what in the world happened, and one of them pulls aside Yrene for questioning. Tower of Dawn chapter 11. This starts off in Chaol's POV because he is wondering where in the world is Yrene, and she is super late. Now, mind you, at the beginning of this, she was late to some things, but that's when they absolutely hated each other. They still don't like each other. Don't get it twisted. They don't like each other at all. However, she has started to show up on time, so progress maybe. But now she is late. He's also waiting alone this time because he had Nesryn seek out Sartok to take him up on that ruck ride. It is not until 2 hours after their appointment was supposed to start that Yrene bursts in and immediately turns to Kaja, which is Chaol's servant, and says that Chaol has a rash on his legs and needs a tonic. So she starts requesting like this list of ingredients. And Chaol is like, okay, I know for a fact I do not have a rash on my legs, so what in the world is going on? She immediately notices once Kaja leaves that Chaol is covered in sweat. Turns out he decided to do some of those workouts she originally recommended, and she suggested, maybe instead of sweating all over the Khaganate's very expensive rugs, maybe you should go to the barracks and train with the soldiers, and Chaol immediately shuts it down. Now, I probably won't mention every single time this comes up, but this is the first of many times that Yrene is going to suggest to Chaol that he work out in the barracks with the rest of the soldiers and the guards, and he shuts her down and says, absolutely not. And we know this is due to, shame of his injury and not wanting to be seen in front of the other guards and soldiers in a vulnerable position. And he was like, okay, enough about me. You're clearly not okay. Not only did you come 2 hours late, but you look really shooken up. So she tells him about what happened in the library and about the healer who was killed. Yrene describes the healer as looking drained of life. Now remember, in the very first book, Throne of Glass, this is how Selena described all of Khagan and the Ridderak's victims, which now we know, we didn't know back then, but now we know that Khagan was under the Valg influence, and the Ridderak he was summoning was a Valg creature. And Chaol obviously remembers all of this as he was investigating all of the murders that took place in Throne of Glass, and so he tells her that he thinks that this healer was killed by something Valg. Yrene also in this moment has come to the terms with the fact that she actually thinks that she was the target of whatever this Valg being is, because something that I think I forgot to mention earlier, I'm so sorry, is that this healer who was killed and that she ran into in the womb and everything, this healer looks exactly like Yrene. Like they could be twins. They look very, very similar. So Yrene thinks that it was a mistake, that the Valg killed this girl instead of her. This inspires Chaol to tell Yrene about Caution's fears about what actually happened to Tumaloon and how Caution asked him to keep a lookout for Valg. So Chaol at this point thinks that Caution is totally right. And Yrene at this point, and she's like, okay, clearly whatever threat this is has made its way to not only the Khagan family, but now it's in the Tor, which is supposed to be like a very secure place and a very safe space. So you need to tell the Khagan as soon as humanly possible about the actual threat that we're facing. And Chaol's like, what do you think I've been trying to do? Like he has, it's not without trying. Like he has been trying to see the Khagan, but also like he needs to respect that the Khagan is in mourning of one of his daughters. So yeah, it's kind of a weird, sensitive thing, which is why Chaol and Nesryn are going such far lengths to try to connect with the siblings and the potential heirs as much as possible. Chaol apologizes to Yrene in this moment because he realizes that it is his fault that she is a target because she is healing him. He then asks what he can do to help, like what can he do to make this right? So she has an idea. She teaches a self-defense class at the Torre. Every single healer at the Torre has like a job that they have to do, whether that's cleaning, cooking, laundry, whatever. Her specific payment, I guess, because they're not allowed to pay with money for their healing training at the Torre, but they basically pay for it in services and volunteer work. So for her, it is self-defense. And can I just tell you, this is a full circle moment because everything that she learned about self-defense came from Celaena in Assassin's Blade when they met at the White Pig Inn. So it just goes to show that like the absolute footprint that Celaena has in Yrene's life is insane. Everything from where Yrene lives, the community she has, the skill that she has. Obviously, Yrene had to like take the steps to get it herself, but the way that Celaena saw a poor, frail girl in the White Pig Inn who had absolutely nothing going for her except for her good heart, Celaena gave her the means to make all her dreams come true. And like, look at how much that paid off. And that may be something Celaena never gets to see. We don't know. But it's just crazy to see how like that one act of kindness drastically changed someone's life for the better. But she says what you can do for me is you can come as a guest teacher and teach the girls maybe some things that I can't teach them. He is hesitant to do this because he's in a chair and he used to teach how to, fight and all of that. And he was very good at it. But unfortunately, now for him, he is in a chair and he has not tried teaching from a chair and he doesn't really know how that's possible. But after all, a promise is a promise and he owes her, so he agrees to do it. She informs him that in order to get to the tour, they're going to be riding on horseback. So in the past, when there was that one guy whose spine was broken and Yrene healed it, which is the reason that they originally believed that it would be easy for her to heal Chaol, when he was still paralyzed, she had created like a saddle that worked as like a lower body brace to help him ride a horse. So she is having it adjusted so that Chaol can ride on a horse. And in this moment, this is like the best possible news I think that she could have given Chaol in this moment because he hates being in this chair. Riding on horseback, however, was such a like crucial part of his life before this injury. And so the ability to like sit up tall on a horse is like an insanely exciting idea to him. So he is so pumped. And he even has this moment where he was like, don't give me this hope, then take it away. Like, am I actually going to get to ride? And she says that she can see what they will do tomorrow morning. And then in this moment, I guess it's like a thank you for working out the ability for him to ride a horse again. He tells her that she can stop calling him Lord Westfall and she can call him Chaol. And with that, Chaol lays down on the couch and they begin healing for the day. Tower of Dawn, chapter 12. Chaol describes it as burning razor-sharp pain slicing down his back in brutal claws. Doesn't that sound lovely? Doesn't that sound great? Just sounds like a nice day at the spa. Yrene immediately pulls back her hand and determines that the magic is in fact alive and fighting back, which we already kind of had an inkling of last time, but after she did some research and now that she's coming back, she has a better feeling for it. She can say it with confidence now that whatever this thing is still alive and inside of him, and it is fighting back because it simply just does not want to leave his spine. Yrene says, this thing that haunts you, your body, it will fight me every step of the way, fight to convince you to tell me to stop. I fear what it might try to do to you if you're trapped in there, in your dreamscape, your psyche. So basically, Chaol goes into some sort of like magically induced coma whenever she's healing him, but he will be experiencing the most insane pain. The Valg is going to absolutely torture Chaol's psyche in order to try to get the healing to stop. So this is going to be a very, not even just emotional and psychological, but a physical battle as well. And multiple of them, because this is not going to be done in a single healing session. Hate to break it to you, this is a long book. If this was done in one healing section, it would be significantly shorter. She then begs him to tell her what he is going through emotionally because she believes that the emotional side of his injury is making his pain worse. If anything, she thinks that the Valg magic in his spine is feeding off of his anger and pain. But he clearly cannot face his emotions. He does not have that emotional intelligence right now, and he wants to just tackle things on the physical level for now. So she just hands him the leather bit and says, "Now would be the time to tell me to stop in case you'd rather discuss what happened in these past few months." So Yrene's like, "Okay, if that's what you want, but I'm telling you right now, you're going to make things harder on yourself if you do not open up about the emotional side effects of this injury." So instead of opening up, he decides to put the leather bit in his mouth and braces himself for the pain. Now let's jump to Nesryn's POV, because she is hanging out with Sartok today, and apparently she has a slight fear of heights, and she's finding this out while on the back of Kadara. So it is a frightening yet liberating few minutes, and Nesryn is having the time of her life as her and Sartok are flying to the sunrise. So her and Sartok get to talking, and he opens up about how excited he is to get back to like his Ruck Riders campsite, but he wants to stay while his mother mourns Tumaloon. So it seems like his Ruck riding family is closer to him emotionally than his actual blood family, and we'll definitely dive deeper into that later, but this is the first time he indirectly alludes to that. Then he asks her about Aelin and Dorian, and he listens long and hard while she explains a little bit about what they're like, and then he says he would love to talk to Chaol and Nesryn more about what a potential alliance would look like with Aelin and Dorian. So that is huge, coming from one of the most likely potential heirs. He would even be willing to talk to his father for them, but acknowledges that it would put a target on his back with the other siblings, so he wants to be absolutely sure before he does. He then tells Nesryn about what happened in the library. Now remember, Nesryn was not in the room when Chaol found out, so this is her first time hearing about it, but then he asks if she or Chaol knows what puts Yrene at risk, and if they know what she was researching that put her in harm's way. Nesryn obviously knows it has to do with the Valg, but she lies and says no. She does say, however, that she will talk to Yrene and Chaol and get back to him, most likely to find out what story they're going to tell people. Chapter 13 in Yrene and Chaol's POV, because they are absolute wrecks and totally drained after quite the crazy healing session. So when healing Chaol, Yrene saw memories, but they weren't Chaol's memories. She saw Morath, okay? So we think it's like the Valg magic in Dorian's memories. So whether this is like the collective Valg creatures' memories, or like specifically to do with like the king's memories when he was in Morath, it's not quite depicted here, but it does go to show like how spooky and creepy this Valg magic is, that although Chaol himself is not infested by a Valg being, he still has Valg magic in him, and it still has like some level of like sentience while it is in Chaol. Like it's feeding off of his negative emotions. Like that's not normal. And in this moment, Yrene is starting to really understand what the voices in the womb were saying to her when they said, "Go where you fear to tread," because you know what, she is fearing to tread in Chaol's psyche when she is healing him, because what she is seeing is so dark and so disturbing, and she's like, yeah, I fear to tread here, so I guess this is the place I gotta go to heal him. She is, however, very shocked that Chaol is able to withstand this kind of psychological torture for hours at a time, and only requested to stop to give Yrene some rest, because Yrene was at it for 5 hours and she can barely stand now from how much healing she was doing. So Chaol summons Katja and requests some tea for the both of them, and Chaol spends some time basically making sure that Yrene is resting on the couch, that she is drinking tea, and it's almost kind of like a funny role reversal moment. Like Chaol is now taking care of the healer. After Yrene starts to get some energy back, they realize how late it was, because not only did they get a super late start, but they've been at this for 5 hours now, and Chaol offers for her to stay. He's like, I know for sure, like, there's definitely a place for you to stay in the castle. You should definitely stay here. But she reveals that later tonight there is a vigil for the healer who died in the library, so she does want to go to that. So she starts to head out when she tells him to meet her in the main quarter at sunrise to see if they can get him on horseback. And Chaol is very excited about that, and he can hardly sleep that night because he's so excited. But before that, later that night, Nesryn comes to see him and tells him about her time with Sartok. They discuss the events that happened in the Tor library in a bit more depth because Chaol has a bit more information because he got it directly from Yrene. And then he gives her a mission to, at night, go through the streets and try to hunt down this Valg. So later that night, when everyone's asleep, Nesryn goes out to hunt Valgs in the shadow. But something really interesting happens here when she is leaving to go into the city to hunt this Valg. She sees the Empress, okay, so the Khaganate's wife, and Nesryn sees her wandering alone. That is also unique. Something we learn is that the Empress is always surrounded by guards, especially now with like a threat at the Tor. Obviously, she should have guards around her at all times, but she's wandering the halls of the castle alone. This is also Nesryn's first time seeing the Empress. She has not even been around because she is in such deep, intense emotional mourning. So she notices that that is unique, odd, and frankly kind of abnormal, but she continues to make her way to the Tor to do some Valg hunting. But when she gets close to the Tor, who does she run into in an alleyway other than Sartok? Crazy. Apparently, he saw her leave the castle fully armed, and he thought he would help her hunt down whatever it was she was hunting. She then decides in this moment to tell him what she saw, basically saying like, hey, I saw your mother in the hallways. And he was like, oh, that's weird. I didn't know she was leaving her rooms, but did she at least have her guards with her? And Nesryn says no. And he's like, that's weird. I'll look into that. But let's talk about you being out here hunting in the middle of the night. What exactly are we hunting? Tell us about the prey that we are hunting together, because whether you like it or not, we are doing this together now. And she just responds by saying terrors, people who are not people. And that's all she really needs to say, and frankly, it's very true. So while they're continuing their hunt together, they start having some conversation, and one of the things that does come up is actually the death of Nesryn's mother. We learn that Nesryn's mother died because she needed a magic healer, but all the ones in Adarlan had been killed. So it's really important to her to find this prey because she wants to protect her family here in a way that she could not protect her family in the northern continent. Sartok really admires this and then shares that he has some extra spies and guards that he can assign to protect her family at all times, and she gratefully accepts this, but warns him about the wordstone rings and collars. Obviously, she doesn't call them wordstone rings and collars, but she does say, like, if you notice anyone wearing a ring or a collar or any sort of like weird looking jewelry that has like this black shiny stone, like, please let us know immediately and know that you cannot trust that person. He obviously is like, okay, that's really vague, so I need you to give me some more information. She gives him some answers, but she definitely doesn't tell him everything. Like I said, she doesn't mention the word wordstone. She definitely doesn't tell him about word keys. But she does tell him a little bit about the Valg and why the southern continent should be terrified. And basically how normal people can be infected by these Valg by wearing this jewelry and then become Valg. And even if they remove that jewelry, they'll still have Valg in them. Sartok immediately jumps to the fact that his father needs to know this information, but he understands why they haven't told his father yet, because let's be real, he is not entertaining any private audience these days, even with his own children. So Sartok is like, I would love to even like represent you guys to him for you. However, he's not even entertaining a private audience with his own children, which is very interesting because he seems to have a really good relationship still with Argoon. Interesting? I think so. But this is when Sartok says the craziest thing. He says, when I was a boy, they told me stories at the Heirs of similar horrors. Perhaps it was time I paid my Hearth Mother a visit. We'll explain Hearth Mothers more a little bit later. It's not really important for you right now. To hear her stories again and how that ancient threat was dealt with long ago, especially now if more is stirring. Interesting. Okay, so what you need to know here is that there is a record of Valg or something very similar to Valg in the southern continent in the past. So she agrees that, yeah, we definitely need to hear those stories from your Hearth Mother because that could potentially be like earth-shattering information. And then they continue together towards the Tor. Tower of Dawn, chapter 14. This is now after the vigil. It's already happened. It did happen off the page. But Yrene is heading to bed after it. I guess out of exhaustion from healing Chaol, and then obviously there's emotional exhaustion after going to the vigil, she actually falls asleep while eating dinner and ends up getting like this crazy huge stain on the front of her dress. She then wakes up still wearing the dress she was wearing yesterday with food all over the front of it and realizes that she woke up at the time she was supposed to be meeting Kale. So she immediately starts sprinting to the castle. And when she gets there, Kale is actually already in the horse's saddle, and he was all strapped in, and he is sitting on top of a horse, so this is a very big deal for Kale. He also called for a second horse so that she would ride with him. Now, she doesn't want to ride a horse. She actually was hoping to walk next to him while he was on the horse, but she does also realize it might make him more comfortable, and right now that is her priority, so she mounts a horse and they start riding to the Torre together. Now let's jump to Kale's POV because he is the happiest he has been since getting this injury. And Yrene can even tell this because they're, chit-chatting all their way to the tour on these horses. And Kale's demeanor, just overall, is significantly better and more positive. So they start discussing cultural differences between Adarlan and the southern continent when Kale reveals that Dorian has actually been studying the southern continent for years now, even before he became king, because he's always admired how they did things there. So I think that's some pretty cool information that won't really affect us right now, but I think it's something that we can discuss later, potentially. So they finally get to the tour, and the courtyard is absolutely full of students. And Hephaestia comes out to greet him personally and even makes a joke about how once all the girls learned that Kale was going to be there, it seems like every single healer in the tour decided to show up to the self-defense lessons today. So this is all fun and exciting, and Kale is, he's on cloud 9. He's on a horse, but then he realizes he is in fact on a horse. And he now needs to dismount, and he has an insane audience of basically teenage and young adult girls. Yrene then in this moment, and honestly, this is one of those things that makes me cringe so bad because Yrene has done so well adapting her language and going out of her way to make sure that Kale doesn't feel like his disability defines him. But she gets in teaching mode, I guess, when she's at the tour and she sees all these young healers. A lot of them are still healers in training. They haven't even really begun their healing journey. And she, in this moment, jumps into teacher mode and she's like, who wants to help a paralyzed man off of his horse? And of course, all these girls want to do it and they're so excited. And so she allows 5 of these tiny teenage girls to help Kale, who I think is just shy of 6 foot, and he's a burly, muscly guy. And they all volunteered to help him off of his horse. Let's just say Kale is mortified because they almost drop him multiple times because he is a big guy and they're these tiny little girls, and they are throwing him around like a rag doll. They're not even treating him like a human being. They're not acknowledging him. He just feels like a freak of nature. That is kind of the overall vibe we get from this, and he's just mortified. This set him back so far with how he felt about being out in public with his injury. After Kale is off the horse in a very uncomfortable and a very ungraceful way, Hephaestia steps forward and tells the girls to basically join the other girls for the lesson, and she is going to help Kale into the wheelchair. And then she just asks him, she says, would you like to get yourself situated or would you like my help? He appreciates that she even offered to let him do it himself, but he does accept the help. And while she is helping him get situated in his wheelchair, she apologizes for Yrene's insensitivity and just explains that Yrene used to be one of these girls 2 years ago, and an opportunity to learn hands-on like this for them is unique and special, and so please don't take it personally. They're excited to help people. These are girls who want to spend the rest of their lives helping people, and they saw an opportunity, but unfortunately they did not see the human, and for that I am sorry. So I really appreciate Hephaestia stepping forward right there. I think that was the right thing to do. And this does kind of help him in the moment for the lesson, but we'll learn very quickly later after the lesson that that is no longer the case when he's not in the lesson anymore. So Kale sits back as they recap some of the self-defense maneuvers that they have learned so far. And while watching, he kind of goes through some emotional turmoil because, like I said earlier, he used to be a trainer in the past. So in this moment, he's kind of it's not traumatic flashbacks because he's looking back on that in a nostalgic way, but it's more traumatic to him now because he's I might never be in that position again. And that was something that I loved and defined me as a person. Like, that was something that was my thing. Like, I was good at it. And now I can never have that again. Or at least that's what he's telling himself. But he's going to prove himself wrong because now it is his turn to teach the girls. He realizes they know all the fundamentals and the basics. So he decides to spice things up a little bit and asks them if they would be interested in learning how to flip a grown man onto their backs in 2 or less moves. Tower of Dawn, chapter 15. We are in Yrene and Kale's POV as they are at the self-defense lessons, and Kale has summoned some guards to be the bodies to practice having these girls flip grown men onto their backs. And of course, the healers are absolutely enjoying it. Some of the guards arguably think it's really fun. Others, I'm sure, maybe not so much. But Yrene is happy to see the girls happy, especially because they just had that vigil last night for the healer who was killed in the library, and they all were super sad and on edge literally just the night before. So she's happy to see everyone giggling, having a good time. And then also the girls are just feeling really empowered with this training. So it's a win for everybody, except for, of course, Kale. After the lesson, they start heading back to the castle, and Yrene, who's on this amazing high from having an amazing time, frankly, at this lesson, is wondering why Kale is so quiet and not talking to her. He eventually speaks up and says it is because she quite literally encouraged 5 teenage girls to manhandle him like a rag doll. And he really didn't appreciate it, and it was frankly very devastating for him and very embarrassing. So he leaves her to go to his rooms once they get to the castle, of course. And before Yrene can follow him to begin their healing session, which they have to do, Caution walks up to say hello to Yrene. He tells her that he heard what happened in the library, and of course he had some of his own personal guards sent to the tour for her and her healer friends' protection. She's obviously really grateful, but is still keeping her distance because there's like this weird thing where she's friend-zoned Caution really, really hard, and he's had a really hard time accepting that apparently. But he actually acknowledges her rejection, and he's like, hey, like, I know you just want to be friends and you don't what I want, but I still want you to be safe, so please just take this as a friend wanting to make sure you're safe. So props to Caution for that, because like, I think Caution up until this point has not shown much emotional intelligence. However, how he handles this conversation with Yrene is kind of changing my mind a little bit. After her conversation with Caution, she starts to go to Kale's rooms because they have a healing session, when she actually runs into Kale right around the corner. I guess he decided to stick around and overhear the whole conversation. And so now she's mad at him for eavesdropping, and he's mad at her for disrespecting his insecurity around his newfound disability. So they're like storming back to the room together, both just like seething and angry, when they see Nesryn in the room. Kale tells her that he was able to ride a horse, and she is so excited, like freaking out. She cannot believe this is happening. And she's like, great, maybe this way now you can meet my family. So we can just like hop you on horse and you can go meet my family. And also she wants to show him around the city because although she has not lived here majority of her life, she still is she hasn't like outright said it, but she has implied multiple times that she feels more at home here than she does in Aderlin. So it's almost like her kind of showing him around her home, and also just kind of showing him around her culture, I'm sure would be just like a really fun and exciting thing for her to do. In her excitement, it's like, okay, I'll leave you guys to healing, and she leaves, and then Kale and Yrene are back to stone cold angry at each other again. Yrene keeps getting on Kale that he can't just keep simmering in his anger quietly, and he needs to start opening up. So he just says, okay, everything I thought, everything I planned and wanted, it's gone. All I have left is my king and this ridiculous, slim scrap of hope that we survive this war, and I can find a way to make something of everything that crumbled in my hand. And Yrene doesn't have a response. If anything, this to her is very telling of where Kale is, and she also recognizes the fact that he even verbalized this is a lot, and so she just goes to hand him the leather bit to begin their training, almost like a silent acknowledgement of what he's just said. And right before she goes to heal him, and before he puts this bit in his mouth, he says, just to be clear, is your grudge against me or Aderlin? And her response is, soldiers from Aderlin burned my mother alive when I was 11. And before Kale even has a chance to respond or frankly even process this, she shoots them right into their healing session. Tower of Dawn, chapter 16. We're actually going to be in Kale's POV while he is in his little magically induced coma. Very similar Okay, I'm drawing this correlation for you. This is not a correlation made in the books, but I do think we would be remiss to ignore it. Do you remember in Heir of Fire when Selena had to cross that like magical cemetery thing full of all the whites, and when she was stopped by Valg, she was forced to relive every traumatic thing that ever happened to her and everything she experienced that was deep-rooted in guilt? You'll very quickly learn that what Kale is going through during these medically induced comas is actually very similar to what Aelin went through in that time. The first thing that Kale shares with us that he sees is Nehemia dead on the bed and an angry Selena in front of him trying to kill him. You remember that from Crown of Midnight. And then it shows him and the family that he left to follow Dorian. So we have met Kale's dad, Daddy Westfall, if you will. Horrible, horrible man. We do not like him. He's a slimy, crusty man. However, we have not met Kale's little brother and his mother yet, but he sees all three of them here now. Then he sees a flutter of light in the distance, but then it flickers out and he falls right back into a pit of nothingness and pain, or at least that's how SJM describes it. So he's basically reliving all of these traumatic things, every regret he's ever had, and then he starts to see these lights flickering occasionally. So we can assume here that as he's going through some of the darkest parts of his life, symbolically, he is seeing light in a literal sense. That is Yrene's healing magic making its way through the darkness, right? Eventually, he shoots awake and Yrene is bleeding from her nose. And listen, if you ever watch Vampire Diaries, you know typically when a magical being starts bleeding from their nose, it usually means they're overexerting themselves and they need to chill out. So Kale offers to help her out and he has her lie down on the bed. While he has her laying back and they're trying to get her nose to stop bleeding, he asks her what she sees when she is in his scar, I guess. She's like healing a scar, but she answers that she can see the memories in Morath and all the horrible experiments that happened there, okay? But then she could hear Kale screaming, so she decided to follow the sound, because I guess she can like walk through this memory. So it's almost like she's also in sort of magically induced coma of sorts, but she's not like knocked out like Kale is. She's like actually, so it's more like her subconscious is in this magical memory. It's kind of crazy. I'm very interested to see how this is depicted in a TV show or movie. And I can say that 1,000 times, but I just really am, okay? But then there was a thing waiting for her and she panicked and jumped at it and it kind of shot her out of this memory and back to reality, and that's when she realized that her nose was bleeding. So that's really that. So we get to see what's happening in both of their psyches at the time of this healing, and so now we're just focused on getting Yrene's nose to stop bleeding. And so Kale decides to distract her from that. He's gonna be like, so that thing you said right before I went into a coma about your mother, would you maybe want to elaborate on that? But he more like, he's not asking it in a sassy way. I know I put it kind of sassy, but that's just my personality. He's more asking as an apology. Like, you can tell he definitely has a lot of, not pity, but you can tell in this moment, like, he really feels for her and like her loss, and he just asks her like a little bit more about her mother, and she basically says that she only made it out alive because of her mother's sacrifice. Then Kale, in an interesting turn of events here, I mean, some of y'all might have been thinking it, but Yrene and Sorsha are very similar, not only just in their appearance, but also just in their demeanors. And then on top of that, like, Kale has a lot of trauma surrounding both of them now, and so he actually shares the story of Sorsha with Yrene, and that actually turns into him opening up about all the guilt he has about everything that happened to Dorian the day that Sorsha was executed. Kale says, "It should have been me. I always planned for it to be me instead." Okay, so I know I always talk about how much I love Kale and Dorian's friendship. Like, I think that they have that kind of like insane friendship loyalty and deep care for each other that most people like really desire in a friendship. However, it starts to be really drawn out in Tower of Dawn how toxic it is on Kale's side. It's to the point
where Kale puts Dorian so much in front of himself in every aspect of everything. And like, you also have to acknowledge, like, there's an imbalance of power there. So there's also that dynamic. Like, Dorian isn't just his best friend, it's also his king now. So you can argue that, like, there's a lot of nuances there, so it doesn't really count. But I think in this sense, and in this statement, we see a unhealthy aspect of Kale's friendship with Dorian, in the way that Kale's identity is in Dorian. When Dorian lost himself, Kale lost himself. And I don't think that's ever healthy. But then again, I'm not a therapist, so moving on. So this actually brings Yrene to tears. And Yrene is wondering if she has it backwards. Like, she thought that she had to heal Kale emotionally in order to heal him physically. But she's starting to wonder if maybe the work that they're doing to heal him physically is in turn helping him emotionally. But she also recognizes that it has to get uglier before it gets prettier. So although he's like kind of crashing out emotionally, like, this can be constituted as healing. So Kale pulls the ultimate rom-com go-to move to wipe away Yrene's tears, of course, when Khagan walks into the room and Yrene freaks out and like quickly looks away. Cause like, okay, I'll set the scene for you. When Yrene's nose started bleeding, she laid down on Kale's bed. Cause like, they're doing everything in his chamber. So like, his bed is by the couch. And then Kale came over to like talk to her and make sure she was doing okay and to help her stop the bleeding. And he's paralyzed, so he has to also be laying down on the bed. So they're both laying down in this bed together, and he just wiped away her tears. So he's clearly very up close and in her business. And Khagan, who is a servant, who is also known to be a spy, for which sibling yet we don't know, but she walks in to see this, and obviously this doesn't look good for Yrene and Kale, and also like, that information could have different consequences depending on who is paying Khagan for information on what Kale is up to, and Kale and Yrene. But before we can harp too much on the actual impact it's gonna have that Khagan walked in at this really awkward time, when Yrene quickly looks away from Kale, because she's trying to immediately make it look as unsuspicious as possible. In my opinion, the fact that she like launches herself away from Kale when Khagan walks in probably makes her look worse, not better. But when Yrene goes to like turn away from Kale as fast as possible, she looks towards his feet and sees his toes moving. The Tower of Dawn, chapter 17 specifically, and we're going to be in Nesryn's POV as she is visiting her family. So the kids are at school and it's just her aunt and uncle, and of course the guards that Sartok said that he would send to protect her family. And there's a lot here, but really in summary, it just goes to show that they have a very loving, sweet family dynamic. Like, this is one of those safe, friendly family dynamics that most people wish they had. It's just really cozy, really sweet, and you can just tell that they deeply care for each other. They're talking a little bit more about her father, and she basically admits that as happy as she is to know that she's safe, it's still killing her to not know where they're hiding. But her uncle, of course, says like, if he hears anything else from her father, he will let her know. And then he asks her to sing for them. Now, here's the thing. There is like this whole subplot that apparently Nesryn is like the best singer ever. And when she sings, the whole world stops, it stays for a while, everyone is just like enamored. Like, she has the voice of an angel. I don't know. I feel like that is a trope that whenever I read it, it gives me major pick-me-girl energy. It's like, okay, so you mean to tell me that she has like the most insanely beautiful voice ever? And they're like, her voice, her singing voice could stop wars. Could it though? That's not all mentioned in depth in this chapter. Her singing ability is discussed a couple times throughout this book, but literally every single time that there is something talking about Nesryn singing, I cringe so hard, because I am not exaggerating to you when I say that like, they pretend like she has the most insane singing voice in existence. Listen, maybe she does have the most angelic, amazing singing voice ever, but I felt the need to get that off my chest, because anytime, I think, for the rest of the series, when I bring up that someone talks about Nesryn's singing voice, you may get an eye roll from me, and you may get some attitude, and I think it's only fair that you have some context as to why I cringe so hard at that. This is also where we learned that She's really shy about her super angelic, amazing singing voice. Like, she only sings for family.
What do you mean my mic turned off 6 minutes into filming? Oh, that makes me a little mad. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I apologize for any bad audio quality up until this point. I think you guys get now how I feel about Nesryn singing, so I will move on. Nesryn says, you know what? I'm not here to sing. Instead, I'm here to give you a warning about what happened in the Tor library, which is why she came when the kids are gone. Obviously, she didn't want to freak out the kids. So she tells them about the dangers that her and her dad faced while they were in Aderlin and how those dangers may be very close to home for them. She also expresses that she feels like it's her fault that the Valg are here right now, but of course they just reassure her that they are happy to see her and they have guards that can take the children to and from school and take extra precautions and just do what you need to do and we will be all right. Then her aunt suggests that next time she comes, she should bring her mans with her. And Nesryn gets all bashful and blushes. And she's like, sorry, Kale's just been really busy focusing on his healing and stuff. And her aunt is like, Kale? I'm not talking about Kale. I'm talking about Prince Sartok. Apparently news has gotten around that Nesryn and Prince Sartok rode around on Kadara together. And so that got back to the aunt and uncle. And they are asking her, like, so is it true? Like, are you and Prince Sartok hanging out? And did he take you on a fly on his ruck? And Nesryn is all blushy and she's like, no, it was nothing. Like, you know, whatever. He was just being friendly and he took me off on a spin. And then her aunt gets really serious and tells her, the rucks will not fear wyverns. That is a crazy statement, but is she wrong? Tower of Dawn, chapter 18, and this is going to be in Yrene's POV because she is absolutely freaking out right now. Because if you remember how we ended off episode 6, is that Kale is moving his toes. This is the first sign that any and all of the torture that they've been putting themselves through in these healing sessions is actually paying off. We're going to jump forward to later that day. Yrene is actually hanging out with Hussar, and she is in a really good mood naturally because, like I said before, the healing is finally paying off. Hussar does make some silly little comments about how jealous she is because Kale is taking up all of her time these days. And Hussar basically makes a comment about, like, what if you and Kale were something more than just healer and patient? And Yrene just says she's keeping it professional and have no fear, there's no chance of that even maybe happening. Hussar then makes an even crazier comment and says that if she's jealous of all the time that Yrene is spending with Kale, she can only imagine how Caution is feeling. Now remember, this is the brother that has had a huge crush on Yrene, has even confessed his love, and she has friend-zoned him multiple times. So Yrene actually gets on Hussar, and she's like, yeah, no thanks to you, because you literally encourage him all the time, even though you know I'm not interested in him like that. But then Yrene, she's so gutsy, especially with Hussar, it's kind of insane, but she's like, oh, so you mean to tell me that if I married Caution and me and Caution had children, that if you became the Khagan, you wouldn't have all three of us murdered? And Hussar thinks about it, and then she's like, yeah, that's a good point. So she doesn't really, like, confirm or deny it, but she definitely does not deny it. That also, I think, tells you a lot about Hussar. The conversation then shifts to the attack on the Torre and the healer who was killed, and Hussar actually suggests that it's an Aderlin spy. So she makes a bunch of little comments here and there throughout the entirety of the conversation that everything started happening when Kale and Nesryn got here. So Hussar basically thinks that they might be a big part of the problem and maybe they don't have the best intentions for being here. Yrene, however, shuts that down immediately, and she just kind of explains, like, they need us right now. Like, why would they come attack us if they actually need our help right now? Then Hussar points to the maps in front of them. So this entire time, Yrene has been with Hussar in her rooms, and there's been maps everywhere, and it's like one of those, like, war tables where it's like the maps and all of the, like, ships and the little figures all over the maps, like, you know, those things, you see it in all the movies. Well, they have one of those, okay, in the center of the room, and Hussar pointed out to Yrene, who Yrene noticed it, but she was like, I don't really know how to read these, and I don't know what a bunch of these little figurines even mean anyways. So Hussar starts explaining it to her, and she starts pointing out, like, all of the big names in this war, you could say, the Southern Continent, Maeve, Erewhon, all of them, and then she says, but the funny thing is that I have this little Aelin figurine, but I have no idea where to put it because I have no idea where Aelin is. So why don't you scurry on over to Chaol and get him to tell you where Aelin is. Yrene clearly really doesn't want to do this, so she starts questioning Hussar, and Hussar, whether or not this is true or not, she says that she wants to get more information so she can know what side she would potentially be on, although Yrene does not trust this. And then Hussar starts throwing nice, lovely gowns at her and saying like, hey, I want you to wear one of these really nice gowns to the feast tonight, where you're going to get the information from Chaol. Yrene clearly is like, I'll think about it, but she's definitely leaning towards no. When Hussar says, oh, don't think I don't know that you want to leave and go aid in this war in the northern continent. I know you're trying to leave the southern continent. I know once Chaol is healed, you plan to go with him, but do know that as the princess of the Khaganate, I can keep you from leaving this continent if I so choose. So Hussar, what a lovely friend. She's going as far as to threaten Yrene for this information. So all of that bothers me. And something too is I feel like a lot of people are like easy to dismiss Rhaenyra in all of this. They're like, oh, well, Hussar's girlfriend is so sweet and so kind and she kind of balances Hussar out. She is present for like this entire conversation. Like this is clearly a very immoral thing she's asking Yrene to do, and threatening someone who's supposed to be her best friend is clearly immoral. So I don't think people can say that Rhaenyra is like better than Hussar. Like she is complacent in everything Hussar does. Anyways, moving on. Tower of Dawn, chapter 19. This is going to be in Chaol's POV as he just continues to wiggle his toes in his shoes. He is with Nesryn after this appointment. However, he does not tell Nesryn that he has feeling in his toes, which is very odd and interesting, but Chaol has convinced himself it is because he doesn't want to get her hopes up because it might just stop at his toes. Whether or not that is true, we will have to just wait and find out, but that is definitely what he is telling himself. What he does tell Yrene, however, is that he wants to postpone meeting her family. He was supposed to go meet her family soon now that he can ride on horseback, and he says that he wants to put this off because he's making a lot of progress with Yrene. So he's not telling her exactly what this progress is, but he's just saying, I'm hopeful, and I really don't want to put off any of my progress. Okay. Nesryn obviously says it's totally fine, but when Chaol goes to give her a smooch, realizes that her heart is not in it, and he realizes that maybe she doesn't believe him. Or maybe not that she doesn't believe him, but that she's like just disappointed in his decisions. And he also doesn't really blame her because if you think about it, like he's kind of been miserable to be around these past couple weeks. In my opinion, rightly so. Like he has gone through a lot. And he should have time to mourn that, but he definitely could have been a little bit better to Nesryn for sure. So he acknowledges that, and he's like, you know what, like once I'm all healed up, like I will make sure to give Nesryn the adventure of a lifetime. After all, I promised her at the end of Queen of Shadows that I would give her the adventure of a lifetime in the southern continent. It is the next morning. He and Yrene healed for 3 hours, sipped some tea to recover from the healing session, and then continued to work out to keep his muscles from breaking down. And now it is time for dinner, okay? So he's had a very long packed day. And tonight he is also going to request again an audience with a Khaganate, because for some reason he thinks he's going to have better luck this time. However, when he gets to dinner, the Khaganate doesn't even show up. Flash forward to the next morning. We are flying through these next couple days because we really want to get to the feast because that's when all the crazy stuff goes down. So the next morning, Chaol wakes up and he has another session with Yrene, and he's so excited for this session that Nesryn starts to be suspicious as to what is getting into him. However, she is also very excited because she plans to spend another day with Sartok. If there are red flags going up in your brain right now, maybe there should be, okay? Like a little bit, like on both ends here, okay? Both of them are going to make the most of today because the feast, this big feast that Hussar wants Yrene to spy on Chaol for her at, is tomorrow, okay? So today's like the last big day to get all this stuff done. So a little bit about this feast. It is a holiday meant to celebrate the sea goddess Tahom. There is a gathering at the sea at sunrise, and then there's a big feast at the palace at sundown. If you remember, in the very first book, Throne of Glass, Chaol has never really cared for holidays, but as he is walking through the palace and he is seeing, like, how not even just the palace actually, but even the city, like everyone is so festive, everyone is pouring their heart and their energy into this holiday, and he's starting to like feel the electricity in the air and thinking like, oh, maybe holidays actually can be fun, maybe they are exciting. Okay, Kale. So Kale is enjoying the absolute electricity in the environment on his way to the stables because apparently during his session with Yrene yesterday, she mentioned something about him getting on horseback again today. So he gets to the stables. Unfortunately, he cannot find Yrene, so he decides to get some help from a guard to get on the horse. Now, this is a guard that he saw talking with Yrene the last time he got on the horse. So this guard's name is Shen. We will see Shen a couple times. All we know is that he is friendly with Yrene and that he is often near the barracks and in the stables. We'll learn more about Shen later though, don't worry. So Kale is on this horse for an hour and a half and Yrene is still not there, so he decides to go out on his own on the horse and start walking in the path of the Tor in hopes that he will run into her on the way there. But he gets all the way to the Tor courtyard and he never ran into Yrene. So he asked the guards if she's left the Tor yet, because remember there's guards everywhere and no one gets in or out without the guards knowing about it. However, they say they haven't seen Yrene at all today. Hafizia sees Kale on the horse in the courtyard and she comes down to let him know that Yrene has been sleeping. Treating Kale has been taking a huge toll on Yrene because if you think about it, like it's really intense healing, and like any sort of magic, there does have to be some sort of balance in the energy, kind of like the well analogy that we often use with Aylin's magic. It's a similar idea for Yrene. So Hafizia suggests that he gives her the entire day to sleep. And then Kale, seeing that Hafizia has a bag and is planning to go out, offers to escort her to her location. Let's jump to Yrene's POV because she just woke up from a 36-hour nap. Man, I wish. Can you imagine? I feel like people like to joke about like a what year is it kind of nap, like when you wake up and you're so out of it. Napping for 36 hours is insane. I don't even think that constitutes as a nap anymore. So she goes down to the courtyard where she sees Kale. Apparently, he came back to the courtyard after escorting Hafizia with a second horse to pick her up for healing because he wanted to make sure that she was fully rested and did not exert herself in any way getting all the way to the palace on foot. She said that she actually planned to see a different patient before she got to him since he usually takes up all of the rest of the energy reserves that she has. So she suggests they meet at the castle, but he says he would like to escort her there instead. So she hops on a horse and they start to go to the first patient's home. And while they're on the horse, they have a conversation that sounds really random, but it does matter a little bit for the Khaganate history, I guess. So I'll just read brief notes of what you need to know. Kale asks about the Khagan originally being from the steppes. Now this is not like steps on stairs. This is Steppes. So this is an area and location. Yrene confirms that they were, and she says that she's even been there on a trip with Hussar and Caution. The first Khagan conquered the continent with only 100,000 men in 4 years. So the Khaganate came from the steppes, and now they rule the southern continent. Kale then can tell by the way that Yrene mentions the trip with like a bit of a cringe. He asks if that's where Caution confessed his love, and she says that's none of his business, but she does share that Caution was the first friend that she made when she moved here, so losing him as a friend was really, really hard for her. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 20, we have officially made it to the home of Yrene's first patient, and Kale decides to stay outside on his horse. And his only job, according to Yrene, is to wiggle his toes as much as possible and try to retain as much control over the movement of his toes as possible while she treats this patient. So she goes in, he wiggles his toes for a good bit of time, and then when she comes out, he can tell that she's clearly upset. Apparently, the patient that she is treating has a really hard disease that's been a really long process to heal, but because of the patient's age, she doesn't think that he's gonna make it. Yrene offers to go to the castle, but Kale says that he's actually having a really nice time not only being on horseback, but also just walking around the city with her. So he asks if there's any other patient she needs to see. So she decides there's one that she's gonna check up on. It is a postpartum mother, and thankfully both the mother and the baby are perfectly healthy, and Kale can tell it definitely picked Yrene's mood up a bit to see a patient that's doing really well. After seeing the patients, they're finally heading back to the castle when Yrene asks if him and Nesryn plan to go to the festivities tonight. Kale says that Nesryn is spending the beginning of the holiday with her family, and Yrene does actually sense here that Kale is a little bummed that he wasn't invited to spend the morning with her family. And in Nesryn's defense, he did say that he wanted to spend some more time healing with Yrene, but you can tell that he was sad that Nesryn didn't even ask if he was interested in joining them. And then when she asks about the party later that night, he says, would it be the worst thing in the world if we just healed me through the party? And she says it would actually be very offensive to ignore the holiday. And anyways, Hussar gave her a dress to wear. And then shortly after saying this, she realizes what that dress kind of signifies to her, and it is Hussar bribing her to spy on Kale. And the thing is that Kale can actually tell that there's like some inner conflict with her. Like, I guess she makes a face or cringes a little bit, and he's like, hey, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And she just says she's fine, and they continue on to the castle. Now let's flash forward to the feast. Kale is ready to go, enjoying wiggling his toes and in his boots in the wheelchair. Nesryn, of course, comes out of her room looking absolutely stunning, so he escorts her to the feast, and he is just admiring how no expense has been spared, and he cannot believe how elaborate everything is. And then Yrene enters the room, and Kale, in his head, the first thing he thinks is that Yrene looks more like a princess than any of the princesses there. She looks amazing and stunning, but also he recognizes that she is a woman of power. She is the heir healer on high at the Tor. And remember, the Tor isn't exactly under the Khaganate. So something that Kale even notices here is that Argoon eyes Yrene like she is a piece of meat. Not necessarily because he's attracted to her in that sense, but if you think about it, it would be really advantageous for Argoon, who wants to be the next Khagan, to have a very strong alliance with Yrene. But much to Kale and Nesryn's surprise, Hussar walks Yrene right up to Kale and Nesryn, tells Nesryn that she can't sit next to her date because it's considered rude, and then has Yrene sit next to Kale instead. Thankfully, although this is really awkward, Sartok steps forward and then gives Nesryn his arm and offers to escort her at the feast that night. So thank you, Sartok. Hussar sucks. Sartok is amazing, and poor Yrene is stuck in the middle of it all. Tower of Dawn, chapter 21. Kale can tell instantly when him and Yrene start talking that she's definitely using some veiled language and sticking to small talk. So that tells him that someone's definitely listening to everything that they say tonight. So he is, going along with the whole small talk and vague speech thing. He can then tell the entire night that she is nervous, and Kale, given the position that he had in Adarlan, can already tell what's happening, so he calls her out and says, the role of pawn doesn't suit you. So that's crazy. Yrene blushes, but she continues the small talk, so he's like, okay, fine, I'll keep doing this thing with you. Towards the end of the feast, the Khagan goes up and leaves, and then apparently this is when the heirs start running the show, because things start getting a little party-like. Now, man, I do not want to get demonetized, so I will do my best to describe this, but basically the entertainment comes out for the night, and it is a bunch of dancers in their birthday suits painted in gold from head to toe. Because I'll remind you that although in Adarlan people are covered from neck to ankle, like they dress very much like period piece England type dress, okay? But here it's like, first of all, it's hot, so they're definitely a lot less conservative in how they dress, but nudity has never been an issue in the southern continent. They're all very open about that kind of stuff. So it's funny because Kale is like instantly mortified, and he's like, what in the world is happening? But everyone else is like, this is totally normal. Yrene, however, having not been from the southern continent, she's only lived here for 2 years, she totally understands why he's uncomfortable. To make things even worse, the room starts to fill with smoke. And this is not smoke from a fire, okay? This is smoke that is giving off a substance that alters your mind, okay? Like, man, I really don't want to get demonetized, guys. This is really hard. But let's just say inhaling this stuff is definitely going to make you start seeing colors, hearing sounds, maybe feel a little buzz, start speaking your mind. Okay, so this is the kind of smoke that's in the air. Because of that, Duva, the pregnant heir, she ends up getting up to leave, rightly so. Kale immediately looks for Nesryn to see how she's taking all of this and can see that her and Sartok are actually sitting on a bench together, like as far back in the ballroom as they possibly can be, so they're not in the smoke and they're not by all the dancers and all that. But the weirdest thing here is that Kale realizes he doesn't feel jealous. Interesting. Because they're definitely, like, over there in the corner having the time of their life. And he kind of, like, waits for that twinge of jealousy to come, and it never does. But he is snapped back into reality when Yrene decides to confess, because she can see that Hussar and all the other heirs are definitely very busy with the entertainment going on. So she shares about Hussar's threat and the information she needs. So she just asks Kale to give her any location. Kale says he really doesn't know where Aelin is. It's not even a, I wouldn't tell you if I knew. He's like, I genuinely have no clue where she is. However, if I'm going to give you a random location so that you're no longer under this threat, I'm going to give you the name of a place that I know Aelin would never go to. He remembers the story of what Selena and Sam did in Skulls Bay and how she was banished from the island by Rolf himself. So he tells Yrene, tell her that Aelin is in Skulls Bay. And it's so stinking funny because Kale is actually so smart for this. But of course, Aelin just so happens to be going to Skulls Bay anyways, despite the fact that she's been banished from ever going to the island. So yeah, that's honestly, that's actually kind of crazy. So as they're having this conversation, I'll remind you, they have been like leaning towards each other to whisper this information because they really don't want anyone to overhear them. But unfortunately, because of all the smoke in the air, they're very up close in each other's business and they're inhaling things that are taking over their filters to not act on instinct and impulse. And they're about to kiss. Like, they're going in for it. They're about to kiss. Yrene, however, snaps out of it, looks over to where Nesryn and Sartok are sitting, and then storms out of the ballroom. Well, okay, before she storms out, she goes to Hussar, says Skulls Bay, and then she leaves. Kale is sitting there being like, did me and Yrene almost just kiss? He watches her go to Hussar and tell her Skulls Bay and leave, and then he looks across the ballroom where Caution is sitting across the ballroom. Man, if looks could kill, Caution is staring Kale down like he has seen his last days. At the end of the feast, however, when Kale is taking Nesryn back to their rooms, he's wondering if Nesryn actually saw and what her thoughts are about it. Nesryn just tells him that Sartok is going back to his camp where all the rock riders are, and she wants to go with him. Kale doesn't like the idea of her leaving and being gone for like a really long period of time, and then says like, since we've been inhaling all the substances we have been all night, I think we should sleep on this and then have a conversation in the morning. And Nesryn agrees that they should wait till the morning, and then they go into Kale's rooms and they talk for the rest of the night. Kale asks her how her family has been, and and then Kale asks Nesryn how the morning was with her family. They went to the like sunrise at the river part of the holiday, and Kale, in his inner monologue, tells the reader, like, I don't know how, I don't know why, but I could tell from the way that Nesryn talked and didn't really make eye contact and how she was definitely like emotionally detached during the conversation. I know that she saw me and Yrene almost kiss. Crazy stuff. Tower of John. I'm so tired. Tower of Dawn, chapter 22. We're gonna be in Yrene's POV because she is debating whether or not she should even see Kale this morning because she is so mortified about the fact that she almost kissed him last night. And she just tells herself, like, the substances that were in the air were no excuse. Like, that was so unprofessional of me that I don't even know if I can face him today to go heal him. Then she does mention that she's been to many, many, many of these celebrations before where this particular substance was put into the air, and she says it has never been stronger than it was that night. Interesting. Why would someone want the substance that was in the air that kind of fogs your brain a little bit? Why would someone want that so strong? Interesting. I think she decides, however, because she's professional, she's going to go to the appointment anyways. Now, whether this is true or due to her paranoia, Yrene is convinced that everyone in the castle is staring at her and judging her. So she just plans to keep things as brief and professional as possible. So she walks as fast as she can to Chaol's rooms, bursts right in to see him and Nesryn sleeping in the bed together. So now she's even more mortified than she was before, and starting to wonder if maybe she was misreading some things the night before. So she starts to turn around and leave when she makes eye contact with Chaol, who I guess is wide awake. So she says she'll wait outside. So he quickly gets dressed and meets her out there and apologizes, and says it was really unprofessional for them to be in that scenario, because they agreed to meet at this time, so he should have been ready. And she offers to leave, but Chaol says he doesn't want to risk losing any progress, so he's like, no, please, let's do this. Nesryn then pops her head out from Chaol's rooms and says that she has a lot of stuff to do, so she heads off to her room. Yrene is awkwardly standing there like, okay, like she's so uncomfortable. Like, can you imagine? She's dying inside right now. And then Chaol and her go into his rooms when Chaol feels the need. Okay, think about the implications of this. Okay, read in between the lines with me here. Chaol feels the need to let Yrene know that absolutely nothing happened. He reassures her that after the feast, they just started talking and she was telling him about her family, exactly where we left Chaol off just a chapter or two ago. And they ended up talking in his rooms and then they just fell asleep. And so I just think it's really interesting that it is so important to him that Yrene knows that. But then his eyes are drawn to something sticking out of her bag. It is a scroll. And he, off the bat, asks her where she got it. And she just says that it's a scroll that she was given when she was doing research, but she doesn't know how to read any of the symbols. And he's like, those aren't just any symbols. Those are called word marks. I told you guys to pay attention. I told you. When have you heard of odd symbols before? Word mark. But you knew that, didn't you? You're so smart. I knew it. So then she decides to pull out the other book, The Song of Beginnings, and show him all the illustrations that she saw in there. And then he tells her, he's very serious. He's like, I need you to hide these books and hide these scrolls immediately. No one can know that you have these. Like, this is the stuff that could potentially change the tide of the war. So they start hiding them under things, in between furniture, and then hides the word mark scroll in one of Chaol's boots that he isn't wearing. She asks if he can read them because then they wouldn't need to hide them. They can just get the information for them first. But he says he doesn't, but he knows someone who can. Obviously, we know this is Yrene. So she then asks him about Orcus and Mantix. And he's like, I don't know. They were either slain or sent back to the world. I don't really remember. And she's like, I think it's really important for you guys to know if there's 2 more Erewhons out there or not. Because if they weren't killed and they're just banished, who's to say Erewhon won't summon them? Tower of Dawn chapter 23, and I can't be in the center because I'm supposed to show you photos, so we're going to make that adjustment real quick. Alright, this is going to be in Chaol and Yrene's POV, because he realizes she's right. They definitely do need to make sure they know for absolute certain what happened to Mantix and Orcus, which were the 2 other Valg kings. Because Erewhon himself is already extremely powerful and hard enough for them to beat, imagine that times 3. That would just be impossible. They get to talking and Yrene asks Chaol about his lovely scar that he has. And this is actually the scar that Selena gave to him the night that Nehemia was found dead. And he doesn't tell her that. All he says is that he deserved it. She then asks him about the second scar that he has on his temple. He says that his father gave it to him. Now listen, that is a lot to unpack about Chaol, but of course Yrene can tell that Chaol is not willing to open up about anything, so she is going to continue their healing journey. And surprise, surprise, the first thing Chaol re-experiences is his father giving him that scar on his temple. So see, I told you had to be patient and wait a hot second, and you waited a hot second, and now here we are. Congratulations. So Chaol re-experiences the day that he told his father that he wanted to leave Aniel, give up his title, and go serve Dorian in Rifthold. So his father throws him down the stone steps in the front of their estate and basically kicks him out and says that he is no son of his, and as Chaol fell down the stairs, he hit his head on a rock when he hit the bottom. He remembers his mother crying from the doorstep. I will remind you that he has not heard from his mother since this day. As she's being dragged back into the house, he sees his younger brother, Taran, terrified. Now, we actually haven't talked about Taran at all. I think we briefly heard that Chaol had a younger brother in like Crown of Midnight or Throne of Glass, but this is the first time that we really get to hear about him. Not only is Taran terrified because he just witnessed his brother get thrown down the stairs by his father, but Taran also now is the heir to Aniel, and he was not really supposed to be the heir to Aniel, but Taran is also escorted back into the estate. Chaol was actually assisted by 2 guards who took pity on him when they witnessed this, and Chaol later learned that those guards were let go immediately, and even tried to, despite the fact that he was at Rifthold serving Dorian, he did try to like send messengers to find the 2 guards that helped him and then give them gold because they were let go in the middle of the winter and they had families and he knew they would not be able to survive unemployed in the winter in Aniel, although his messengers were never able to find those guards. Then, because remember, he's going to re-experience a lot of traumatic things during these healing sessions, he then relives Nehemia's death again and the guilt he feels again. He then starts to feel darkness strangling him and decides he doesn't want to fight it anymore. He lets it strangle him and it transports him to Morath and it shows him all of the horrors that lie below the rocks there. Then the horrors below the glass castle. It shows all of his men that he had trained being tortured by none other than Dorian. Now remember, when we read all of those Valg-infested Dorian chapters in Queen of Shadows, Dorian was being forced to torture people. And those were Chaol's men. And Chaol even has this moment where he always wondered, and part of him always knew that it was Dorian who was the one who had to execute and torture his men, but visually witnessing it is another thing entirely. Chaol then has this feeling like darkness is lurking behind him and about to pounce on him when everything vanishes. Turns out he is now in a field near Oakwald Forest where he sees a cottage, a well, and a garden. And in the garden he sees a woman and a young girl. This young girl is Yrene at the age of 11 with her mother. She is learning about the healing properties of all of the herbs in their garden and talking about a gooseberry pie that they're going to be having for dessert that night. And it is a beautiful and happy sight that makes Chaol feel significantly better and takes him out of his agony. And then Chaol shoots awake and instantly has feeling in his foot. So not only does he have feeling in his toes now, but it has extended to his ankle. He's really excited about this and goes to look at Yrene when he realizes she's no longer in the room. Now, this is where we're going to learn a little bit more about the layout of Chaol's rooms, and this is actually going to be important for a later scene. But Chaol has like these glass doors, if you will, that lead out onto this garden, and this garden is shared between a couple other rooms. But he looks out that glass door and he can see that Yrene is out in the garden sitting there, and he goes out to find her crying. She said that instead of lurching and attacking the darkness, this time she tried to drown it out with light, with the lightest and happiest memory that she had. So then Yrene finally shares her story in its entirety with Chaol and in turn the reader. Basically, her mother broke her do no harm vow as a healer to save Yrene's life. She killed the guard that came after them so that Yrene could run away. And then her mother in turn was killed for it. Yrene was then able to run away and work at a farm that her cousin, who lived kind of far off, owned. And then she eventually made her way to Inish, where she worked at the White Pig Inn as a barmaid. She was then scammed by her boss, where he kept raising her bills but not her pay, so that she was almost never making a profit, and she could never make her way to the southern continent. Of course, until she ran into Celaena, but she does not share that part with Chaol. She just talks about everything up until the White Pig Inn. Yrene just shares that she was grateful that her mother was able to be the one to scare the darkness away, and feels very proud that just a memory of her mother was strong enough to fight off the Valg. And then Chaol shows her that he can now move his entire foot, and they decide to celebrate by going out to get lunch together. Chapter 24, this is going to be in Nesryn's POV, because unfortunately, she knows, she is very, very aware. She knows that Chaol feels guilty, and she knows that it's because he also feels something for Yrene. She is coming back to the castle after being in the city, and who else does she run into other than Sartok? And he is with his Ruck, Kadara, of course. Who else would he be with? They start talking, and they basically just share that they're both exhausted from how much time they're spending with their families. Nesryn shares that she loves her family, however, so all the exhaustion is worth it. And Sartok basically implies that he couldn't actually share that sentiment. It's definitely implied multiple times that he enjoys his ruck riding family at his camp far more than his Khaganate family. And I mean, I don't necessarily blame him if you think about it. Like, can you really trust the family members who most likely will have you killed the second they gain any sort of power, and out of self-preservation they will do anything to make sure they're the one who ends up with power instead of you? I don't blame him. But speaking of his Ruck family at the camp, he tells her that he is on his way to go see them to ask the Hearth Mother more about these Valg creatures, and he would love for her to come with him. However, he is going to be gone for minimum 3 weeks. Nesryn says she can't leave without talking to Chaol, even though she tried to talk with him about this last night, but rightfully so. They were under the influence of some substances, so he said they would talk about it in the morning, but then Yrene showed up and they slept in. It was like this whole thing. So they actually still haven't talked about it, but Sartok says like he's about to leave. Like he's leaving in less than an hour. So Nesryn decides she will go, and Chaol will have to just understand. However, she will write him a note before they leave. And so Nesryn writes her note, and then her and Sartok take off. Tower of Dawn, chapter 25. This is going to be in Yrene and Chaol's POV as they're on their way to the Tor library. So they find Nusha, the librarian, and they ask her where she found the scroll with the symbols on it and the word marks. She does take them to the section, but also informs them that because everything is like really old, they better not ruin anything. And then she also makes a comment about like, I don't know if what you're researching has anything to do with the stuff that's happening here, but if it is, like, think about your actions. Interesting that she caught on to that. But then she leaves. This is also where Yrene tells Chaol, because he is honestly like so shocked of how old everything is. She informs him that the library has been there for 1,500 years and predates the Khaganate. And if you're confused about that, remember the Khaganate conquered the southern continent, but when they came, they left the Tor untouched because healers are in high demand, whether you are the current ruler or the invading one. It begs the question why Adarlan's last king, why he felt the need to destroy those of us with the gift in his own continent. And I think that's a very valid point. You probably have already thought it at this point, maybe like a little bit, because Chaol then shares with her, like, the king himself was infested by a Valg prince, so the Valg in him had the healers hunted down and executed to keep them from being used against him. But the human side of the king of Adarlan was able to fight against the Valg long enough to put up the anti-magic triangle to not only protect his own son Dorian, but to hide some of the healers in the area so that they wouldn't be executed just for existing. Yrene then says, "But healers we have no power to use in battle, nothing beyond what you see from me." To which Cole responds, "I think you might have something they want very badly." What do you think that could be, do you think? He then explains a little bit more about the word marks, or at least everything that Selena was able to teach him before she went off in Air of Fire. But then Yrene decides in that moment that they probably shouldn't talk too openly about the word marks in the library because you never know who's listening. So she decides that they are going to find what they need and then head out. We are now going to jump to Nesryn's POV as they get to a campsite. They're on their way to see Sartok's Hurt Mother as well as all the other Rec Riders at his camp. So they get to the Asimil Mountains. Asimil? I'm not going to pretend like I know how to pronounce that. But they get to these mountains. It doesn't really matter. They're really just there for a night. But she asks Sartok how it feels to be a legend. And he just says it feels weird to be a legend while you're still alive. He usually thinks of legends of, like, you hear stories of people who've passed and great things they've done in their life. And he's like, it feels weird to be a young man and hear legends about you as if, like, you're not still doing stuff, but then asks her how it feels to be friends with legends. And she never really thought about it, but yeah, like Dorian is a legend, Aelin is a legend, even Adian, who's known as the Wolf of the North, is a legend. Rowan and his entire cadre, they are a legend themselves. So she shares that they don't really talk about themselves like that, so she's never really even thought of them like that. He then asks what stories people will tell about her, but she just reveals that she has always been a behind-the-scenes kind of girl, and she enjoys it. Like, she's surrounded by these legends who are doing these great things, and she's just happy to support because she wants a better world. To which he then says that he actually heard tales of her before her arrival. Now, this is a surprise to her, so when she asks about it, he says that he heard all about her archery skills in her time as a rebel in Aderland. Over here in the southern continent, they refer to Nesryn as Neith's arrow, and Neith is the goddess of archery. And he says that he wouldn't be surprised if she is a world-renowned legend by the end of the war, which is honestly kind of cool. Like, she has been a little Katniss in this series. If you think about everything that happened in Queen of Shadows where Nesryn was involved, like, she's a really good shot. Even Aelin was like so shocked at how good of a shot Nesryn was. Tower of John. I keep saying Tower of John and I have no idea where that's coming from. Tower of Dawn, chapter 26. So this is in Chaol and Yrene's POV as they are eating dinner together because he was invited as a guest to spend the night at the tour. So late that night, they're looking through all the books and the scrolls that they got from the library and occasionally mobilizing Chaol's feet just to keep some movement and feeling in them. The next morning, however, Chaol is woken up by a healer who says Yrene was summoned by Hafizia and would meet him for their appointment back at the castle. So he goes down to the courtyard to get onto the horse when he sees the palace guard Shen. We've briefly talked about Shen in the past. Shen is the guard who is often in the barracks and in the stables, who has helped Chaol twice now get onto his horse that's been adapted to his disabilities. And while this guard is helping Chaol up on his horse, Chaol for the first time notices that Shen has a prosthetic arm. The guard notices Chaol looking at his arm and says that he lost his arm protecting one of the potential heirs. I'm like 95% sure it was Argoon, but it doesn't really matter. He lost it protecting one of the heirs, and Yrene was the one who helped him not only with the new arm, but how to adjust his entire life to it and get back to things as normal. He then tells Chaol that healing can be very scary and very lonely, but it doesn't have to be lonely. And Chaol, of course, can see the subtext and sees that Shen is offering his friendship, and Chaol basically appreciates it and just says, like, thank you. And Chaol actually in this moment is very motivated and encouraged by seeing that Shen is actually very high up in the guard at the Khaganate. He is very successful, he's very decorated, and he fights in the barracks with all the other guys, and he's like, oh wow, like if Shen could do this, like I could do this too. So he makes it all the way back to the castle, riding this high of like motivation, and he's all excited to work on healing with Yrene again. He's almost like revitalized and rejuvenized when he is met with a note from Nesryn that he reads, multiple times, and then his heart breaks like 100 times over, because he realizes that he failed her. He doesn't blame her for going, and he blames himself for that. Let's jump to Yrene's POV later as she comes to heal Chaol, who was in a fantastic mood that morning. But for some reason, when she gets to see him today, he's very distressed, and she doesn't know why. And she wants to ask what happened, but she can tell it's not a good time. Whatever it is, it seems really fresh. So she decides to start things off with his workouts. He's very short and very snappy with her, so she decides to call him out on it, being like, hey, like, how you're talking to me isn't really cool right now. So he just decides to stay quiet and not talk at all. They get to the part of the process where she needs to start healing, but she really doesn't want to jump into a very dark place in his psyche when he's already in a dark place in reality. So she just asks him to just at least share what happened so they can discuss it before they jump into the healing portion. But he says he wants to rest and he doesn't feel like healing tonight anymore. He kicks her out of the rooms basically, and so she storms out. She's super angry. And she decides, you know what? I came all this way. I might as well go see Hasar. So the whole way wondering there, she's wondering what in the world went wrong. Like, Chaol was in such an amazing mood when she last saw him, and now he's angry, and she's mad that she let him kick her out of the room, and he was being so unprofessional, and then she was unprofessional for storming out, and she let her emotions get the better of her when she finally runs into Hasar. And Hasar immediately loves to spill the tea to her good friend Yrene, so she tells her that Sartok left that morning for a few weeks and took Nesryn with him. And according to some of the servants that she pays to be her spies, all Nesryn left was a note and didn't even say goodbye to Chaol or tell him that she was leaving. And in this moment, Yrene realizes that is exactly why Chaol's having a meltdown. And so Yrene leaves Hasar, but not to go back and see Chaol. She is going to walk through the streets and follow the sound of coughing. In other words, Yrene goes into full healing mode because that is truly her natural habitat. She just walks through the streets, and anyone who is in need of a healer, she heals them. And this is how she is going to distract herself from the information she just learned. Tower of Dawn, chapter 27. This is going to be in Yrene's POV after healing 6 people. Remember, things got a little awkward and uncomfortable with her and Chaol, so she decided to go on a big old healing binge, if you will, after she found out that he was angry and treating her the way he was because he just found out that Nesryn had left with only leaving a tiny note. So she heals until sunset when she decides to come back to the castle because she decides that she's going to confront Chaol. So Chaol does not know that she knows why he was being rude, and she has kind of come to terms with the fact that he's allowed to be upset, but he's not allowed to disrespect me like that. So she is going to confront him on it. But as she's walking through the halls at night, she hears footsteps behind her. She realizes it's probably just a servant. She picks up her pace and starts going to Chaol's room when she realizes the footsteps behind her are also picking up pace. She turns a corner and she can see Chaol's door in the distance, and she just decides to be better safe than sorry and break out into a full sprint for Chaol's rooms. But unfortunately for her, the footsteps that she hears behind her have also now broken out into a sprint. So she decides she is not going to look back and see what's chasing her. She is just going to make it her life's mission to get to Chaol's door and get to safety. She does beat whatever or whoever is following her to Chaol's rooms. She immediately goes in and slams the door, and she locks the door right before a body slams into it on the other side. Chaol is obviously very startled and confused as to why Yrene just ran into his room in an absolute frenzy and why now it seems like there's someone trying to break into his room on the other side of the door. But he doesn't ask questions. He immediately starts instructing Yrene to push his chest and some other heavy furniture in front of the door. Mind you, he would love to help her, but paralyzed from the waist down kind of makes that hard, so he's instructing her the best way to barricade the room. We have briefly discussed the layout of Chaol's room, and remember there's like this glass door that leads to this garden, and it's not like a private garden to Chaol. It's private for like multiple rooms, but you can access the garden from a couple different areas, and there's really only just a glass door there, so not very secure. So he's also then instructing Yrene on how to properly cover up that glass door so no one can get in through the gardens either. After all of the doors are secured, Chaol hands Yrene daggers and he coaches her on how to stay calm and just stay ready. But he also says that if the thing gets into the room, he will fight it, and he just wants her to run. The daggers are really just for her protection, because also remember, she took a do no harm vow, and so she actually cannot injure or unalive another human being because it goes against the vow that she took to Silba as a healer. Mind you, this entire time, the thing has been beating on the door, the front door, not the glass door, and it's beating on this door so hard that the wood is now splinting and there's a giant crack in the door. And then through the crack of the door, they hear a non-human voice. Lovely. They hear a non-human voice calling out Yrene's name. She obviously starts to freak out when Chaol says, "Don't you waste one heartbeat being afraid of a coward who haunts women in the darkness. Your fear grants its power over you." I don't feel like I need to add anything to that. That was beautifully said, Chaol. But also notice when he says that your fear grants it power over you, this is kind of Chaol nodding to the fact that he does in fact believe that this is a Valg creature. So they're waiting for this thing to basically throw its body into the door one more time, and with the giant crack in the door, it's pretty much one more body slam away from falling down, but they don't actually hear anything. After the creature says Yrene's name, it kind of just vanishes. The next thing they actually hear is the palace guards yelling in the distance as they're running up to the door. And the craziest part is when they let the guards inside, they say that no one was standing outside of Chaol's rooms when they got there. Tower of Dawn, chapter 28. So Caution came with the guards to Chaol's rooms, and he is helping Yrene push all the furniture back in its place as Chaol is explaining to the guards and Caution what exactly happened, and Yrene is sharing the bit where only she was there as well. Caution immediately orders multiple guards to be sanctioned around Chaol's rooms, and he also says that he would like to personally escort Yrene back to the tour tonight. However, she says that she would rather stay with Chaol. That's crazy. I know Caution did not like that. Caution definitely did not like that. So Chaol tells Yrene that she can sleep in Nesryn's room if she wants, since it's just one room over, but she says that she would prefer really to just stay in his room. She can just sleep on the floor or the couch, but she just doesn't want to be alone right now, which is so valid. Of course, however, he is a gentleman and he will not let her sleep on the floor or couch, so I guess they will just have to share the bed. So unfortunate, truly. However, they're both still kind of like in a tizzy of everything that happened and they can't sleep, so they pretty much just stay up really late into the night talking. While they're talking, Yrene reveals that she would not have ran if that thing had gotten in the room, even if Chaol was distracting it. She would not have run because she does not want someone that she cares for to be killed again, which is very tender and very sweet. She's just a really tender, sweet-hearted human being. That's really what Yrene is, so it makes perfect sense. She then decides to take this opportunity to, in a more loving way. I mean, when she was originally coming to the room, she was going to tell him this in an angerful way, in an angry way, but decides that she's just going to say, like, hey, I heard that Nesryn went off with Sartok and only left you a note, and I'm really sorry that happened. I'm sure that must not be easy for you. And Chaol tells her what that little note said. I know you've been dying to know what the note said. It said, "I hold you to no promises, and I will hold none of my own." That's crazy. I mean, here's the thing. When she agreed to come with him to Antica, he promised her the adventure of a lifetime. However, he's pretty much been stuck up in his room working on healing, or he's been going to visit Yrene to get his healing done. And pretty much his focus has just been on healing and getting help for the kingdom, which are definitely like the priorities he should have had, but he has not taken the time to see her family or get to know her family. He has not taken the time to explore or do anything with her or celebrate any of the holidays with her, really. So, like, it makes sense. I think it was just like they both had to accept a very painful truth. And Nesryn just happened to be the one who had to relay that truth in a very not easy to accept way, unfortunately. Chaol just tells Yrene, I promised her an adventure. She deserves to go on one. And eventually, after that conversation, they get quiet and they both fall asleep. As for the next morning, Chaol decides to go to the barracks and finds the guard Shen with the prosthetic arm. So remember, Shen is the guard that Yrene healed, and seeing Shen really inspired Kale to see like what he could be despite his newfound disability. So Shen shows Kale to this kind of like a fitness gym area in the barracks, and for the first time Kale asks to work out in the space and maybe learn some stuff from Shen. So Shen is happy to train Kale, and they end up being workout buddies together, and I just think that's really sweet. And something that Kale really needed right now is like a friend who understood him. Like, obviously Nesryn is his friend, but we can tell here and there she has said some insensitive things because she just doesn't understand. She doesn't have a disability. She's not had a disability, and it doesn't seem like she's really been close friends with anyone who has had a disability. So it makes sense that she doesn't really know how to talk to Kale or be there for him in the way that he really needs, especially because he's not doing a great job communicating it. But I think it's going to be really, really beneficial for Kale to have a friend who just gets him like that. So they do their fun workouts together. Shen shows him how to do some workouts in the chair, kind of like what Yrene taught him, but maybe some more fun and advanced ones. And then also Shen spars with him, trying to get Kale used to sword fighting while in the wheelchair. Then he goes back to his rooms for Yrene to work on healing him for 6 straight hours, and so this pattern continued for the next 3 days. Chapter 29, but this is also officially part 2 of the Tower of Dawn book. It's just called Mountains and Seas, and this is where I will say Tower of Dawn goes beyond just being Kale's healing story and Yrene being introduced as a character. Like, we're about to delve into a whole additional plot with Nesryn and Sartok that is honestly going to blow the series out of the water. So I'm really excited to finally get into this part. We're going to be in Nesryn's POV as they are taking the final leg of their journey. Nesryn takes the opportunity alone with Sartok to ask if he's ever fighted in a war, to which he says yes, but definitely not one of the level of the war that's about to happen. He then asks about Aderlin, and the topic quickly shifts to rumors he heard of racism and hatred towards the immigrants there, and he's asking about her experience having been the child of immigrants. Nesryn just confirms that she was definitely a target of hatred during her time there, and Sartok doesn't push the topic, but he just lets her know that he understands. They chit-chat a little bit more about some other stuff, but eventually they do arrive, and he warns her that he's just the captain here, so no Your Highness and no other royal titles while he's there. She's surprised, and definitely like, you know, like if you're calling someone Your Highness and you see them as like the prince of a country that like your family's from, it's gonna be hard to just speak to him casually, like, you know, like another peer, but you know, he's asked her to do it and he said it would make him more comfortable, so that's exactly what she's gonna attempt to do. So they are landing at the camp and she's honestly just shocked at how big it is, and not only that it's as large as it is, but that it's only one of many clans. So you can imagine how helpful it would be to have all of these clans helping out in the war. He gives her a short tour from the skies as they are landing, and then when they do finally land, they are met by a woman named Bort. Bort is Sartok's Hearth sister and heir to the Hearth Mother Holun. Okay, that's a lot. The Hearth Mother, the best way I can describe it is she's literally just the mother of the entire clan. Like, she oversees the needs and the care of everyone in the entire clan. So the Hearth sister is just the heir to the Hearth Mother, so that if Holun ever passed, then Bort would then become the Hearth Mother. It's pretty simple. She's just, you know, she's the big dog. She calls all the shots, and she's obviously very well loved and respected by Sartok and the rest of the clan. Bort's first question is whether Nesryn is an emissary or a bride, which, let's just say that gets both of them blushing a lot, but Sartok just scolds her. Nesryn's really just shocked of the way that Bort so casually, like, teases Sartok, but then she realizes technically Bort kind of outranks Sartok in the clan. He's a captain, but she's the Hearth sister. And you'll definitely pick up that they have very much, like, bickering sibling vibes, but they do love each other dearly. Nearby Bort, there is another man who is clearly not from the southern continent, but he comes up and he greets both Nesryn and Sartok and says that he is a guest to the Hearth Mother these past couple weeks. He introduces himself as Falcon Enar. He is a merchant from the northern continent. He has no news from Aderlin, however, because he has been in the southern continent for 2 years now. Because obviously the first thing Nesryn wanted to ask is what the state of Aderlin was like, since he is from the northern continent. But unfortunately, he knows less than she does. He realizes that she introduced herself as captain, and he asks what happened to the Captain Westfall now that she has his title, and she reveals that he's actually right hand to King Dorian. Falcon is shocked. He didn't even know that Dorian had taken up his place as king. He didn't know what had happened to the king. He obviously has so many questions because he clearly missed a ton, and obviously, like, we read about a lot of things that happened over the past 2 years, so yes, he did miss a ton, but Bort just escorts them to their rooms being like, okay, yeah, now's not the time. They're obviously very tired from traveling, so let's give them a minute before we start interrogating them about the last 2 years of their lives. As Nesryn's being shown her rooms, she asks what Falcon's business in there, but no one but Haloon, the Hearth Mother, knows. Bort doesn't even really know what Falcon's doing there, but she is skeptical, so it's a good thing to know. Later that night, after bathing and changing and recovering from all of that travel, she's scarfing down some dinner when Sartok says the Hearth Mother is not at the camp. This is horrible because Nesryn did not want to be here long. They were already planning to be here for like 3 or so weeks. So she's really not wanting to just hang around and wait. But Sartok does say she should be back in a day or two. So that just gives them some time to look around, but they definitely can be back in about 3 weeks. They agree to do a much more in-depth tour of the camp tomorrow and even visit the archery practicing spot in the camp because he just knows that some of the people in his clan would absolutely love to see the Neith's arrow in action. Remember, Neith is the goddess of archery, and that is what she is known as in the southern continent. Chapter 30, it is the next morning, so Sartok and Nesryn are meeting up to Mount Kadara and start off on today's lovely adventures. They fly around for a little bit to let Kadara stretch her wings, they stop to get her some breakfast, and then Nesryn asks a bit more about ruck riding culture. So basically, here's it in a nutshell. Young ruck riders learn to ride on the old, more like retired rucks when they're about 4 years old, and then when they're 13 years old, they get to pick a hatchling and train it from birth. So all riders are very well bonded with the rucks. This is also where he takes the time to share a little bit more about the history of the Khaganate conquering the southern continent and taking over. Basically, she grew up hearing these stories, but not in this detail and not from as trustworthy as a source as the prince himself. While he's telling her a little bit about this history, he mentioned something called the Sould. I really do struggle with some of the words in Tower of Dawn because I really don't want to mispronounce them. But basically, it is like a staff-like thing, but it has horsehair attached to it. Basically, the OG Khaganate, if you will, the first one, he had a white Sould. He had a white one that he held during times of peace, and then he had a black Sould that he wielded during war as a weapon. And that's not like the most important thing in the world, but it is kind of a fun little Easter egg that we can delve into a little bit more later, so just know what a Sould is. Conversation then turns to a less desirable conqueror than the Khaganate, and that is Erewhon. And like Lysandra questioned earlier in Queen of Shadows, they're basically wondering why, if Erewhon was silently ruling Aderlin, why now? Like, why did he wait until after both Aelin and Dorian have stepped into their power to try to start conquering the world? But, however, they're not really able to dive into that question before they land back on camp. And it's kind of crazy that I feel like that has come up 3 different times yet, and then we just move on really quickly without getting an answer. I would really like an answer to that question. I have a feeling you would too. Anyways, so we have completely moved on from wondering about that, I guess, and we're officially doing our tour of the camp. And she is meeting a lot of amazing people, and she's amazed by all of the training rings and all of the exciting things that she's seeing around the camp. And obviously all of this is happening up in the mountains, and she's really just shocked about how amazing the view is. She's really just loving her time here at the camp. As she's looking off in the distance, she can see a large lake, but past this lake, she can see a mountain that looks devoid of life and unlike the rest of the view. Sartok says that that specific peak is called Arundin, and it's where they bury the rucks and their riders who have passed. Nesryn then asks him a very risky question. She asks if he would prefer to be buried there with the Ruck Riders or if he would prefer to be buried with his family. And he refuses to answer, which, if you think about it, is kind of answer enough. There's only one answer to that question that would be not wise for him to give. So that says a lot, I think, about Sartok and how he feels about potentially becoming an heir. They then move on to where people practice their archery. So they're in the specific archer training area of the camp. I don't know if there's like a better name for that, but Bort shows Nesryn where they keep all the bows and arrows, and of course Neith's arrow goes crazy on all of the targets and kind of assembles a bit of a crowd. Bort even herself comes up to Nesryn and she's like, I need you to teach me how to shoot like that because my archery skills are lacking compared to yours. So after hours of shooting and showing the Rook Riders a lot of her techniques and how she shoots, a messenger eventually does come and tells them that the Hearth Mother is back a day earlier than expected. So Sartok and Nesryn waste no time to run to see Haloon. Thankfully, for me, and for you, I guess, so you don't have to hear me butcher the name Haloon, we learn that they call her Ej for short, like EJ, Ej. It's the Rookin term for mother. So Ej is just like, Hearth Mother is like her official title, but Ej is like a more casual, endearing term for mother. So there you go. That's why they call her Ej. So when they come to meet Ej, Falcon is also in the room. She says, an ancient malice is stirring in these mountains. It's why I've been gone these past days, to seek it out. So basically, we learned that something or someone has been attacking Rook nests and killing baby Rooks in their eggs. Ej reveals that they've been attacked by Karankui, which is basically the translation for Stygian spiders. Tower of Dawn, chapter 31. Do you guys remember the Stygian spiders? Okay, they're these big, giant black spiders that are horrifying. They're the size of horses. They can talk. That is where Manon got the silk, the spider silk that she needed to help Abraxos fly. Okay? I hope you remember. If you do not remember that from Heir of Fire, I'm going to need you to remember that scene because it's going to be really important in this chapter, okay? We're going to refer back to it a couple times. Okay, I need to stop bouncing on the exercise ball because I'm excited. So Nesryn asks Ej if she's absolutely sure because after all, Stygian spiders are supposed to be very rare. However, Falcon pulls spider silk out of his pocket. 100 yards of it, actually. Okay, now, let's remember what happened in Heir of Fire. Manon came there right after someone else, who had made quite the deal. A merchant, actually, like Falcon, from the northern continent, like Falcon, who wanted 100 yards of spider silk, like Falcon. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? The same merchant who traded 20 years off his life for 100 yards of spider silk. So Falcon, this man who is here, this is the exact person that the Stygian spider told Manon about. So although Falcon looks 47, we learn in this moment that Falcon is actually 27. So the Karankui, aka what the people of the southern continent call Stygian spiders, they are a less civilized version of their northern sisters. Okay, so remember how disgusting and brutal and terrifying they were in Heir of Fire? Now imagine 100 times worse, and that is the Karankui. Ej says, I do not believe it a mere coincidence that the Karankui have again begun preying upon the world at the same time a merchant seeks out their eyrie for answers regarding their northern kin. Basically an accusation towards Falcon, but he says he regrets giving up his youth and he just wanted to ask for it back. I don't think that's gonna go well for him, but he learned also that he could have the years back if he slayed the spider that he made the deal with. So although he's not a warrior, he was hoping to come here and find someone at the clan who would be willing to hunt down the Stygian spider, or the Karankui, that he made the deal with and kill them so that he can be young again. Ej reveals that Rux and Karankui have actually waged war against each other in the past, which is why Ej really does not want this news to get out. So it is going to stay within this group in the room. However, Sartok and Nesryn are about to talk with Ej about some way deeper stuff that goes further than just this Karankui, so Falcon is dismissed from the room. So now it is just Ej and Nesryn and Sartok. So Ej turns to Nesryn and says, "It is starting anew, isn't it? The one who sleeps has awoken." I'm sorry. So is everyone who needed to know that Erewhon was actually asleep and not dead the only people who didn't know that he was asleep and not dead? I feel like this is the second time now that we're hearing from someone who just had this knowledge that he was actually just asleep and not dead. So love that for us. Everyone knew he was taking a magically induced nap, I guess, other than the people who actually needed to destroy him. So cool. Besides the point, Sartok tells her about the attack that happened in the Tor library, and he asks if Ej can have a clan fly across the sea to fight Erewhon in this war. She then decides that she needs to tell them a story. After all, the Hearth Mother, on top of caring for everyone in the clan, she is supposed to be like the storyteller. Think historian, okay? Like, yes, she tells story, but she's not just telling these crazy myths, although she does know the myths because sometimes there is truth hidden in myths, okay? But she knows about all the previous wars, okay? So this is the kind of storyteller she is. She's basically the one keeping the clan informed of their history because those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it. However, Ej is hungry, so Ej says she needs to eat first, and then she will tell them. So, flash forward, Ej has eaten her dinner, and she's going to tell us what she knows. Now, I have gotten majority of this from the book. It is not word for word. I've really just included the big stuff that you need to know, but we're going to read a good bit, so bear with me. This is a lot of really important information, and then we will, of course, recap everything after. Wait, I need a sip of water. Long ago, before the Khaganate, before the horse lords on the steeps and the Tor by the sea, before any mortal ruled these lands, a rip appeared in the world. In these very mountains, aka a word gate, okay? It opened and closed swiftly, no more than a flash of lightning. But that was all that was needed for the horrors to enter, the Karankui and other beasts of shadow. In other words, Valg creatures. Nesryn clocks this immediately, and she confirms out loud to the rest of the group. She's like, "So you're telling me this is where the Valg came into the world?" And Ej confirms. She then says, "Most of the Valg left, summoned northward when more hordes appeared there. But this place, perhaps the Valg that arrived here were a vanguard who assessed this land and did not find that they were seeking, so they moved out. But the Karankui remained in the mountain passes, servants to a dark crown Erewhon. They did not leave. The spiders learned the tongues of men as they ate the fools stupid enough to venture into their barren realm. Some who made it out claimed they remained because the fells reminded them of their own blasted worlds. Others said the spiders lingered to guard the way back to wait for that door to open again to go home." Interesting. War waged in the east in the ancient Fey realms, 3 demon kings against a Fey queen and her armies. Interesting. Demons that passed through a door between worlds to conquer our own. And yet, even when the Valg were banished to their realm, even when the final remaining demon king slithered into the dark places of the world to hide, the Fey came here to the mountains. They taught the rooks to fight the Karankui, taught the Ruks the language of Fey and men. They built watchtowers along these mountains, erected warning beacons throughout the land. Were they a distant guard against the Karankui? Or were the Fey, too like the spiders, waiting for the rip in the world to open again? By the time anyone thought to ask why, they had left those watchtowers and faded into memory. So Sartok is like, okay, so this is clearly the Valg, this is clearly the Word Gates, this is clearly the Valg Kings. So how exactly can we defeat these Valg? And Ej then points to Nesryn and says, she already knows. Okay, this is awkward because Nesryn has kind of been withholding information from Sartok, and that's not happening anymore. Nesryn is speechless, but basically eventually just says, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you what I know." If it gets back to Erewhon that they know and they have a way, then they're all dead. Like, Erewhon's going to be able to just squash them right then and there. Sartok is clearly and obviously very mad at Nesryn for withholding this information, but there's still just so much they don't know that could make all the difference in the world. So she's like, it's not that you need to know what I know and that I'm keeping it from you and this was all for nothing. She's like, there's still so much more we need to know, and we only know one way to kill them. So we need more. We need more information. We need more help. And what have we already learned from what Edge has told us? The Stygian spiders are Valg, and they are still here in the mountain area. Okay, so they have outposts here, and Nesryn thinks that everything still might be connected, and maybe if we explore in the right places, we could figure out some more information and potentially expose a witness. Edge then says most of the Fey watchtowers are gone, but some still stand in partial ruin. The closest is perhaps half a day's ride from here. Begin there and see if anything remains. Perhaps you might find an answer or two. The Fae set them with traps to keep the spiders at bay, which is why no one has thought to look before now. When they abandoned the towers, they left them intact. Some tried to enter to loot or to learn, none returned. So is it worth the risk? And of course, Nesryn is not afraid to take some risks. Tower of Dawn chapter 32, that was a bit of a brain dump, so let's just head over to Yrene's POV as her and Kale are in a healing session. Luckily for him, Kale is actually making lots of progress, and today they even went on a horseback ride and then settled back at the Tor to continue to work on some more healing. Yrene suggests another trip to the library, specifically to ask Nusha how the library got the scrolls that they now have in their possession that are hiding in Kale's rooms. So let's flash forward to them in the library doing just that, and Nusha asks if the scrolls and books is why certain things have been happening that are not great and why they have heightened security in the Tor. So she's definitely cagey about helping, but what she does reveal is that she gave everything to Yrene and Kale, but there are rumors that out there in the desert, caves exist with such information. Caves this information came from. Most have been lost, but there was one in the Aksara Oasis. And then it says Nusha's look turned knowing as Yrene winced. So Nusha knows something about Yrene and Aksana Oasis. So after Nusha leaves, Kale asks her, so what was that about? What happened at Aksana Oasis? Basically, it's a private land owned by the royal family. And given that information, I'm assuming you can guess what happened there. But basically, she says that if they were to ask anyone at the royal family to have access to it or to go there, it would definitely be very suspicious and it would raise a lot of red flags for them. And she knows that she could get caution to take them there, but she doesn't want to manipulate him like that. She's really just trying to get him off her tail at this point. She does not want to even remotely lead him on. Hasara, on the other hand, we'd feel a little bit less bad about manipulating her after she's been blackmailing Yrene, who's supposed to be one of her closest friends. However, she would be, next to Argoon, probably one of the more dangerous of the potential heirs if they got wind of what they were looking for there and what it was for. Yrene decides in this moment that they should get something to eat and offers for Kale to actually stay and have dinner at the Tor, but Kale suggests that they go out to the downtown area to have some dinner together. So this is actually huge because that means that Kale is willing to be in his wheelchair in a very public space and also kind of struggle through the concept of navigating a public space in a wheelchair. This is insane because he's had a lot of pride at this point. Until very recently, he didn't want to be near the barracks or near any other guards in his wheelchair until him and Shen got close and, Shen got him out of his comfort zone there. But this is a big development. So basically they go out to eat dinner and they have a fun little date. Oops. Did I just say date? Am I wrong though? No. So while they're on this date, not date, they open up to each other and they get vulnerable a little bit more than they usually do in their healing sessions. And then it says, and as Kale rode back to the illuminated palace across the city, he could have sworn that some weight in his chest on his shoulders had vanished, as if he'd lived with this his entire life unaware. And now, even with all that gathered around him, around Outerlyn and those he cared for, how strange it felt, that lightness. I'm just saying, I have a feeling that Yrene has a really insanely strong, powerful, good influence on Kale. That's all I'm saying. Chapter 33, and we're finally back in Nesryn and Sartok's POV as they're flying over the mountains in search of the watchtower in the Khagan. Remember, those are basically the southern version of Stygian spiders. They're less civilized and they're more brutal. So they find their way to one of these watchtowers and then they land, and basically no signs of life yet. So they walk up to the watchtower where they see two owl symbols on either side of the watchtower. Okay, I am going to spell something out for you guys without actually saying it, because I feel like during Tower of Dawn, I have brought it up multiple times now. Owls have been mentioned in Tower of Dawn 4 times. If Sarah J Maas keeps bringing something up, chances are it's important. Now, if you want to go back and rewatch, I definitely, every single time an owl comes up, I'm like, notice there's an owl here? That's such a funny thing to point out. I do that for a reason. So all I'm saying is you better be paying attention. So anyways, they enter this tower, the entrance between the two owl symbols, if you will, and they're extra careful because remember, there's supposed to be all these like booby traps that were left there, and they don't want to run into anything in these watchtowers. And sure enough, there are some trick staircases. There's like, you know, if you step on that one stone, like an arrow shoots across the hall. So Nesryn had this great idea where she grabbed a bunch of rocks from outside the watchtower and she's kind of throwing them always a couple steps ahead. She even saved Sartok's life a couple times because he's more of a warrior, okay? He's less stealthy. Nesryn has always had to be like more of a spy behind the scenes, whereas Sartok is like the march in the front lines warrior. So he's ready to just like march ahead and get the answers they need. And she's like, no, like we gotta go stealth mode. So they very, very slowly work their way to the depths of this watchtower. And just so you get like a fun visual for how intense these booby traps are, Nesryn says, remember that these traps are not for human assailants, but for spiders as large as horses who can speak and plan and remember. So there you go. So we finally get to the bottom of this watchtower, we get past all those booby traps, and then we get to basically a dungeon with a bunch of empty cells and a stone table that looks like it's where they possibly conducted torture. Yay. So they're looking around the room and they find some of the torture tools, if you will. Oddly enough, some of them are still sharp, which is odd considering the fact that no one apparently has been here for centuries. Nesryn then looks up and notices there's some writing on the wall and some weird symbols when they come to the conclusion that it is in the old Fae language. What do you think those odd symbols are? Guys, if someone ever mentions odd symbols that look like they're in an old Fae language, just assume they're word marks, okay? So they see these maybe not word marks, and Sartok turns to get his quill and parchment from Kadara's saddlebag so that they can write them down, because Nesryn says she knows someone who can read these, so they decide they're going to write them down, when they hear a female voice saying, there's no need to translate it, it says, look up. Pity you didn't heed it. Nesryn indeed looked at what emerged from the stairwell, crawling along the ceiling towards them, and tried to swallow her scream. Chapter 34, if you did not pick this up from the fact that it was literally crawling on the ceiling, this female voice belongs to a Khagan. Nesryn immediately pulls her bow and arrows to try to shoot at it, and Sartok even launches at the Khagan too, when a full-blown fight breaks out. And if you're not new to the series, I don't really do a breakdown of the fights. I basically just let you know any pivotal moments and who wins them, because that's all that really matters in summaries. But things are not looking hopeful for Nesryn and Sartok, because the Khagan obviously is like the size of a horse, and it's very powerful, and it's very ancient, and it's huge, and it's disgusting, and it's weird, and it's gross, and I hate it. But out of nowhere, okay, this giant gray wolf bursts into the room and attacks the spider. So they're confused, but they're also not questioning it, so they book it out of there, straight up the stairs, and run straight to Kadara, hop on the saddle, and go to fly out of there when the wolf follows them out of the watchtower, and right behind him is that spider. The wolf is injured, so Kadara actually squares off with the spider and of course wins the fight, because we love Kadara and she's perfect, and if something happens to Kadara, I will lose my mind, okay? So she kills the spider, and then the injured wolf shifts into a human form, and it is none other than Falcon. Okay, so Falcon is a shapeshifter. Chapter 35. So Falcon followed them as a falcon. Get it? Falcon. Falcon. I always thought that was funny. Anyways, so he also informs them that Ej is aware that he's a shapeshifter, but Sartok is mad that no one told him because in his mind, shapeshifters are spies. And Falcon wants to tell him he's wrong. However, that one time where they had that really private conversation about all the Valg and the like, where they kicked Falcon, when they literally kicked Falcon out of the room, yeah, he just came back as a mouse and heard the whole thing. So he's like kind of proving Sartok's point, but he's trying to let Sartok know, like, I was just being nosy, you know, like I have my own agendas too, but we're on the same side. Sartok, however, has a very low view and opinion of shapeshifters. I feel like this is the first time we ever kind of see Sartok's like holier than thou, princely kind of attitude shine through. He's not really like that. He's actually a very good, like, potential heir. He's a very good prince. He's a very moral, right and just guy. But of course, kind of like how Dorian was in the first book, when you grow up being a prince, there are just certain mindsets you grow up with that aren't necessarily accurate. And this is kind of one of those things for him. And, you know, there are bad shapeshifters out there, but just because you're a shapeshifter doesn't mean you're a bad person. I mean, look at Lysandra. She's a shapeshifter and, like, arguably one of the best characters in the whole series. Sorry, that was maybe too much of my opinion. I try to steer away from giving too much of my opinion in these videos. But Nesryn basically turns towards Sartok and is like, hey, I get you have very strong feelings, but I'm gonna need you to chill out because he just saved our life and he's kind of bleeding out right now. So if we could maybe prioritize getting him back to camp and try not to ridicule him for something that he can't help because he was just born that way, that would be great. Falcon just uses this as an opportunity to basically just like give his backstory a little bit to Sartok, I guess, but he basically just says he never actually wanted the gift. It was a gift from his brother and his father, who were also shapeshifters. He's also not an assassin or spy, although he has had his nosy moments in the past, but he really wanted to follow them to see if any spiders that they interacted with, if he killed them, that they would be the ones responsible for taking 20 years of his life. However, he is still mid to late 40s, so we can assume that this spider is not the spider that he made that deal with. After Sartok kind of cools off a little bit, Falcon takes a moment to thank Nesryn for not being scared or skeptical of him, but she says, one of my friends is a shifter. In other words, Lysandra. And I feel like we don't get a lot of like Nesryn Lysandra moments, so it's kind of sweet to hear Nesryn refer to Lysandra as a friend, and I know Lysandra would feel the same way. So it's just a funny little tidbit I like to include in there. But right after Nesryn says that, Falcon passes out, so they decide to just head back to camp. As soon as they land, Sartok immediately goes to have a very serious conversation with Ej, not only about what they saw, but more to scold her for not letting him know about what Falcon actually was. And then, of course, Nesryn makes sure that Falcon gets the necessary medical attention that he needs. Then Nesryn goes to see Bort and shows her one of the blades that she took from the watchtower. So remember how there were all those like torture weapons by the little like torturing altar area at the bottom of the watchtower? Well, Nesryn grabbed one. However, when Bort sees this ancient Fey blade, which is what she identifies it as, with ancient Fey symbols on it, and both Nesryn and Sartok have black blood on them because we learn that the Karankui are Valg creatures and they have black blood. And then on top of it, all she knows is that when they landed, Sartok was totally in a tizzy and very upset. Bort is like, clearly there is something way deeper going on here, and I want answers right now. So Nesryn swears Bort to secrecy and actually tells Bort like a lot of information about what's actually going on in this war. Later that day, when Nesryn and Sartok are able to meet up and chat again, he's a bit upset, to say the least, at Nesryn for telling Bort, but he's more upset still with her that she is continuing to keep secrets from him about the Valg, and she's just kind of like, these aren't my secrets to tell, and also like, you're a potential heir of the family, like, do you blame me? Like, yes, I trust you, but at the same time, like, I can't just share Aylin's secrets about Erewhon with you just because I trust you. And she just kind of takes this as an opportunity to be like, you know, I wouldn't do anything differently. I still wouldn't have told you. I'm sorry you found out the way you did, but I don't regret not sharing things with you that you didn't really need to know at the time. But I'm hoping now that you do know more and you've seen more, that you understand why we are so desperate for your help and why it is so important that we do get this help, because if Aelin loses this war and Dorian loses this war, do you think Erewhon's gonna stop there? No, he's going to, like the King of Adarlan, if not worse, he's going to try to conquer the world. Sartok cannot really argue with this, so he just lets her know that after his conversation with Ej, she revealed that she found the location of 3 other watchtowers. So once the shifter is healed, they're going to go check out the other ones. And of course, Bort is demanding that she joins them as well. And this also is a tiny moment of growth from Sartok. He wants Falcon to come. He kind of shoves it off as like, oh, well, it's nice to have a shifter, like might as well put his skills to use. But I think this is Sartok kind of not growing a soft spot necessarily, but deciding to trust Nesryn for trusting Falcon that not all shifters are spies and bad people. Tower of Dawn, chapter 36. Guys, it has been so long since we've talked about Tower of Dawn, and I'm so ready. I actually really do enjoy Tower of Dawn, especially since diving into it for these summaries, I've like fallen in love with it all over again. I do think it is the most underrated book in the whole series. But let's jump in and check on Chaol and Yrene. It's been a hot minute, because even when we last talked about Tower of Dawn, we were mostly focusing on Sartok and Nesryn. So let's see what they're up to. So healing has been going splendidly, to the point where Chaol has actually regained a lot of strength in his legs, and he now has movement from his toes to his knees. He does not have any feeling or control over his knees to his hips yet, so he still can't stand. But he has movement and he can actually like hinge at the knees. So that's very cool. Even Yrene is shocked at how insanely good his progress has been. So Chaol and Yrene head to one of those dinners with the Khagan and the Visors and all the potential heirs, right? And they haven't been to one for a while because the Khagan took his wife to the shore somewhere on like a little vacation, but it was like for the purpose of mourning their daughter, Tulun, who died at the beginning of this book. So they get to this dinner, and off the bat, they can tell that the air is really tense in the room. They're like, ooh, okay, something definitely has happened. So they sit down, and Hasar, being the jerk that she is like, oh, Chaol, I don't know if you've heard, but Sartok and Nesryn are coming back tomorrow. Isn't that great? And the way that she says it very much implies that, like, my brother stole your girlfriend. Like, it's a very petty way of her to say it, being like, oh, aren't you so excited to see your girlfriend again? So sorry that my brother stole her away from you and that she was so easy to steal. Chaol just responds with his own version of a clapback, and he's like, oh, did you not hear? I just got news from Nesryn. She's actually such a hit with all the clans because of her archery skills, and they want to learn more from her, so she's actually gonna stay another 3 weeks to teach your clan archery. So like, yeah, he has a good clapback for that one. But that's also how we learned that she's staying there another 3 weeks. So we didn't know that before now. Hasar hates that he knew more about the situation that she did. So she also hates that he made it very public, that she didn't have this knowledge. So she decides that she has to, one-up him, because Hasar always has to have the last word. It's truly like a dance of the ego, basically. So she brings up the battle at Skull's Bay. Now, this is the moment where Chaol actually realizes he told Hasar, well, he didn't tell her directly. He told Yrene because Yrene was being blackmailed by Hasar, right? He told her that, like, oh yeah, Aelin's on her way to Skull's Bay, because he was like, surely that's the last place in the world she would ever go. However, that is actually where she ended up being. So this is Chaol being like, oh shoot, like she was actually there and I told them where she was. Yikes. Anyways, he can't give away that he fed them false information though, so he was like, he can't give that away. So he's just like, oh yeah, she wanted to, show Erewhon her power and give him a little bit of a lesson. Did you hear about the outcome of the battle? Like, what have you heard? I haven't heard anything yet about the outcome. And she reveals that, yeah, Aelin won it, and they start talking about like the actual power that she showed. And like all the potential heirs are talking about like how powerful Aelin actually is, and even the great Khagan is impressed, but also not very reassured hearing how powerful Aelin actually is. One of the potential heirs then brings up that there is a rumor that Aelin herself has burnt up the entirety of Eyllwe. Now, Chaol knows for a fact that this is a lie, because, for goodness sakes, Aelin almost slaughtered him because he played a very minor part in Nehemia's death, okay? Ain't no way she is burning down the entire country of Eyllwe and the entire kingdom. And he tells them as much. He doesn't obviously give them the specific information about Nehemia, but he's like, she would never do that. Like, Eyllwe is very precious to her. The Yiddiger family, which is Nehemia's last name, Nehemia's family is very precious to her. She never would have done this. And Hussar is like, oh, and do you know so much about Aylin's intentions and what she's thinking because you two used to be lovers? Crazy work from Hussar. I cannot believe she said that. The crazy part is too, is this is Yrene's first time hearing about this. She's like, what do you mean you and Aylin Ashriver Galathinius used to be a couple? Like, crazy stuff. And then Hussar was like, oh wait, or was it Dorian that she was in a relationship with? Or was it both of you? So it's crazy stuff. And it also kind of shows to the extent like how much Hussar actually knows about what goes on in the world. So literally back in Throne of Glass Book 1, when both Chaol and Dorian liked Aylin, Hussar knew about it all the way back then. So that's a little crazy. Chaol's obviously shook by this, and everyone kind of goes back to like, yeah, Aylin probably is burning down Eyllwe. Like, they're not really buying what Chaol's putting down. So Hussar then says, because Chaol is very adamant, she would not do this. Hussar says, would you swear it though? Swear it on Yrene's life, from all that you've seen, all that you've witnessed of her character. Would you swear it on Yrene Tower's life that Aylin Galathinius might not use such tactics, might not try to take armies rather than raise her own, including our own? And in this moment, Chaol hesitates. And a lot of people hate Chaol for hesitating in this moment. Guys, no one hates Chaol in this moment more than Chaol hates Chaol in this moment, so we can give him a break, okay? Because even if he said yes, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. But he did hesitate. He wanted to say yes, but he hesitated because, like we learned back in Queen of Shadows, Chaol has always had a bit of an issue with the fact that Aylin has such intense power and it's unchecked. There's no one really that Aylin answers to. Big part of that is her demeanor, but it's also just the situation. Like, she's not actually a sitting queen of Terrasen yet, so she's not even being held accountable by like Darrow and them because they don't recognize her as the queen. So she has unchecked power. No one's been able to actually challenge her power like Erewhon has. And if she defeats Erewhon, then she's going to be like the most powerful human being in the world. Like, she even made Maeve quake, okay, when she took Rowan basically right in front of her face, okay? So Chaol hesitates in this moment because he has seen Aylin do things that he disagrees with, things that he thinks were unethical and not moral. He thinks that she did the wrong way, although her heart was in the right place. He doesn't always agree with her tactics. And this is Hussar asking him, would you, on Yrene's life, swear that she is going to use completely moral and ethical tactics? He, in the moment, doubts that. He wants to say yes for the sake of confirming this alliance, but he hesitates, and that's all it really takes. So the heirs say in this moment, when they realize that Chaol hesitates, that if Aylin is so powerful, she can delete Parrington herself. Better yet, Aylin and Dorian can face this war alone and take such a hit that whoever ends up winning the war will be too weakened to be a threat to their continent. So they're like, you know what, we hope Aylin and Dorian win this war, because we're definitely like not rooting for Parrington, but we also hope that their kingdoms take such a hit that we kind of end up on top of like the powerful continent scale. So not only is Chaol greatly disturbed by how the potential heirs are talking about this, but Yrene herself is like disgusted. Like, she has spent years around this family, has considered them in some ways like her own family, and like she gets that they can't necessarily be jumping into every single war, but after everything they've seen and everything that they've heard, the fact that they're just so callous and not interested is honestly sickening. Caution does see how this is disturbing Yrene, and so he actually speaks up and suggests that if the Southern Continent did aid Aylin and Dorian, they would definitely win the war, because that's like 3 powerhouses together, and then they could potentially have really strong and powerful allies for protection in future years. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this book, when it comes to the potential heirs and which ones are favored to actually become heirs, Caution is so at the bottom of the totem pole. He is not well respected. So although he says this, and like the great Khagan does kind of like hear him out in that moment, everyone just kind of dismisses him in the moment. But I do think it is sweet that he spoke up, almost like not necessarily in defense of Yrene, because he's actually speaking in defense of Aylin and Chaol, but he is speaking up for the sake of Yrene's discomfort, which I do appreciate. And he's kind of like nodding to her to be like, I stand with you, even if my siblings don't. So she does appreciate him for speaking up in that moment. Later that night, Chaol is laying in bed thinking about how horribly dinner went, staring up at the ceiling, when he hears someone breaking into his room. He kind of panics for a second because of, you know, that little creepy attack that almost happened with Yrene earlier, but it's actually Caution. He's a pickpocketer, not a pickpocketer, a lock picker. That's it. He picked the lock of Chaol's room and broke into his room to come talk to him. Basically, Caution knows that Sartok and Nesryn went to go evaluate a threat, and he thinks it's the same thing that is threatening Yrene twice now. He reveals that his siblings know that Sartok left for a reason, most likely having to do with analyzing a threat in this war, and if Sartok is taking this threat seriously, especially since he's favored to be, you know, one of the heirs, right? They basically are all ganging up together as a way to gang up against Sartok to basically use these next 3 weeks before Sartok gets back to convince their father without a doubt that he needs to avoid this war, because they do not want to go into this war. And that's why they all ganged up so aggressively on Chaol tonight in front of the Khagan and honestly embarrassed him that badly. So Caution wants to give Chaol a little bit more info that he thinks will help give him an edge with his father. They've learned of a new powerful weapon called a Fire Lancer that was ordered in bulk to Ralph, and then even more were ordered and sent to the north after the battle at Skulls Bay. So basically, this battle can be extremely lucrative for the southern continent's economy, which is technically Argun's specialty. But if Argon really does not want them to be a part of this war, it makes sense why he did not bring it up at the dinner table. So Chaol decides that he's just going to have to drop that information to the Khagan himself. So he asks Caution when his father next plans to meet his foreign trade advisor. Chapter 39. We're actually going to jump to Nesryn's POV. She's extended their time to 3 more weeks. She has sent a letter to Chaol to inform him of that as well, because it took Falcon 10 days to recover from his fight with the Stygian spider, or the Katankui. So she and Sartok spend these next 3 days visiting other clans, help teaching Sartok's whole clan some archery, helping around the camp, and learning how to even ride Kadara, which she describes as being really cool, really fun, but also equally a little bit terrifying. And then also hearing a lot of their stories and legends around a campfire. One night she even sings for the clan at the campfire. Now, we know how I feel about the whole Nesryn singing plotline, because I went way too deep into that in an earlier part. But I will remind you, when we talked about that, it's very clear in the book that she has only ever sung for family. It's like a special skill that she has that she's not been comfortable sharing with people who are not family. So I think the fact that she volunteered herself to sing and sang for them is Sarah J Maas hinting to us that she sees these people as her family. Something notable that also happens during this period of time is that Nesryn actually sees a lonely rook, and when she asks Sartok about it, he explains that when a rook rider dies, the rook can choose to be free and escape, or they can choose to just kind of hang around and wait potentially for another rider, and this is one of the ones that chose to stay close by. He then, like, indirectly, he doesn't say it outright, but he implies to Nesryn, he's like, do you want to give it a try? Like, see if the ruck would accept you as a rider, like maybe see if the ruck will accept you and like approach it. And in this moment she wants to, like she actually wants to, but she realizes it would be so cruel for her to do this because she's leaving in 3 weeks. So why would she bond with a ruck if she's just gonna leave it? So after Falcon is totally healed after those 3 days, he, Nesryn, Sartok, and Bort head to 3 other watchtowers that Edge had learned about. They visit 2 watchtowers where honestly nothing of note happens, and they don't really find anything except for some more like Fey weapons that Bort decides to start collecting, and she wants to sell at the clan to make some money. And then they get to the 3rd watchtower when they realize that many sections of it has been collapsed, so they can't really explore all of it, but they're looking around inside when they hear a scream or a screech from Kadara coming outside. So they run out there to see that multiple other ruck riders from a different clan have landed. Bort seems to know their leader at the front of the group, and they break out in some verbal banter, if you will. Like they hate each other's guts. Like these people, you're like, oh, they're like mortal enemies. What in the world is happening here? We learn his name is Yrene. He wants to know why they are so far from their camp. Sartok just says that they were on a journey and they decided to rest here and maybe get some supplies and, rest up for the rest of their journey, when Yrene says that him and his clan were out and about because they noticed 3 Ruck hatchlings were missing and they're trying to track them. So this is clearly a growing issue. They have a conversation and basically let them know, hey, it's the Khagan, we're having the same exact issue. Yrene thanks them for the information and then tells them, like, all right, you should probably head back to your clan soon. We're gonna go inspect the Khagan and see what else we can find. When they leave, Falcon asks, like, what's up with Bort and Yrene? Because they clearly hate each other. To which Bort responds, oh, he's my betrothed. And not exactly an answer. That actually raises a lot more questions, but it's definitely a plot twist. Bort and Yrene are eventually, one day, gonna be married. Tower of Dawn, chapter 38. We're gonna be in Chaol's POV as he's actually crashing the Khaganate's meeting with his foreign trade advisor. Last time we had a situation like this where Chaol was trying to see Argoon. We know that him being in a wheelchair put him at a great disadvantage with his confidence, but it says here he could still speak with dignity and command whether he stood on his feet or was laid flat on his back. This chair was no prison, nothing that made him lesser. I think that's just a huge, huge, huge deal because that shows that Chaol has had a huge shift in his mindset. Obviously, a big part of that has been the physical healing, but also the emotional healing he's been doing with Yrene. It's huge. So the Khagan is obviously very annoyed by his entry because he's like, I've told you multiple times, like, you can ask to meet with my visor, but you can't just demand to meet with me. And Chaol's like, oh, that's fine. I'm not actually here for you. I'm here to talk to your foreign trade advisor. The Khagan's like thrown off by this, but he's also curious. So he's like, okay, fine. He's right there. Like, say what you gotta say. Let's see what's up. And that's exactly what Chaol needed. So Chaol asks him to confirm the existence of the Fire Lancers and what their price is. And we don't get a number, but we know it is a very, very lofty price. And all of this is a surprise to the Khagan. Like he didn't know about the Fire Lancers, he didn't know about their price. And then Chaol requests for the order being sent to Harrison to be doubled, and he will pay with the 4 treasure chests that he originally offered to the Khagan in turn for receiving healing from the Tor, but it was turned down because he called it like Aelin's blood money, and also healers don't require money to be paid for healing, they do it for free. And the Khagan immediately sees this for what it is, which is a manipulation tactic, and he scolds Chaol for it. He says, I've begged you to let me mourn my daughter, and instead you keep pushing your war on me, and I just told you I wanted time, and you're not giving me time, you're not respecting that. Chaol, I think this was maybe not the best decision, but he's a little desperate, so he says, what if I told you your daughter might have been murdered? What if I told you that agents of Parrington might be here and might already be hunting you, manipulating you into or out of this being the war? The Khagan is obviously very upset by this because, like, this man is mourning the death of his youngest daughter, which it sounds like from all the little bits and pieces that we get that Tulun was very treasured. Like, she was deeply, deeply loved by the whole family, which there's not a lot of love going around in this family, so I think that says a lot. So the Khagan orders Chaol to be wheeled out by force out of his room, which is obviously very demoralizing for Chaol. So yeah, that did not go well at all. Not in the slightest, but he's hoping that when the Khagan does cool down, he will see how lucrative the war is and hopefully maybe even hear out Chaol. He's like, if he really loves Tulun, he would want vengeance against someone who's responsible for her death. And like, he's not even trying to use this as a manipulation tactic. Chaol does firmly believe that Tulun was murdered because Caution firmly believes it. Now let's jump to Yrene's POV because she is still boiling in anger towards Hussar to the point where she's actually fully prepared to manipulate Hussar to get to the Aksara Oasis. Remember, that's where we know that those scrolls came from that are currently hiding in Chaol's rooms, and we need more information, okay? But it's hard to get there because it's privately owned by the royal family, and we need to be able to get there without seeming suspicious, and we also need to be able to see if we can find more information underneath the royals' noses without them picking up on what we know. So that's no easy feat. But she has a great idea on how to get Hussar to take them to the Aksara Oasis without raising any suspicions. So she goes to see Chaol for their healing session, and she's going to tell him when she notices he is in a horrible mood. He tells her about his meeting with the Khagan and how badly it went, and he is just so angry and grumpy, and she is sick and tired of his attitude, and she does not want it to derail their progress at all because she has noticed that Chaol's emotional state and his mindset has been huge in regards to his physical healing process. She decides that she is going to push him in this moment So she decides to start picking at him. Like, she starts poking at his insecurities. She starts being like, you're just mad because Nesryn went off with Sartok. You just feel guilty because you want to be with me and you like me and don't deny it. I know that you like me, but you're not willing to do anything about it because of Nesryn, and you have guilt and you're waiting for her to come back and you're just using Nesryn and she's just been a distraction this whole time. And then Chaol starts coming back at her, being like he starts throwing some crazy insults at her. Okay, they're actually kind of horrible. Even things of like how Sorsha, because he told her about Sorsha and Dorian, right? And he was like, well, at least Sorsha, when Fenharo fell, like, she was willing to fight for Fenharo and she was willing to join the rebellion. Like, what have you done? You ran away to another country and you decided to learn how to be a healer, and now you're all cushy in your tower and you're going to be the next healer on high, and you have a prince pining after you and you're all woe is me about it. And like, he is just coming after her, and she starts to cry and she's like, you know what, like, I don't deserve this. And so she starts to leave, and Chaol in this moment realizes he's taken it way too far, like by bringing her mother into it and everything. And so he is begging her to stay. He's begging her to stay, and she is starting to leave and walk for the door, and he knows in this moment that she is never going to come back. And in this moment, Chaol stands and he takes a step forward and he is walking towards Yrene to keep her from leaving. Honestly, it's so hard to summarize that part because it's so beautiful, and it's one of my favorite parts of Tower of Dawn, I think. But if you want to start on page 448 and just like read that whole, like, for the rest of the chapter, it's such a powerful moment. Tower of Dawn chapter 39, and it's Chaol's point of view as he is walking for the first time since his injury towards Yrene. He only makes it a couple steps to a chair, which he is holding onto just to stay standing, and profusively apologizing to Yrene, because in case you don't remember, he said some pretty atrocious things out of anger. And basically he's telling her like he didn't mean any of it and he doesn't know what came over him and he's so sorry, please don't go. And then Yrene breaks out with a smile. So Yrene knew that Chaol was in a mood, and she knew that he was in a horrible place. Remember, she had this moment where she thought that she didn't want Nesryn to mess up his progress. She knew that he would get up for her. So there's also this moment where like Yrene knows that Chaol likes her, and she, instead of like having a conversation with him about it, I guess decided to use that as a way to help him with his healing. So she knew that if she walked away and got him to say something bad enough that would justify her walking out on him forever, that he would try to get up and he would shift his mindset and all that stuff. So it worked. And she was like, of course, I know you didn't mean any of it. I knew that you were really mad, and I knew I could get you to say something horrible if I baited you badly enough. To which Chaol's response is to continue to walk to the other side of the room, meet her on the other side, and kiss her. Eventually, after a good bit of time, Yrene helps Chaol into a chair, and she says that they still need to keep it professional because they still have a lot of healing to do, and she wants to heal him completely. So they then continue with the healing process. However, while they're making that transition from the wall to the chair, Kaja walks into the room. Now remember, Kaja is Chaol's servant, and we know that she's a spy for someone because all of the servants in the castle are a spy for one of the potential heirs. It's just a matter of which one. And Yrene has this moment where she's like, I think Kaja saw more than we wanted her to, and she's wondering who Kaja reports to, because this person is going to know that Chaol and Yrene are officially an item, and she's wondering what they're going to do with that information when they do find it out. Chapter 40, this actually is a whole nother week. Chaol and Yrene are going to keep healing, and Chaol can now walk successfully with the help of a cane. So this is the best and most progress we have seen from Chaol, and it's overall just really an exciting time. Also, we learn that Chaol and Yrene have stolen a couple kisses here and there throughout the week, so this wasn't a one-time thing. Like, they are definitely a couple now. One day, however, Yrene tells Chaol that she has manipulated Hussar into taking them to the Aksara Oasis. Remember, this is where Nusha said that the word mark scrolls that they found that had information about the Valg, They were found in a cave in the Axara Oasis, so they've been trying to find a way to get there. Basically, Yrene's birthday is in 3 days, and she, in some very roundabout, schemy way, convinced Hussar to throw her a party at the family private oasis. Kale didn't even know her birthday was coming up, so he asks her what she wants for her 22nd birthday, and she just says that she has everything she needs. Aww. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 41. This is in Nesryn and Sartok and Falcon's POV as they are preparing to go to the Dagul Fells. This is the heart of the Karankui's territory. We're going to fly directly into the heart of the Fells, okay? So, things we're talking about on the flight there. Mind you, Falcon is a mouse in Nesryn's pocket. So although he is there, this really is a private conversation between Nesryn and Sartok. So some main points of what they discuss. Basically, Sartok says he would give up his crown if it meant he wouldn't be a warrior anymore, basically saying he would rather be a warrior than be the Khagan. Also, he knows he is favored by the people as a potential heir, but he's never received any indication specifically from his father about who he would actually pick. And he actually has his bets on Duva, his sister, because she's currently pregnant with an heir, and she's the only one of the heirs at this point who actually successfully will have their own heir. He knows his chances would be improved if he was married and also had an heir, and he has courted ladies in the past from the court. However, he's not found one that he actually wants to marry, and a large part of it has actually been their reactions to Kadara and his lifestyle as a warrior. Completely aside from all of that, they do talk about Bort and Yrene and how they're betrothed yet hate each other, and he basically just says that they've competed against each other at, basically, it's like a Rock Riders tournament, like their own version of the Olympics that they do every single year, and Bort and Yrene are always like the top 2 people every year going head to head. And after the 3rd year in a row of Bort winning, the prize that she won that was announced to everyone was her engagement to Yrene. And it is yet to be known because obviously Bort had a very outrageous reaction to this announcement, and even Sartok himself doesn't really know if Bort was mad because their engagement was supposed to be a secret and that was it going public for the first time without her knowledge, or if that was just like a betrothal made against her will. No one really knows. She doesn't really talk about it. All we know is that they're rivals, they can't stand each other, and for whatever reason, they have to marry each other eventually, one day. Anyway, so we finally get to the Dagu Fells, and imagine like a very spooky, dark area of the mountains. Not dark because it's dark outside, dark because it's just like deprived of life, if you will. They struggle to find a spot to land because the place is literally covered in spider webs, which, ew, like I just get shivers up my spine just thinking about that. And they are trying to make a more sneaky approach. Like they don't really want to come in swords swinging, bows and arrows flying. They want to try to be as inconspicuous as possible. While they're circling to find a place to land, they actually see a hatchling crying in a nest. So Kadar goes straight for it, and they basically decide in this moment that this is a rescue mission to get the hatchling and leave. However, when they are diving for the hatchling, they get caught up in a very large Karankui web. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 42. Basically, this hatchling was a trap. The Karankui did this intentionally to trap anyone coming to get the hatchlings. Sartok is scratched up pretty badly because he took the brunt of the fall. When Kadara got wrapped up in the web, him and Nesryn went flying, and he like kind of put his body between Nesryn and the ground. So she's fine. Sartok, however, is bleeding pretty badly. They then rush to Kadara, who is now completely wrapped up in the spider silk that she flew into, and they cut her out of it in time for the first Karankui to approach. The Karankui kills the hatchling in this moment, which is honestly really disturbing and very dark and very hard to read. And then it immediately guns for Nesryn and Sartok and Kadara. At this point, they have gotten her out of the spider silk and they hop on her back to hopefully fly away and get out of there because, you know, stuff went pretty south really fast. However, Kadara got so hurt when she got caught up in the spider silk that she can barely fly with no weight on her. So Nesryn and Sartok have to hop off, and they basically let Kadara go, and they hope that they can meet up with her somewhere else. And then Nesryn and Sartok make a run for it even deeper into the heart of the Dagul Fells. Tower of Dawn, chapter 43. This is in Chaol's POV as he and Yrene and the rest of the Khaganate are on their way to the Aksara Oasis. Chaol is given the rowdiest horse by the royals as kind of a joke. They want to see how well he can handle it, and of course it's very hard for him, but he is determined to not let them shake him. So he's a pretty good sport about it. After a long day of riding, they finally get to this beautiful desert, and Chaol challenges Yrene to a race, and the winner gets a kiss. So they race off into this like beautiful desert, and it says Chaol felt, perhaps for the first time, as if he was awake, and he was grateful right down to his very bones for it. Yeah, not much happens in that chapter. That's literally it, but it's just a really precious moment that I love. Tower of Dawn, chapter 44, because Yrene and Chaol are enjoying the Aksara Oasis. The royal family instantly heads to this big, like, giant pool at the center of the oasis. However, Yrene suggests that they go back to her tent to check on Chaol's spine. Remember, he was on a pretty rowdy horse for the entire journey, and they also raced a little bit just for fun, so she just wants to make sure he's all right. Of course, Chaol is fine, so they end up going to the pool area, but this is all a part of their plan that they just made in the tent. They're going to hang out a little bit around the pool area to not seem suspicious, and then Yrene's going to publicly declare that she wants to go on a walk to stretch her legs, and Chaol is going to offer to take her on that walk. They're going to use this as an opportunity to go towards this kind of like jungle area off to the side and explore and look for some caves. They're chatting as they're walking through this jungle area, and off the bat, there's no way that there's going to be caves here. Not only do they not see caves, but this also isn't really the terrain for it. There's not really mountains. There's not really any rocky areas. However, they do come across some ruins. So they realize maybe these caves are really just like an opening into these ruins. So they're exploring, looking around these ruins, and Chaol feels a slicing pain down his spine. He's about to say something to Yrene about it, but she sees something and it kind of distracts him, and he ends up not bringing it up to Yrene at all. She finds an engraving on the side of the ruins, and it is art depicting the Fae facing off with what looks like Valg creatures. Close by these inscriptions, they notice that there is actually an opening under a bunch of like leaves and twine and a bunch of like overgrowth from the jungle. So they decide that they're going to start looking around, and they just see tons and tons of word marks. Now, Chaol is under the impression that all of the Fae lived in Dornael, with the exception of one group that followed Brandon all the way to Terrasen. But other than that, there is no other case of immigrated Fae that they really know about in their history. But this place clearly belonged to the Fae. Like, these are the ruins of a Fae homeland. And this is when things start to really click, not only for Chaol, but for Yrene as well. Basically, healers come to the southern continent to learn the art of healing because healing magic thrives here. There is only one other place that healing magic absolutely thrives, and that is Dornael. Basically, where the Fae are. What if healing is an actual Fae magic? Chaol says, I was sent here to retrieve an army, but I wonder if some other force brought me to retrieve something else. To which Yrene responds, perhaps that is why whoever it is that's been stalking the Tor was haunting me. If they are indeed sent from Morath, they don't want us realizing any of this through healing you. So they decide in this moment that all of this is going to tie back to healing as a Fae magic to fight the Valg, because the Fae have fought the Valg in the past and won well before Elena and well before Gavin. So they decide they're going to go back to the Tor and they're going to show the scrolls to Hafizia. Now this is scary because they don't really want more people knowing about the scrolls. The less people that know about the scrolls, the better, right? But Hafizia is dedicated, okay? Actually, her name is Hafiza. Have I been saying Hafizia? Hafiza. I'm so sorry. What? I don't know where Hafizia came from. Anyways, Hafiza. She has dedicated her life to knowledge and history. And if she has been studying the history of healers, she might know about these Fae, and she might know about the scrolls. Better yet, what if she knows how to read word marks? So they decide that they're going to enjoy the birthday festivities tonight, but first thing in the morning, they're heading back to the Tor to show the scrolls to Hafiza. Chaol will also send for Nesryn and tell her to come back, and basically says, we're going to figure out the info that we need and bring it back to Aelin and Dorian. And you know what? We might not even need the Khaganate and his armies if the information that we think we know ends up being correct. And the reason why I'm not spelling out for you fully what they think they know is because it will be spelt out a little bit later. But let's just say if they're correct, it could change the tide of the war. So they go back to this big birthday feast planned for the night at the Oxara Oasis. And it doesn't take long for war conversation to come up, because apparently this is the potential heir's favorite dinner conversation. However, they bring up all this stuff to shake Chaol. Like, it's fun for them. They like to see Chaol squirm. They like to bother him. They like to frustrate him. But he's not bothered by any of this. And it's because Chaol genuinely believes in this moment that he does not need the Khaganate and their armies anymore, so he doesn't have to humor them. Hussar, however, can pick up that Chaol isn't bothered and doesn't feel the need to please them, and this bothers her, so she decides that she's gonna start really pushing some buttons, and she's gonna say some really unhinged stuff. So she suggests that Aelin, mind you, she knows that Aelin and Chaol were lovers at one point, so she thinks maybe this will, hit a soft spot for him. So she suggests that Aelin marry one of her brothers, and then they might be more inclined to help with this war. And Chaol just laughs at her. He's like, first of all, do you honestly think any one of you could handle Aelin? Which, good point, not a single one of them could. And then he also says, tough luck, because she's already in love with someone else. And they're like, oh, Dorian? Like, are her and Dorian officially going to be a thing? Are they going to have a strong marriage alliance? To which he says, no, actually, you didn't hear? She's actually in love with Prince Rowan Whitethorn of Dornael. And they're all shocked because Rowan's a legend. Everyone knows who Rowan is, but not only that, none of their spies learned anything about her and Rowan, so this is a shock to them. Chaol then goes as far as to say that they're Karanom, which means that he is only heightening Aelin's power by them being together, and then also shares that she stole Rowan right in front of Maeve from his blood oath to her, and now he is blood sworn to Aelin. Hussar realizes that this conversation is not only putting Chaol in a good mood, but it's also putting Aelin in a really positive light, so naturally she decides to shift the conversation because she cannot have that. She has to be the most powerful person in the room. So she suggests then that Chaol give Yrene a title within Aderlin's court, and then she can be their healer on high, and then she'll be really powerful, and then she'll just have Yrene marry Caution, and then maybe they'll be willing to help them in the war. Yrene is highly uncomfortable because Caution and Chaol are now like kind of squaring each other up, and she just makes a joke about how odd dinner conversation this is for a birthday party, and Hussar's like, you know what, you're right, and then they switch conversations to something else entirely. Yrene, out of just like wanting this dinner to be over, she is just drinking as much wine as humanly possible to try to like get through the night. And at the end of the night, after dessert, Chaol's like, all right, I'm gonna take you back to your tent. So he helps Yrene up, and they're about to turn to start heading towards her tent when Hussar makes one last final joke and comment about Aelin, and Yrene, she's had it. So she turns around and she lunges at the Princess Hussar, pushing her chair and her into the Oxara Oasis pool. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 45. Yrene is standing there after everyone around her has just pulled their swords out and is waiting for Hussar to order Yrene to be killed. Yrene is truly in this moment thinks that she is witnessing her last moments, and it is dead silent as everyone is waiting for a reaction from Hussar when Reyna, Hussar's girlfriend, just loses it. Like, she just starts crying laughing. Then Caution shortly joins in after, and Hussar is like, Yrene, I wondered when you would grow a backbone finally. And then Reyna helps Hussar out of the pool, and they start walking back to Hussar's tent. Chaol and Yrene in this moment realize that Hussar is very temperamental, and they're not going to wait around for her mood to change. So they're just going to be thankful that Hussar didn't order Yrene to be killed, and they book it to Yrene's tent. Yrene and Chaol are in shock, and they're just like trying to process what in the world just happened at that dinner. But Chaol is mostly amused. Yrene is panicking, but Chaol is like, that was hysterical. Your temper might be almost as bad as Aelin's. And hearing her name actually kind of sparks a conversation with Yrene. Chaol explains their history to Yrene because she hasn't really asked. Like, she obviously heard from Hussar that they used to be a thing, and so Chaol kind of explains not only the state of their relationship, but also the state of how their relationship ended and how it ended very tragically. But then Chaol slips in this moment that he does not love Aelin anymore. The person that he thought he loved was Selena, and she does not exist anymore. He loved Selena, and she's gone. She wasn't real, not really. Yrene seems reassured, and then he decides to slip in there last second that by the way, I don't love Nesryn either. Crazy. And then he hands her birthday gift, and it's really cute. It's a silver locket with her initials engraved on it. And then on the other side, there's like a sea and mountains and whatever. And he says that the locket opens, and he's hoping that this little piece of paper that she's been clearly keeping in the pockets of her dresses that she's always fiddling with, he's like, I don't know what that piece of paper is, but it's clearly special to you. And I got you a necklace that would fit that piece of paper in it so that you don't have to carry it around in your dress all the time. And she responds that she's really glad that he does not love Aelin or Nesryn. And then they get jiggy with it. Tower of Dawn, chapter 46. The next morning, Yrene decides that she is going to tell Chaol about the night in Inish that changed everything for her and got her here to the southern continent. And of course, we already know this story because we read about it in Assassin's Blade in the short story, The Assassin and the Healer. She basically tells the story of how Selena came to the inn that she was working at, saved her life, taught her how to protect herself, and then left her with all of the money that she needed to get to the southern continent to become a healer. And that she also left a note with her. And that is the piece of paper that she has been carrying around all these years. And it says, for wherever you need to go and then some, the world needs more healers. To which Chaol's response is, after he hears everything, he is so just grateful that this happened because he wouldn't have met her otherwise, right? And he says, whoever she is, I will be forever grateful. But he doesn't know that it's Aelin. Aelin is responsible for bringing him and Yrene together, and he doesn't even know it. Tower of Dawn, chapter 47. Let's check in on Nesryn and Sartok, because last we checked, they were actively running away from 6 Khagan. So they're running and running and running. Sartok is practically bleeding out because, remember, he took the brunt of that fall pretty bad. And they're also in desperate need of water because they've been running nonstop through the mountains. Nesryn's leading the way through a particularly narrow path in the mountain pass, and she barely makes it through. Sartok, however, is built very different. He's a lot more bulky and muscly, and he cannot make it through. The Khagan are also not far behind. He actually, in this moment, tells Nesryn to leave him and save herself. But, of course, obviously that's not Nesryn's style, so she's pulling and pulling and pulling on him, and he's trying to get through, but eventually, as the Khagan get really close, he stops trying, and he says, I heard the spies' stories of you, the fearless Balruni woman in Adarlan's empire, Neith's arrow, and I knew I loved you before I set my eyes on you. I just wish we had time. Okay. And then he is ripped away by the Khagan. Nesryn does not have time to process this. This man just confessed his love to her and then got ripped away. And so she just keeps running, and she's just like running on pure adrenaline. And then she gets an idea. She takes a couple seconds to tell her idea to Falcon, who is still in her pocket as a mouse, and then she stops so that the Khagan can catch her. Chapter 48, she wakes up eventually, wrapped in spider silk, and she's in some sort of a cave of sorts, and Sartok is next to her unconscious. She wakes up in this moment because she can feel Falcon, as a mouse, is actually biting through the spider silk that is keeping her wrapped up. Then one of the biggest and oldest Khagan that they have seen yet comes up to them, so Falcon goes behind her back, and he's trying to undo her spider silk bindings while being inconspicuous, of course, because they don't want the Khagan to catch on that Falcon's there. And Nesryn basically tries to beg for mercy, and she's like, no, you don't understand. We were just hired by a shifter who did a deal with one of these Stygian spiders, and we thought maybe he could make another deal with the Khagan to get his youth back. To which the Khagan says that they do not do trades with humans. That's something only the Stygian spiders do. Instead, they wait. That's what they do. They just wait. And Nesryn is like, wait for what? This is so crazy. The Khagan points towards a gate and says, we wait for her dark majesty to return. Her. Okay, not his. So we're not talking about Erewhon here. We wait for her dark majesty to return. We wait for the queen of the Valg. We've heard of 3 kings. This is the first time we've heard of a queen. We wait for the queen of the Valg, who in this world calls herself Maeve. Guys, Maeve is a Valg queen. Think about it. This changes everything. The Tower of Dawn, this is going to be chapter 49, and it's in Nesryn's POV as she is trying to process the fact that there is not only a Valg queen, but the fact that the Valg queen is literally Maeve herself. So Nesryn, sneaky girl that she is, Nesryn says that her dying wish is for the Khagan to tell her the story of how Maeve came to power. And the spider's like, all right, well, since I am going to kill you, why not? Of course. So it's a lot. So I've summarized this into bullet points, okay? So basically, thousands of years ago, the three Valg kings won a war and dominated a dark world for thousands of years. Until the Dark Queen, aka Maeve, shows up on the scene. And of course, naturally, they're all in love with her. All three brothers, of course. It's like Vampire Diaries on steroids, except there's three brothers. She, however, chooses to ally herself with the most powerful and brutal of all of the kings. And it's actually not Yrene, it is Orcus. He was the oldest of the three brothers. But of course, after marrying him, she grew bored, and she wanted more than just what their dark, conquered world had to offer. And she discovered that she could hop between worlds. She could almost like find rips in the world and walk through them like they're gates. So she was looking around at the different worlds and she found one that she liked and she brought her Khagan with her. However, she refers to them as her handmaidens, or they refer to themselves as her handmaidens. And as you probably guessed, this world that she fell in love with and decided to walk right into is the world of Throne of Glass. She assigned her spiders to guard this gate that just happens to be in the Dagul Fells, right where we are right now, in case her husband, Orcus, or any of the brothers, Yrene, or the third Valg king, decided to seek her out. Of course, eventually, the brothers did try to seek her out, and they made 3 keys, one for each of them, to use to control the gate that Maeve had made. And they used this particular gate to hop from world to world, and they took turns conquering the different worlds. However, in the time where they made the keys and they were hopping world to world and conquering them, Maeve decided that she wanted a new identity so that when the brothers found this world, she could blend in. She decided that she wanted to be queen. So she found 2 sister queens of Dornael, Mab, in other words, Aelin's mother, and Mora, and she ripped into their minds and convinced them that they always had an eldest third sister. Eldest so that she could rule above them, but how she was able to do this, not only just to these sisters, but to the entire kingdom, to convince them that this entire time a third queen has existed, she has the ability to manipulate your mind. It's actually described exactly the same way as the Daemati powers in ACOTAR. So if you've read ACOTAR, you know Daemati powers. Basically, Maeve is Daemati. The Khagan also tells us that this is how the Fae won the first war against the kings. They didn't recognize Maeve, and Maeve knew exactly how to defeat them. This is also why Maeve wants the keys now, to banish them from the world so that she can rule it in peace. Although she's not exactly a peace bringer, she just wants unchallenged power. Also, she did possess all the keys in the past and was able to banish 2 of the kings, but she was not able to banish Yrene before Brannon took the keys from her because he distrusted her because he could tell she had a dark magic. Although he never suspected the fact that she was Valg, he did know that she wasn't a trustworthy person. So that also answers probably a lot of questions you had in Heir of Fire as to why everything went down with Brannon and Maeve and Anthril. So as this Khagan spider is finishing up her story, another Khagan spider walks into the cave to inform her that there are 20 Ruks and Ruk riders approaching the Dagul Fells, and they need to do something about it. So naturally, she tells the spider to stay and watch Nesryn and Sartok, and she's going to go inspect to see what's going on. However, what she did not realize is that no Ruks or Ruk riders are coming, and this second mysterious spider was actually just Falcon in a Khagan spider form. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 50. Sartok, of course, woke up just in time. He actually did catch majority of the story, just pretended to continue to be passed out. And Falcon is able to cut him out of his spider silk very quickly in his spider form, because I guess they're made to do that easily. They grab their weapons that were piled in a corner of the cave, and then they make a run for it. Because Nesryn needs to get back to Antika and give this news to Kale, and then her and Kale need to get this news to Aelin ASAP. So they're running and searching for Katara when Nesryn has an idea. The Katankui spider gave away in her story that Brannon was the first non-Valg king that Maeve truly feared and was threatened by, and it was because of his fire magic. Think about it. I'm not going to jump too far into it. Think about Kale and Yrene's theory and what we know about it so far. And think about fire. What do they have in common? I'll leave you with that. Okay. But we do know in this moment now, thanks to the Katankui, that one of their weaknesses is fire. So Nesryn is able to catch some of her bows and arrows on fire, and she starts shooting at the Katankui, as they have discovered, obviously, at this point, that they escaped and no Rucks were actually on their way. However, there are a lot of Katankui, and like last time, they were faster than Nesryn and Sartok is still pretty injured. And this is when Falcon offers to hold back the spiders so that they can make a run for it. But before he does, he makes one final request to Nesryn. When I was 7, my older brother sired a bastard daughter off a poor woman in Rifthold, abandoned them both. It has been 20 years since then, and from when I was old enough to go into the city to begin my trade, I looked for her. Found her mother after some years on her deathbed. She could barely talk long enough to say she'd kicked the girl out. If she survived, if she has grown, she might have the shifter gift too. She is my family. She is all I have left. Find her. My fortune, all of it is for her. I may have failed her in this life, but I will not fail her in my death. I'm just going to say we've heard that story before, but from a different POV. That's all I'm saying. And so Falcon declares this, and then he goes off to fight the Katankui alone to give Nesryn and Sartok time to run. However, none other than Bort and Yrrene's clan show up. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 51. Kadara went to get help. And sure enough, Bort and her betrothed Yrene, his entire clan, came, scoops them up off the ground, and then all the other Ruck Riders take a note from Nesryn, and they all start shooting their fiery arrows until the entire Dagul Fells is up in flames. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 52. This is going to be in Yrene and Kale's POV, as they leave a note for Hussar saying that Yrene had like a specially ill patient who was in dire need of her attention, so she has to run back to Antika. But when they get back to the Khagan's castle to go get these scrolls and other wordmark books to bring to Hafiza, his room is surrounded by guards who are investigating a break-in because last night someone broke into Kale's rooms. And sure enough, Yrene and Kale look around and they took everything. Everything except for they missed one scroll that was tucked into Kale's boots. So they grab this scroll and they go to start heading off towards the tour when Kale all of a sudden gets a lot of guilt. Nesryn's supposed to be back at any moment, and he says like he's gonna stay back because, you know, if she gets there, he needs to be able to fill her in on everything. But Yrene in this moment can tell it's a guilt thing. He and Yrene have like officially coupled and become a thing, and although Nesryn told him like, I hold you to no promises, and it's pretty clear at this point that he kind of took that as like the breakup that it was, like if you really think about it. He feels like he owes it to Nesryn to apologize to her because he did bring her here under certain pretenses of an adventure and something they could do together, and he could get to know her culture and meet her family, and it didn't shape up like that at all. And it's not so much as like guilt that he like cheated on Nesryn. That's not really the issue here. The issue he feels is that their relationship was so pathetic that she could break up with him in 2 sentences over a letter. And their relationship was literally so fragile that that alone was very final. And if anything, kind of valid, because their relationship was not stronger than that tiny piece of paper. Yrene's a little bitter that Kale is choosing guilt with Nesryn over helping her save the fate of the world in this moment. I mean, he has good reasons for staying, for sure, but she doesn't love them, which I understand. So she goes off to the tour alone to see Hafiza. Tower of Dawn, chapter 53, we get to Yrene running all the way to Hafiza's office in the tour, and Hafiza immediately just notices Yrene's locket, and she gets really excited, and she's like, I knew you guys were going to become a thing, and Yrene's like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah, I knew that tension wasn't just because you hated him for being an Adderlin soldier, like, there clearly has always just been something there. And Yrene's like, okay, weird, but, you know, there's more important things to worry about other than, like, Hafiza's matchmaking skills. Like the fate of the world. And so Yrene closes Hafiza's door and the windows and tells her literally everything. Every single possible thing that Yrene knows that Chaol has told her, she tells Hafiza everything. She even tells him about what they saw in the Oxara Oasis and what her and Chaol's theory is. After listening to everything, Hafiza takes a look at the scroll and, unfortunately, she reveals she does not know how to read word marks, but they do remind her of something. She then walks over to an iron safe sitting in the back of her office and takes a key from a chain around her neck and opens the safe to reveal multiple books and scrolls covered in word marks. I was told these were not books for human eyes, that it was knowledge best kept locked away and forgotten, lest it find its way into the world. Yrene then reveals that this could change everything, and Chaol knows someone who can read word marks, so please let us take the books. Hafiza then reveals that she does know a little bit about the history of these books because of her predecessor spilled her a little bit of the history while she was drunk. And she basically said, she told me that long ago, before man stumbled here, before the horse lords and the rucks above the steppes, this land indeed belonged to the Fae. A small, pretty kingdom, its capital here. Antica was built atop of its ruins, but they erected temples to their gods and beyond the city walls. Out in the mountains, in the riverlands, in the dunes, basically. Also in the Oxara Oasis. She told me that they did not burn their bodies, but entombed them within sarcophagi, so thick no hammer or device could open them, sealed with spells and clever locks, never to be opened, because they lived in fear of someone getting in to take their bodies. Okay, this practically confirms to Yrene that they were afraid of the Valg, because what are Valg, if not dark beings, dark creatures that need a host body? She rambled about how they had left their knowledge of healing for us to find, that they had stolen it from elsewhere, and that their teachings formed the basis of the Tor. So we learned that these Faes came from Dornael, but specifically the word stolen it. Remember, Chaol was like, we never heard about a group of Fae leaving Dornael other than the ones that went to Terrasen. So this was kind of a group that went off from under Maeve. So your theory could hold water. I never learned how the Fae came here, where they went, and why they faded away, but they were here, and according to my predecessor, they left some sort of knowledge behind. So this is practically confirming that the healing magic is directly from the Fae. And then Hafiza says, I will highly consider this request, but realize what you're asking of me. I have been told to guard this with my life until death. I am supposed to keep these in a safe and keep these away from human eyes, and you were asking me to put them out into the world and hand them over to someone just because your boyfriend says he trusts them, okay? It's a lot. So Yrene now has to wait. And obviously, anticipation is a big part of this, but she's also just overwhelmed from literally everything and the fact that everything seems to be kind of all coming at once. So she decides to go to the one place that she's always been able to kind of meditate and clear her mind, and that is the womb. Remember, this is this underground place in the tour with all the bells above and the hot springs, and you just kind of like sit in the hot springs, and it's a nice place to relax and hear the hum of all the bells. So she goes down there, and thankfully it is empty. She's enjoying sitting in the hot springs and relaxing when she looks over and her eyes catch on her own bell. Remember, the bells are every single healer that has come to the tour writes or engraves their name and the date that they came to the tour on the bell, and then they hang it up in the womb. So like there's thousands upon thousands of bells, and it is every single healer that has ever come through the tour since it was made. She walks over to her bell and looks at it, her name written into it, and the date that she came here, and she decides to ring it. She actually rings it 3 times, and then she feels her bell singing, and her power flickers in response, and then she feels a pull that she decides to follow, and it pulls her into a very far corner of the womb where there are some bells that are very, very old. Like they've turned green from oxidizing. Okay, think like Statue of Liberty. She used to be brass, now she's green. Okay, so we got some like old green dingy bells. But she's looking at these bells and she sees one bell in particular, and it's the bell that her magic pulled her towards. And the name on it is Yafa Towers. And the date on it for her entry was 200 years ago. And it's in this moment that Yrene, for the first time in a long time, realizes that she is here for a reason. She literally had an ancestor who studied at the Tor 200 years ago. And this moment is full of so much raw emotion and clarity, because from the first time she went into the womb, the bells spoke to her and told her that she needed to enter where she feared to tread. And this entire time, she thought that was Chaol, you know, like healing him physically was easy, but she was afraid to get to know Chaol. She was afraid to see him as a human being. She wanted to hate him. And the place that she feared to tread was into the humanity of Chaol and like what blockages were causing him to not heal emotionally and mentally. And she realizes in this moment that the reason why she hasn't been able to fully heal Chaol and only partially just kind of push all that Valg into a corner is because more so than exploring Chaol's dark places, she was afraid to explore her own. And it's in this moment where Yrene realizes that there's so many pieces of her that broke and died the day that her mother was killed, rescuing her. And she realizes in this moment that she cannot fully heal Chaol until she fully heals from that wound. And it's not super important, but like it just pulls at my heartstrings a little bit. As a way to thank her ancestor for giving her this clarity, she rings Yafa's bell. Tower of Dawn, chapter 54. This is going to be in Chaol's POV as he wakes up the next day and he can barely move. To be more specific, he can only move from the knees down. So this was how he was before he could regain his walking ability again, and we have regressed back to that point. So he waits for Yrene to hear about her conversation with Hafiza, and he decides that whenever she does come back, he'll let her know about his back. However, dinner comes and goes, and she never even comes to the castle. So it's been almost an entire day. So he sends for his servant Kaja to go find out where she is, and hears back that Yrene is still at the Tor and was not seen leaving. So he decides to suffer through the night and all through the next day. He still cannot walk. He decides at one point to get Kaja's help to get in the bath and takes like a warm bath to try to like soothe the pain that he's feeling. But it only makes things worse. First thing in the morning the next day, however, Yrene shows up and she immediately goes to analyze his back when she sees that he's still laying down in bed. And she is so mad at him because he was pushing himself and he kept telling her that he was fine. And then also, if you think about it, he had a moment where he felt a shooting pain up his back while they were in the Oxara Oasis. And then it's not that he didn't tell her because he was trying to lie by omission. He literally just like, they got distracted, like something big happened, so he just didn't bring it up. But he had multiple other opportunities to tell her something was up. And then on top of that, she said that the last thing he should have done is taken a warm bath. He should have put ice on his back. So she decides in this moment that it is not enough to keep doing what they've been doing, and she has a theory that she wants to try out. So they're going to jump into healing right this second. Chapter 55. This is going to be in Chaol's POV, but specifically like in his subconscious, in the place that he goes when Yrene is healing him. This is a big chapter. A lot of big things happen for Chaol here. Obviously, he's in immense pain because this has never been fun or easy for him. For goodness sakes, you don't put a leather bit in between your teeth because it's going to be a chill time. Basically, in the span of seconds, he relives every regret in his life, every horrible thing that's ever happened, all of the things that he feels like defines the worst parts of him. So not only is this like a physical torture going through this healing process, but it's also very psychological. I think you've picked that up from like previous healing sessions that we've deep dived into. But for some reason, and it's most likely because Yrene's testing a theory and she's going a little harder than she usually does, he is really, really, really just experiencing everything at the deepest and most hurtful level. So he's seeing all these things, and then all of a sudden, Aelin shows up. Everything he had done, Aelin had come to rip it apart, starting with his honor. He'd broken his vows for her, broken everything he was for her. Liar, murderer, thief. He hated her. He hated that face, the amusement, the sharpness, the temper, the viciousness that could reduce someone someone to shreds without so much as a word, only a look. For this haughty, swaggering, self-righteous woman, he had shattered parts of himself, and afterwards she had walked away, as if he were a broken toy, right into the arms of the Fae Prince. He hated them. Okay. So, also, side note, he saw Aelin, but now he sees Rowan too. So, in his subconscious, think like he's in this dark room, right? And then he sees like Aelin and Rowan off to the side. And he is just absolutely seething. And also, I hate this chapter because it's a lot of harsh stuff about characters that we like, right? But at the same time, I feel like for the first time, we are actually getting to see inside of Chaol's mind and why, since Queen of Shadows, he's just been so angry. He is basically remembering how he got her out of Endovier. He fought to help her secure her freedom, and he gave up so many parts of himself because he was in love with her. And it all fell apart on the night of Nehemia's death. "You will always be my enemy." She had roared those words with 10 years of rage, and she had meant it as any child who had lost and suffered at Aderlin's hand would mean it, as Yrene had meant it. And then he thinks of Yrene, and he sees her now off in the distance. It's the same visual he's had before of her, like in the garden with her mother. Okay, now we'll get back to Aelin in a second, but this is crazy. It says he had still failed, hadn't done right by her or by Nesryn. We need to unpack that, but let's also unpack the fact that in the past, Yrene has been the light in the darkness for him in these subconscious moments whenever she shows up. But even now, we're learning that even though she is the light in his darkness, he still has so much guilt surrounding Yrene's existence because of the existence of Nesryn. So he looks back to Aelin and Rowan, and he remembers a specific moment where Aelin apologized to him. Apologized because she had just given him all the information he needed to figure out what her true identity was. We learn in this moment that Chaol this whole time thought she was sorry because not only she'd lied about who she was, but because it was all a lie. He thought that Aelin had been playing him from the beginning. He is not aware of the fact that Aelin actually truly did love him at one point, before everything happened with Nehemia. He is convinced that she just used him to get her freedom and just threw him to the side when it was convenient for her. He thought that was part of that apology. He then realizes that when Aelin came back in Queen of Shadows, she had waited. Like, she had met Rowan. They clearly had something. They had clearly fallen in love. They had more substance to their relationship in a short period of time than her and Chaol had over the course of about a year. However, Aelin waited until she got back to Queen of Shadows, and they were clearly over. Okay, like she did try to kill him, okay, after everything that happened with Nehemia. She told him that she hated him, and you know, like, they were clearly not a thing anymore. But she waited until she came back from Wendelin. Even with Rowan, she did not pursue that relationship with Rowan until she had a conversation with Chaol to absolutely confirm that he understood that nothing was going to happen with them and they were over. And he has this realization in this moment that he did not give Nesryn the same courtesy that Aelin gave him. Even though him and Nesryn were clearly over, he did not wait to have a conversation with Nesryn before he just like went off and had this full-blown relationship with Yrene. So he has this moment of realization where the person that he hates the most, who he feels like has been immoral and unethical, she actually has more honor than him, and especially where this is concerned. It's because of those connections that he realizes maybe Aelin did love him. Maybe him and Selena, right, had something, and Aelin wanted so hard to be that person, be Selena. Maybe she didn't want all of this. However, stuff happened. She ended up deciding to embrace herself as queen and to become Aelin, and maybe a part of her did love him, and just like a part of him loved Nesryn. Like, you don't realize that the person you're in love with isn't actually the person that you are diehard in love with until you meet that person, right? So they both genuinely thought that they were with the right person, but then they experienced a relationship so much bigger and truer, and they realized that what they thought they had wasn't actually romance. And in this moment that Chaol like forgives Aelin. And it's a huge moment. It's a very emotional moment. I actually love this part of the book. So many people still want to hate Chaol despite the fact that this happens. And I'm just like, guys, he was missing a big part of the puzzle, and it makes sense why he thought the way he did. I feel like some people kind of rush through this chapter because they don't want to see Chaol in a positive light, but I do really think in this moment we learn that Chaol, although he made so many mistakes, he was making these mistakes based off of his limited scope of information and what he thought was happening. And it wasn't until he was put in a very similar situation that he finally understood her, and once he'd been in her shoes and finally understood her, he was able to forgive her and move forward. So Aelin and Rowan officially vanish, but next he sees Sorsha, specifically Sorsha's head on the floor, and Dorian standing above her, yelling at Chaol to run. And then Chaol sees himself running away from Dorian, leaving Dorian to the fate of becoming one of the Valg princes. This image then turns into the Valg-infested Dorian as he is under the library. Remember, there were all those cells, and he is specifically torturing all of Chaol's men under the Valg influence. And we learn in this moment that, like, Chaol, the reason why he's not been mad at Dorian for that is because he 110,000% believes that the reason why Dorian was even in that position in the first place was because of him and because he ran. So Chaol firmly takes full responsibility for all of his friends that died at the hand of Dorian when he was infested by a Valg creature. And Chaol's realizing, like, how many of these things that he just kind of told himself that once they overtook the King of Adarlan that he would be fine, you know? But then they did take over the King of Adarlan, and he's clearly not fine, especially he's been paralyzed on top of everything that's happened since then, and he thought he was getting past all of it and, like, leaving it all in the past. It says it was like applying a patch over a knife wound to the gut he had not healed, unmoored and raging. He had not wanted to heal, not really. Some part of him had whispered it was deserved. In that soul wound, he had been content to let it fester. Failure and liar and oathbreaker. He could stay here forever in the ageless dark. He could remain in rage and hate and curl into nothing but shadow. But Dorian remained before him, still smiling faintly. Waiting for him. He had made one promise, he had not broken it yet, to save them, his friend, his kingdom. He still had that. This was not the end. This crack in him, this bottom, it was not the end. He had one promise left. I'm coming home, he whispered to his brother and his king. Dorian disappears. Everything actually disappears in this moment except for Yrene. And it's not the young Yrene in the garden. It is the Yrene of today. With the work that Chaol has been doing and the healing work that Yrene has been doing, they were able to push the Valg into something of a kernel. So it's just this tiny little seed in Chaol's spine, and it will stay that way forever. She's unable to completely eradicate it. However, because of her theory that it will stay this way forever so long as Chaol leaves behind all of his hatred and his bitterness, and so long as he leads a life of love and forgiveness, it won't feed this kernel and let it grow. She tells him that she loves him, and it's a really sweet and tender moment, and it results in him taking Yrene's hand, ready for a second chance at living a better life. Chapter 56, Chaol is officially fully healed. We're talking, well, she won't let him, like, run around and do anything crazy, but, like, he feels like he could run a marathon right now. Like, he just feels amazing. He can officially move. He has full movement, and he doesn't need a cane to walk. Yrene wants him to rest, and he wants her to rest, because obviously that was a lot of intense healing. It was actually so much healing that they spent the entire day in his subconscious. So it's the end of the day, and they decide to just spend the rest of the time together that they have. And he uses this moment to be like, hey, you told me that you loved me in my subconscious. And she was like, yeah, I kind of did. To which he tells her that he loves her too. So we have officially said the L word to each other. It's a very big deal. He then tells her that he wants to set things straight with Nesryn when she gets back, so that him and Yrene have room to grow and really explore this relationship. And speaking of, he asks her if she will come back to the northern continent with him by his side. And she asks, like, in what capacity? Like, am I going to be working for you? Or, like, what's that going to look like? And he says that he has a specific position in mind. But of course, we're not going to find out what that position is until until much later in the book. Tower of Dawn, chapter 57. This is going to be in Nesryn's POV, as she and Sartok and Kadara and Falcon have been successfully rescued, and they're now getting the medical attention that they need. It's about 2 days later. Obviously, they've told the Hearth Mother, Ej, about everything that happened, and they summon the Council of the Clans, which is basically like all of the Ruck Riding clans, okay? So they all come to this hall, and Sartok tells them about the Karankui and the threats they face to the hatchlings, and even though they burned down the Dagul Fells, like, that does not mean that they all died in the fire, okay? So they have to be aware of them, but there's something even bigger that they need to discuss that has to do with the Karankui, and it is about the war in the north and what they have to do with the spiders. He then hands it off to Nesryn, who shares the full history of Erewhon and Maeve, what they just learned, what they already knew, and also about the power of the Valg army that has been shaped and cultivated by Erewhon over the years. The only thing, really, that she leaves out is the word keys and the word gates, because continuing theme, the less people that know about it, the better. Sartok then, after Nesryn finishes telling them everything, calls them to action, saying they all have a choice. If they want to come aid Sartok in the war, he will be fighting in this war on his Rook. Sartok and Nesryn then leave the council hall to give everyone time to debate and discuss amongst themselves without them present, so they go to check on Falcon. He is still injured. He got injured the worst, probably out of the four of them, so he's still healing, but Nesryn knows exactly how to lift his spirits, and she tells him exactly where he can find his niece, and that her name is Lysandra. So Falcon listens to Lysandra's story from Nesryn, and of course he says he would absolutely love to join them up north, obviously so that he can finally meet his niece that he's been searching for his entire life, but also so that he can help aid in the war in the north. So they're heading back to the council room just to kind of hear what everyone decided on, when a messenger intercepts them with an urgent letter from Chaol saying he needs them to come back immediately. And Nesryn knows that Chaol, who by the way never asks for help, okay, Nesryn has begged Chaol to need her and he refuses to need her, and now he's like, I need you ASAP. And she's like, okay, this is urgent. So she's like, Sartok, we need to go right this second. Tower of Dawn, chapter 58. This is gonna start in Chaol and Yrene's POV, as they are still waiting to hear from Hafiza. They get that it's a big deal for her to hand over all of the things that she's been basically told to never share ever. So they don't want to put a lot of pressure on her. However, like, they are in a rush to get this information to Aelin Galathynia, so there is a little bit of a rush. And this is literally the first chapter that we read after reading about Aelin getting taken by Maeve. So it actually kind of hits really, really hard, because they're like, oh, we need to get this to Aelin ASAP. And it's like, ooh, right, her. Yeah, we might have a problem soon. So we learned that it's been about a day or two of them sitting around waiting for Nesryn to get back and for Hafiza to make up her mind, when Chaol has officially told her the entire story of the series. And I'm going to use entire in parentheses. He actually only tells her everything from the Throne of Glass onward, okay? He doesn't tell her what happens in Assassin's Blade. That is an important detail for the end of this part. And it mostly serves as nostalgia for him telling his story. However, Yrene is very intrigued at the part of the story where Dorian kills his father at the top of the glass castle, right? And she's like, hold on, like, how did they get the Valg influence out of him enough for him to beg Dorian for mercy and try to, tell Dorian that he was actually good all this time and he was under the Valg influence? And he says that Aelin basically burned it out of him, and it wasn't very pretty. And in this moment, Yrene decides that this actually, like, kind of confirms the theory that she has, that Valgs are infections. They are parasites, okay? So you can purify something with fire. So Yrene heals with her healing light, which, have you guys noticed at this point, like, she is light? That's her power. Light and fire are very, very similar things, okay? So she's been healing people with her healing light, right? And Aelin has been purifying things with fire. Think about it as like when you get sick, right? And you get a fever, your body is turning up the heat to kill whatever it is that's making you sick. That's a really non-medical explanation, but you get the idea. So it seems like if Yrene is correct, that healing and fire are our two best options for getting rid of the Valg, even without like word keys in the lock and banishing the Valg and all that. Yrene also believes that maybe what if she could heal the Valg out of someone, okay? So let's say someone's under the Valg influence, they have a ring or a collar or whatever. Like, what if she, like how Aelin was able to burn the Valg influence out of the king, what if she can heal the Valg influence out of someone? This leads to another long conversation where Chaol brings up Anthral's ring. Now remember, this is the ring that Maeve wanted really, really, really bad, and it protected you from Valg influence, right? Anthral's animal form was an owl, okay? This is like, what, the 7th time we've brought up owls in this series now? It was an owl. What is the symbol of the goddess of healing, Silba? An owl. So they're making all these connections, and they decide that they need to talk to Hafiza and give her more information, right? Because they're kind of refining their theory, and they're like, maybe this will kind of push her in the right direction. So they decide that they're going to head to the Torah, go talk to Hafiza. However, in the hallway, they run into none other than Hasar, who just informs them that Aelin just got into a battle with Maeve. Tower of Dawn, chapter 59. Hasar does inform them that Aelin did win the battle. However, she makes them really, really work for that information because she's a literal jerk. But she eventually tells them that they won. She gives them some details as well as some stats and some interesting parts of the battle, especially the part where the Whitethorn ships actually turned on Maeve's own armada. And then Chaol's like, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But then she says that a clan of Iron Teeth witches on wyverns fought in Aelin's name as well. And Chaol in this moment, mind you, he has not been around, okay, since like the end of Queen of Shadows with everyone else. So he's like, maybe this is Manon? Like, he doesn't know. He left before Manon even rescued Dorian in the attack of Adarlan. Like, he didn't even really know about that. So he just knows that the Valg version of Dorian and Manon talked to each other, and Manon owed Aelin a life debt, and she told him, like, which killer, the human inside of him still lives, you know, whatever that message was. I'm blanking on it for a second, but you know what I mean, that whole thing. So he's like, is this maybe Manon? Because, like, if it's Manon Blackbeak, like, that witch, like, she would be huge to have on our side in the war. Oddly enough, though, and the thing that bothers Hasar the most, and the thing that has Chaol questioning things the most, is that there was no sign of fire magic during this battle. Of course, because we are doing the tandem read, hopefully, you know exactly why that is. Actually, wait, you read Tower of Dawn after Empire Storms. We know why then, because you're not reading Tower of Dawn before Empire Storms. That'd be crazy. You wouldn't do that, right? So yeah, we know this is because Aelin wasn't actually on the ship during the battle, and then she was on the beach. Hasar then informs them that shortly after battle, Aelin was joined by Prince Galen Ashriver and his entire armada, also the entire silent assassins of the Red Desert. And in this moment, Hasar says that it seems like a lot of people are buying what Aelin is selling. And Chaol's like, and what is it that you think that Aelin is selling exactly? And Hasar says, well, I don't actually have to guess because Aelin wrote me a letter. And it was from one princess to another, promising a better world. Tower of Dawn, chapter 60. This is in Yrene and Chaol's POV as they are now running to the Tor because they finished their conversation with Hasar. And they decide that they need proof for the theory that they seek, or they need the armies of the South. And it seems like maybe Hasar might be kind of budging that direction. She's not really giving away how she feels, but it did kind of make them hopeful. Like maybe Aelin's letter did do something for her. And seeing all the other allies join Aelin, I'm sure hopefully does something for her as well, right? However, they need one or the other, either proof of their theory and those word mark books, or an army from the southern continent, and then they need to go north ASAP. So they get to the Tor, and then they get to Hafiza's office. However, Hafiza's not there, and they start asking around, and everyone's like, oh, she's been in her office all day, and they're like, no, we were literally just in her office, and she's not there. They go around the entirety of the Tor, and they, for the life of them, cannot find Hafiza. Sure enough, they walk past Yrene's room, and they see, nudged and nestled under the door, is that metal key that Hafiza was wearing around her neck, okay? It leads to the safe full of the word mark books, okay? And it seems like it was kind of shoved there as a way to hide it. So they in this moment think that maybe Hafiza is in trouble. They run to the guards first and ask if anyone's seen her leave the Tor, and they said no, like she came to the Tor, you know, a while ago and she just never left. It's been days. However, Yrene remembers that there are tunnels under the library of the Tor, okay? Because they were inspected after she was almost attacked in the library by what we assume is a Valg creature, right? So her thought is like, what other way would someone have been able to try to sneak Hafiza out of here other than like the secret tunnels? So they go straight to the library. They run into Nusha. And also, before we jump into this next part, I'll remind you, I've been using the word running a lot, okay? Kale is literally fully healed. He is running around. He is sprinting. He's got a sword in his hand. He is ready to fight. He is fully capable again of all the things he was before he shattered his spine. So it's kind of a cool moment. Anyways, so they see Nusha and she leads them to the tunnels and agrees to send the guards in shortly after them, and then warns them. She says that it's been untouched for years. Be on your guard. Even we do not know what lies down there. And then Kale takes Yrene's hand and they run through the tunnels to try to find and save Hafiza. So sorry about that, guys. I just got a life-changing email that I'm really excited about, and the vibes were high, okay? And there was no way I was going to sit down and film. So it's actually 2 days later. Where were we exactly? Right. All right, Tower of Dawn, chapter 61. So we're still with Yrene and Kale as they are absolutely charging through these tunnels. And to calm her nerves, Yrene is counting her steps. And she gets to step specifically 1003 in this moment. And really, that is not that important. The whole purpose of that is for Sarah J Maas to, without telling you they've been walking a long time and that these tunnels go crazy deep, that's how she's telling you that. So it's a pretty artistic way as an author to like show you, not tell you. But they get to 1003 steps when they see 4 doors. Now 3 of these doors have been sealed with what looks like stone. However, one of the doors is actually open and leads through another tunnel. Kale also notices at this point on the floor that there are 2 sets of tracks going into this door, so he figures this is where Hafiza and her abductor went. Also, to make things even scarier, the tunnel is actually lined with candles, as if someone is waiting for them at the end. It's clearly a trap, honestly, but Kale and Yrene don't care. Like, at this point, they really just want to make sure that Hafiza is okay. They see a light in the distance. They walk towards, it's literally the light at the end of the tunnel, except for it is not actually a positive thing. They get to the light at the end of the tunnel, and they enter this giant room. Now, this is one of the largest rooms that Kale has ever seen. He describes it as being bigger than the throne room in the Glass Castle in Adderland, which is literally known for being gigantic. Okay, so think like giant room, okay? The wealth of an ancient empire filled the chamber. There's gold everywhere, there's statues everywhere, every possible treasure you can think of, absolutely everywhere. And then they notice a bunch of stone crypts. So not only is this a treasure trove, but it's also a tomb. Creepy. Yrene let out a small sound at the sight of the gagged and bound healer on high, seated on a golden throne. But it was the woman standing beside the healer, a knife resting on her round belly that made Kale's blood go cold. Duva, the Khagan's now youngest daughter, smiled at them as they approached, and the expression was not human, it was Valg. Guys, we figured it out. Who the Valg spy has been, who's been hunting down Yrene. It is none other than Duva, the pregnant potential heir. Which is crazy to me that literally no art exists for Duva. Like, I found art for literally every potential heir except for Duva. No clue why. It literally just does not exist. I also think it's hysterically and heavily ironic that I'm getting to this part in the series and I'm pregnant. And I never would have known a year and a half ago when I started the series that I would be pregnant when I got to this part of this book. But, you know, that's just kind of funny how things work out sometimes. Tower of Dawn, chapter 62. It occurs to Kale in this moment that it makes sense. Duva was not at the Oxara Oasis, so it makes sense that she is the one who raided his rooms while they were gone. Also, if you're like, wait, why wasn't she at the Oxara Oasis? She literally just said she couldn't join the party in the desert because she's pregnant. Like, the last place I'd want to be right now is a desert, so I totally get it. So, you know, like, reading that, it's like, yeah, totally. Like, who would want to be in a desert while they're pregnant? That sounds like the worst possible thing ever. Kale's thinking about all the implications of Duva being this Valg spy that they've been hunting down when Duva gives Kale a choice. He has to pick between himself, the healer on High Hafisa, or Yrene. And in this moment, Duva loses her princess persona that she's had, and her Valg voice and Valg face and really Valg mannerisms, like everything about her is just purely Valg in this moment. Yrene recognizes the voice as the same exact one that tried to attack her that night when she ran to Kale's rooms and made it just in time. So we're just confirming that this entire time, all of it has been Duva. Then, interesting, because Kale's like, why in the world do you think I'm going to pick between the three of us? Do you remember at the very beginning of this book, Kale presented a bunch of treasure chests from Aelin and Dorian to the Khagan as like a gift, right? The gift that the Khagan actually turned down and Kale ended up using to buy more Fire Lancers. Yeah, so those troves. Well, when the Khagan rejected their treasure chests full of treasure, he said, that's funny, you guys didn't send any treasure when Duva got married, but Parrington did. Right? That was so interesting. That was so weird, right? Well, apparently we find out in this moment that Parrington had put a Valg ring that he made sure was like insanely beautiful so that she would like see it and be like, yeah, that's mine, in the treasure chest that he sent to her as like a congratulations for getting married. And so she put it on, and that's when all this started. However, we do learn in this moment that Hussar actually almost tried to take the ring, but Duva was like, no, it's mine, and she put it on herself. Can you imagine if Hussar was the Valg? No, that would be insane. Hussar under the Valg influence would be like the most terrifying thing ever. Thankfully, Duva was a lot more tame, but because of her demeanor, it was a lot easier for her to kind of fly under the radar. Kale's also confused because he definitely was checking everyone's jewelry in his first couple days there, and so was Caution, and they didn't see any sort of like blackstone rings or blackstone jewelry. Well, it turns out the black stone is actually underneath in the metal of the ring, so that's why they never detected it. Duva then reveals that her littlest sister, Tumaloon, caught her being suspicious, and so Duva had to end her life. Then Yrene asks, honestly, a really smart question. I don't think this would have been the first thing on my mind, but I'm glad Yrene asked it because it actually does answer a very crucial question, which is why in the world would Erewhon target the southern continent, let alone a potential empress or a potential heir to the Khagan in the southern continent? To which Duva answers with the craziest thing, which actually explains so much about this book, is that Erewhon wanted this Valg to look for Yrene, specifically the healer who was gifted by Silba herself. Why do you think Maeve has hoarded her healers, never allowing them to leave her patrolled borders? She knew we would return. She wanted to be ready to protect herself. Her prized favorites, those Dornael healers, her secret army. How clever those Fae were who escaped her clutches after the last war. They all ran away here, and when they bred the magic into the land, into its people, encouraged the right powers to rise up to ensure this land would always be strong and defended, and then they vanished, taking their treasures and histories beneath the earth, ensuring they were forgotten below while their garden was planted above to give those Maeve did not consider important a small chance should Erewhon return. And thus the Tor grew, and his dark majesty indeed rose again, and fell, then slept, and even he forgot what someone with the right gifts might do. But then he awoke once more, and he remembered the healers, so he made sure to purge the gifted ones from the northern lands. But it seemed a little healer slipped the butcher's block and made it all the way to the city with an empire to guard her. So Erewhon did not send this Valg spy here because he predicted that Aelin would send someone to the southern continent to try to get allies. No, he specifically sent someone to hunt down and find Yrene. Now there's some crazy implications to this. That also goes to show, like, we've learned since Sorsha that healers specifically have been hunted down in the northern continent, worse than it seems like any other magical creature. That's why the entirety of Fenhara was just gone, right? And we always just kind of assumed that, a lot of healers gathered there. It's safe to assume that most everyone from Fenhara had magic. The king was just trying to get rid of magic, blah, 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 right? But no, it was specifically a target on healers because Erewhon is very specifically threatened by healers. However, due to Yrene's mother's sacrifice, she made it all the way to the southern continent, started studying at the Tor, where she especially started tapping into her special gifts that she has received from Silver herself, which means that she is especially gifted and especially strong, right? Has defied all the odds and now is protected by the Tor because of her status. So that is why Erewhon had to get a potential heir, literally like potentially one of the most powerful people on the continent, to be his spy and assassin. That's crazy. After this explanation, Chaol tries to keep Duva talking to buy some more time before the guards come, because remember, before they went down to the tunnels, they told Nusha to send for the guards. However, Duva's like, hey, I know you're trying to buy time, but don't worry, I have a plan. I'm gonna kill you, Chaol, and then I'm gonna tell the guards that it was an act of self-defense because you found all the treasure down here and you were trying to bring all the treasure back to Aelin and Dorian, and me and Yrene and Hafiza tried to stop you. And first of all, the Khagan's gonna believe it because I'm his daughter and, you know, I'm a potential heir, so everyone's gonna take my word for it. And second of all, like, they know that you guys are technically desperate in this war, so it all tracks. So this is actually a really good plan, except for how is she gonna get Yrene to go along with all of this, you might ask. Great question. Yrene is going to be putting on a Valg ring and is going to be Erewhon's personal healer. Otherwise, Duva is going to kill Hafiza. At this point, Chaol has nothing to say. Yrene has nothing to say. They honestly are like, wow, like she's really thought this through. They have nothing to combat that with. They're like, her plan might actually work. So they're realizing they're royally screwed. And Duva can see that they realize they have lost. And so she starts walking down the stairs from where she is with Hafiza to go put a ring on Yrene, when Hafiza, right as Duva's crossing in front of her, where she's sitting like bound to this throne, right? Apparently it's a lightweight throne. Chaol's speculation here is that it's a wooden chair that's just been covered in gold, right? So it's not that heavy. Hafiza launches her body, golden throne and all, on top of Duva, and they like clatter down the stairs together. Duva, of course, starts bleeding black because she's Valg. Yrene wants to run to Hafiza to make sure that she's safe and okay and make sure she doesn't need healing, when Chaol is just yelling at Yrene to run because he needs to, you know, handle Duva. However, Yrene doesn't even want to leave Duva because she's pregnant. Okay, so there's a baby involved here, and Duva just fell down the stairs. And so in this moment, Yrene realizes if that baby is human and not like some sort of weird Valg creature, like they cannot let Duva die because they can't let that baby die, right? So Yrene in this moment knows the baby can't die. She goes to Hafiza to heal Hafiza, and Chaol starts fighting with Duva. However, Yrene can tell that Chaol is also on the same track of like, there's a baby, so like we need to find a way to maybe like knock her out, to disable her, to get rid of her weapon. However, her weapon is like her Valg magic, so kind of they're like, okay, we need to find a way to knock her unconscious. Like they're trying to figure out what they can do to keep this baby alive. So Yrene is trying to heal Hafiza while she's watching Duva throw all this like Valg shadow magic at Chaol, right? And Chaol just needs something to guard himself, because remember, he's not trying to attack and hurt her with his sword. He's trying to just protect himself so that he can find a way to knock her unconscious or disable her, right? Literally, he just grabs the first thing that he sees. It just happens to be a mirror. What have we learned about mirrors in this series? Okay, there's a special kind of magic mirror, and we're in a room, okay, that belonged to the Fae, okay? That was kind of a part of Duva's explanation, is like the Fae hid their stuff underground so that people would forget about it, right? Yeah, so this is like all of the Fae's old stuff. So naturally, the mirror that he grabbed just happened to be a witch mirror, and it happened to be one of those mirrors that Manon told us about that amplifies magic and then using the reflection like throws it back out, right? So he holds up this mirror to protect himself, and then Duva's magic hits it, it amplifies and then shoots back at her. So Duva is down, clearly. She was not going to survive some crazy magic that was meant to hurt Chaol that has now been amplified by a witch mirror, okay? Duva hits the ground, and she does not move. She does not look like she's breathing. Chaol and Yrene just stop. They're like, that was the last thing we wanted to do. And Yrene realizes if Duva is dead, they will only have a very short period of time to save the baby. So Yrene runs up to Duva's body. However, Duva was pretending to be dead. Of course she was. And she turns around and she goes to shoot her Valg magic at Yrene when Yrene gets close. However, Chaol, of course, will never let anything happen to Yrene, and he kind of was afraid that Duva might have been pretending. Like, he wasn't convinced that she was dead, let's say. So he was close by, and he jumps in front of Yrene and takes the full brunt of the impact of this Valg magic that was meant to hurt Yrene directly into his spine. Tower of Dawn, chapter 63, Chaol feels his spine shatter, and it's worse than what happened at the glass castle. Yrene tries to grab Chaol's sword and like fight with Duva to try to get Duva to stop, because she can like sense that Chaol's spine is just shattering beyond anything worse than she's had to heal. But of course it doesn't go well. Yrene is not meant to yield a blade. Okay, she's a healer. She took a do no harm vow. That's actually going to be really important here in a second. So she does not know how to operate a sword. So she fails, and then Duva just starts chasing Yrene around this little treasure trove. So Chaol's lying on the ground, like slowly dying, basically. And Yrene and Duva are playing the most frightening game of tag you've ever heard of. Duva, however, does catch Yrene, but catches her from behind. And Yrene, years and years ago, back when she was just a little tavern maid in Assassin's Blade, came across a girl assassin who taught her how to defend herself from someone who would grab her from behind. And so Yrene performs the exact like self-defense move that Aelin taught her in Assassin's Blade. So full circle moment. Okay, very, very cool. So she has Duva pinned down now. She's on top of her. And she has the opportunity to make the killing blow, okay? She has access to a weapon. She has this moment where she can end Duva's life and then go save Chaol. However, she has vowed to never take a life. However, Chaol is slowly dying. So she either breaks her vow and saves Chaol's life, or she keeps her vow and Chaol dies. However, Yrene, and this is like actually a really long part of the book, like it's really drawn out, but Yrene is like really struggling to make this decision, and she's like remembering how her mother had to make that decision for her, and she's just thinking about what in the world is she going to do, and then Hafisa comes up to Duva and goes like blows in her face, right? And Hafisa, I guess this is like, she's like an anesthesiologist, right? In the magic healing world, because it just knocks her out. And apparently this magic that she has is so strong that it keeps the person knocked out until she is ready to wake them up. So in my opinion, that sounds like she's a magical anesthesiologist. Yrene then dives to Chaol because she needs to do everything she can to save his life, right? And then she notices that there are two additional people that have kind of joined the party. It is none other than Nesryn and Sartok. Now, it's explained later how they got there, but I'll just explain it now because it's really not that big of a deal. One of Sartok's spies informed them where Yrene and Chaol went, and it was to the Tor. And so they went to the Tor, and then they went down to the library, and then the magical bast cats. Remember, we talked about them like at the very, very beginning of this book when we first got to the southern continent. These magic bast cats led Sartok and Nesryn to the tunnels. They, at this point, kind of figured maybe help would be needed because they're like, these tunnels look pretty creepy and sketchy, and there's no other reason why Chaol and Yrene would go down here. So they asked multiple other healers to join them. And they got here before the guards, although the guards come like almost instantly behind them. So it's like Sartok and Nesryn, a whole bunch of healers, like a crazy ton of them, and then the guards that Nusha called for, all like just kind of, start filing in at this point. However, Nesryn and Sartok made it there first. So they're here when Yrene dives for Chaol's body, and then she tries to use her healing magic, but Chaol's injuries are far too extensive, and he is, without a doubt, dying. However, Hafisa speaks up in this moment, but it is not with her voice, okay? It is with the voice of the goddess of healing, Silba, okay? The damage is too great. There must be a cost if it is to be repaired. There must be a cost. Yrene in this moment says, I don't care what the cost is. I will pay it, okay? Then Silba says, because remember, Erewhon has revealed through the spy that has infected Duva that she was specifically chosen by Silba and gifted by Silba. So she says, I chose well, you shall pay the debt, Yrene Towers, and I hope you shall see it for what it truly is. And then Yrene is like given this special ability, and she goes to heal Kale again. At this point, also, all of the healers that had followed Nesryn and Sartok down here, they have finally gotten here, and then they all just kind of like join hands and like touch Yrene, and so they kind of create like this big like chain link of healers, and they all channel their healing magic like through to Yrene, so that there's like a power of a bunch of healers just healing Kale right now. And then Kale wakes up very much alive. Okay, so very exciting. Whatever it is, it works. Another interesting thing is it says where that scar had once sliced down his cheek, only unmarred skin remained. So they accidentally like overhealed him in a way. Literally the scar that Aelin gave him at the end of Crown of Midnight after the assassination of Nehemia, it's literally gone. Chapter 64. So what is the cost, you might ask? That's a great question. Yrene and Kale are now eternally connected. There must be a balance, right? And the best way to describe it is Yrene has a magic battery, right? Just like Aelin, just like Rowan, just like Dorian, because healing is a magical power, right? So she has this battery. And now Kale has a battery, except his battery is the same exact one as Yrene's. Now, he doesn't have healing magic per se, but let's say Yrene is at 100%. You know, she has not used her healing ability. She is fully charged and ready to go. Kale has 100% walking ability. Now let's say Yrene uses a crazy ton of her magic and gets to 50%. Kale will be at 50%, and he will lose his ability to walk. So basically, the more that Yrene uses her magic, the less Kale will have the ability to walk. Yeah, that's really the best way to explain it. In my opinion, in a way that it's like very understandable, but they're basically like forever linked and bonded together in this way. There is also another condition, or like a little asterisk next to this lovely balance. Because their lives are now bonded together in this way, whenever one of them dies, they both die. So Yrene instantly has a lot of guilt about binding Kale to her in this way, but girl, you just saved his life. He would have been dead, okay? So enough of that. But something really sweet that Kale says in this moment that I feel like is finally so revealing about where Kale is mentally, emotionally, and dare I say even physically. He says, using the chair is not a punishment. It is not a prison. It never was. And I am as much of a man in that chair or with that cane as I am standing on my feet. And then he tells her that she has truly healed him in every way that does matter. It's very sweet, very emotional. I absolutely love it. And then in this moment, obviously, because Kale is like making a declaration of love basically to Yrene in front of this very large audience, Nesryn is here. So he kind of looks to Nesryn, and they kind of have this unspoken conversation, if you will, between each other, where they're like, you know what, like, you are with the right person and I am happy for you. And she's not just like saying that to Kale, like, you and Yrene are great for each other, but even Kale is now seeing her and Sartok together, and he can tell that like she's glowing right now. She is so happy, and they just look good together, and they have like definite chemistry, and he's just looking at her being like, I'm happy for you, and I feel like we both ended up with the right people. So they haven't had like the conversation, but like they basically have had the conversation in this moment. Now let's flash forward as Sartok brings his coma-induced and Valg-infected sister Duva to the throne room to present her to his father and all the other potential heirs, and tells them literally everything, okay? Everything. The Khagan is devastated, confused, angry. He's got a lot of feelings, but all he can think about right now is Duva. And so he looks to Yrene and he asks her what she can do. Chapter 65. It is a long and very ugly process, but Yrene does in fact heal the Valg infection out of Duva. So this also goes to confirm her theory of what she can do with her Silba gifted healing magic against Valg. However, she will tell us something later that she did learn when she was fighting the Valg and Duva. She did talk to this Valg, and she confronted it about being a Valg prince, and this Valg corrects her and says it's actually a Valg princess. Not the biggest, craziest thing, but it does, give us a little more information and something we didn't know before. Yrene gives Duva a moment to catch her breath, and then she checks for the baby and confirms that not only is the baby human, thank goodness, but the baby is actually fully healthy and was not affected by Duva being infected by the Valg, nor her going through such a horrible and painful healing process. Duva at this point confirms everything that Sartok and Kale were saying because her oldest brother Argun was still doubting. Like, I don't know if he thought they were putting on a performance or what, but Argun was still skeptical, okay? Now he is not, okay? Because Duva just confirmed that everything they said is true. The Great Khagan then turns to Yrene and says anything she desires, it's her. Like, name it. Any favor you want, it's yours. Not only for healing Duva, but for bringing the truth of what happened to his youngest daughter to light. Yrene then asks for her favor. I think you already know what it is, but we're going to find out what it is in just a chapter. We're going to flash forward actually to Kale, Nesryn, Yrene, and Sartok as they're all catching up, and Yrene asks them how exactly they knew that they were in the tour and like to find the Bascats and go down there with them. And this is where we learn that Kaja, okay, Kale's servant in his rooms that we've known as a spy, but we just didn't know who she was a spy for. She was a spy for Sartok, so that is why Sartok knew exactly where Kale and Yrene were. So we're sharing absolutely everything we've learned while we were away, starting with Nesryn and Sartok and everything they learned about the Valg history and Maeve, and then Yrene and Kale share everything that's happened on their end as well as their theory, to which Nesryn responds, it also explains why Aelin reported an owl at Maeve's side when they first met. Guys, I told you, okay? I told you back in Era Fire that this was important. There's a reason I chose this specific art, okay? And pointed out to you that there's an owl in it, okay? It's so important. Owls everywhere. Owls are so important. Maeve has an owl. Yrene says the owl must be the fey form of a healer. Some healers of hers that she keeps close as a bodyguard. Interesting. And then they start talking about how they are all gonna head north together to meet Aelin and Terrasen, and yes, all 4 of them, because Sartok is going to be joining them, as well as 1,000 of his ruck riders. Hussar then bursts into the room that the 4 of them are in, and she informs them that she will also be joining them going north to Terrasen. Duva is the best of us, the best of me, so I will go with you with whatever ships I can bring, so that my sister will never again look over her shoulders in fear. Chapter 66, this is Nesryn's POV as she is absolutely exhausted. This is after the 4 of them have been talking and Hussar just told them that she will be joining them. And she's not really had a minute to process or rest because it's literally been go, go, go nonstop, like since she went to the Dalgul Fells, right? So she decided that she's gonna go to the stables to get some quiet time when a messenger runs up to her and delivers her a message that actually got there 2 weeks ago, but she wasn't there 2 weeks ago, she just got back. And it is from her uncle. She immediately grabs her ruck and starts heading for her uncle's. And you're like, wait, Kadara? No, not Kadara. Her ruck, okay? Nesryn is officially a ruck rider. Do you remember when she saw that ruck whose old rider had died in war? And Bort and Sartok were like, oh, maybe you should approach the ruck and ask it if you can be its new rider. And she was like, no, that would be cruel. I don't want to do that. Well, after they were at the Council of the Clans and asked them to make a decision about joining them, and now we learned that 1,000 of them have decided to join, she then decided to go to that ruck, and that is the ruck that she flew back on. So she did, in fact, approach the ruck, ask to be its rider, and the ruck agreed, and now she's officially its rider. And what is his name? His name is Salki. So she rides Salki all the way to her aunt and uncle's, but she is not greeted by her uncle. She is also not greeted by her aunt. She is greeted by her father and her sister's kids. Now, this is absolutely huge because she has not, she left them in Adderlin, right? At the end of Queen of Shadows. And then there was the attack from the witches and all of that, and she hadn't heard from them, and then she did hear that they were fine, but they didn't know where they were. They're officially here in the southern continent. This is her first time seeing her family since everything has gone down. It is a very sweet, very amazing reunion. She is so relieved to see them, and it's really just a sweet and tender moment. They talk for hours before Nesryn decides that she needs to head back to the Khagan's home. After all, she did not tell anyone where she was going. However, when she gets out to the front yard, Sartok is landing and dismounting Kadara. He heard about her family's arrival and wanted to come welcome them to the continent personally, which is really, really cute and sweet. And no doubt he also wanted to meet her father, just a thought. So Sartok greets the family, says hello to them, welcomes them to the continent, and then asks Nesryn if he can have a private word with her. Basically, he told his father that him and 1,000 Ruck Riders were going to fight in the war, and when his father asked why, Sartok says not only is it the right thing to do, but the woman that he loves is going into battle, and he will not let her go into battle alone. His father came back at him saying that a potential heir should marry someone of status and of power, and although she is Neith's arrow, she has a skill. She's not anyone of status, okay? She's a little nothing born in the northern continent. To which Sartok says, like, if being a potential heir means that I can't be with Nesryn, then I don't want to be a potential heir. And he goes to storm out when he has stopped, okay? And maybe this is due to some respect from his father for this decision, but his father in that moment officially declares him to be the official heir of the Khagan. So there are no longer potential heirs. Argun does not stand a chance. It will not be Duva. It will not be Hussar. It was never going to be Caution. Sartok is officially the next Khagan. Nesryn immediately goes to bow because that is what culture does dictate needs to happen. However, he will not let her bow to him because he will fly with her to the war and then she will come back with him and they will live happily in the southern continent together. Now, it's not outright. It sounds like an unofficial proposal of marriage to me. Maybe he's just talking about dating, but let's be so for real. He's a royal. They're basically betrothed at this point. I like to believe that this is a marriage proposal. And then they kiss, and it's very sweet. It's their first kiss. It's a very special moment, which I guess means Nesryn's answer is yes.
Chapter 67, this is in Yrene's POV as she's saying goodbye to Caution, who's actually finally satisfied in just being her friend, so it's about time. Then we get a fun tidbit here, actually, that after Sartok was officially declared heir, he made a statement that ran down along the lines of he did not plan to hunt down or kill any of his siblings when he became the Khagan. Which is honestly amazing. He's the first Khagan in generations to make this decision, and Yrene can tell that all the siblings are relieved. They're happier, they get along better. I mean, if you think about it, throughout this whole series, they've all really been in competition with each other, and now there's no competition. They're ready to live their respective lives. I mean, they're still royals technically, so they're gonna be fine.
Yrene finishes saying goodbye to Caution, and then she hops on the ship with Kale, and then says goodbye to the southern continent as they sail north. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 68. This is in Kale's POV. 2 weeks later, they are still on a ship sailing north to Terrasen, and we learn that before Yrene and Kale hopped on the ship, there was actually a couple-day delay to them starting their journey sailing north, because Yrene and Kale got married in the tour. Now, jump scare. You're like, whoa, what happened? Do you remember, like, chapters and chapters ago, we talked about how Kale offered Yrene a position by his side so that when she came to the northern continent, they could, you know, continue to stay close to each other? Yeah, the position he offered her was the position Lady Westfall. So she's officially Lady Westfall. Also, this is just such a funny stinking tidbit, but we learned that Kale basically stole the chair from his room, the couch that him and Yrene did majority of the healing on, because he sees it as like a souvenir of them meeting and slowly falling in love and him healing, and it serves as a reminder for him. So they literally, like, on the ship also have the couch that they've been healing on, like, this whole book. I just think that's funny, but also really cute. And then as a wedding gift, Hussar gave them the horses that they rode through the desert. So they have a bunch of fun little souvenirs and, like, fun reminders of their relationship together. So Kale and Yrene are talking on the ship when Yrene mentions the mystery girl from the tavern again, being like, wow, I would not be here. Like, I'm so surprised, like, this full circle moment, and it would not have happened without this mystery girl from the tavern all those years ago. And this time, for the first time, because she's told this story to Kale multiple times, right? But this is the first time she actually shows him the note. So she takes it out of her locket to show it to Kale, and he reads it. But not just the words. He reads the handwriting, okay? And he knows this handwriting. He recognizes it as belonging to Aelin, and everything pieces together that this happened when Aelin was on her way to the Red Desert to the Silent Assassin's Keep, right? And little did Aelin know that this little act of kindness not only would result in someone as powerful as Yrene, a girl directly blessed by Silba, who had the power to actually fight off the Valg. And not only would this girl later come to help Aelin fight this war, but she would bring along 300 healers to fight off the Valg with her. And not only would she do that, but she would get one favor from the great Khagan of the southern continent, and she would ask for his armies to aid in the war. So not only are they coming with 1,000 ruck riders, Hussar's entire armada, and 300 healers, but they are coming with the Khagan's foot soldiers. And Chaol in this moment decides to tell Yrene the story of Aelin Galathynius, starting with the story of Assassin's Blade, and basically telling her that that mystery girl, all those years ago, was actually none other than the queen that you're about to meet, Aelin Galathynius. Now we have one more chapter, and it is Tower of Dawn, chapter Fireheart, because Aelin has officially finished her voyage in her iron coffin along the Nightingale. And her iron coffin opens and she's greeted by Cairn, who's ready to start getting acquainted. Ugh, what a gut-wrenching way to end such a good book. Sarah J Maas, what are you doing to me? That is officially the end of not only part 19 of the tandem read and the end of Tower of Dawn, but it is actually the end of the entire tandem read. And we will officially move on to Kingdom of Ash and finally tackle the last book in the Throne of Glass series. If you are not caught up already, you absolutely need to. This is the best place to do it. And of course, you should subscribe so you get notified whenever I post a brand new entire plot episode.